Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me as always is my esteemed co-host, the man with a million hot takes, Mark Skews.
Esteemed. Wow.
Esteemed, but also a million hot takes.
Right.
Yeah. Cause stress, Mark. You cause me stress.
That's right.
And lots of it. You and your bullshit fucking Curse of Chucky and Halloween Resurrection. But I just want you to know, I am keeping a fucking mental list
Right.
of all these little picks that over the years where it's like, anytime you say something, you're like, well, you were wrong about that, Justin. I'm like, yeah, but you liked Halloween Resurrection.
Yeah. It shows up in other
Always
episodes.
going to be coming back, yeah. I don't think you had any hot takes in Friday one, and in the Nightmare. I don't think there was any.
Not really.
Not really.
No.
Well, I mean, in Friday, I think you really liked 7, but
That's
a lot
right.
of people really like 7. So it's not. I guess it's not that. I didn't fault you on that one. And in Halloween, the fact that you liked the Halloween 2018 more than like the original series, yeah, that's a hot take. Yeah, but I think there's some other weirdos. Yeah.
I mean, he says that, but he keeps inviting me back.
Right.
So, I mean, if it was that bad.
I don't have any other friends that are willing to
That's it.
waste this
That's
much
it.
of their own time
Yeah.
to do this podcast. So,
That is also true. No.
so we are back once again. We are tackling yet another horror film franchise. We have decided to tackle, if you haven't figured it out, look around, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which we're trying to knock off the big boys.
Right.
Still, in my opinion, we're still in the big boys.
Mm-hmm.
We've done Friday, we've done Nightmare, we did Halloween, we just did Child's Play Chucky. If you haven't seen it, that was our previous last episode, and now we're doing Texas Chainsaw. I still feel like we're in the realm of like the big names.
We gave you a fringe pick with the Freddy's Nightmares to kind of break it up a little bit, but you're right. We're still tackling the heavy hitters.
The heavy hitters. And
That's
we
it.
still have some heavy hitters left. So like there's still some more big work to do. But I'll say it's nice that the franchises are starting to get a little smaller. Not by much.
Some of the ones that you have planned for me are not smaller.
Oh yeah, there's
but-
some big. Yeah, I'll say for the future, I have a few episodes planned that are massive franchises.
Right.
They're not good franchises, but they're massive franchises. So stay tuned for that at some point in the far distant future. Not anytime soon.
But this time you went easy on me. 9 entries.
Easy-ish. Yeah, we've got 9 entries to tackle. That's not that bad.
Yeah.
Did you think there was that many?
I didn't.
Me neither.
No.
Yeah, me neither. The Chainsaw is like we talk about relevance. Like Halloween always kept relevant. Child's Play has always been keeping relevant.
Yep.
Chainsaw, I feel like after the 2003 release, I just forgot about those movies.
I lost touch with it.
Me
completely,
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Had you seen, out of the 9 entries, how many had you seen before you had to do the screenings?
I was trying to figure that out. I think maybe 3 or 4.
Oh, really? So you
Yeah.
hadn't even seen the original 4?
No.
Okay. I had seen the original 3. I'd never seen part 4, Next Generation. They're right
I had
there.
seen that one,
Oh, so you just maybe
but I hadn't seen the third one.
coincidentally
That's
beside
right.
you over
Yeah.
there. Yeah, how appropriate. And you had obviously seen the remake,
That's right.
the Platinum
Yes.
Dunes,
Yep.
the 2003, and then you had never seen any of the other ones?
Nope.
Okay,
No.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd seen I saw original 3. I feel like I hadn't seen Next Generation, or if I did, I'm pretty certain I didn't see it originally because I didn't remember anything when I was rewatching it. I seen the 2003, and that was it. So I had seen less than half. Yeah. So a lot of these were like first time viewings. Yeah. So you off camera, Mark said something. Mark, what is your prediction? Because you do this every fucking time, please.
So Justin and I meet up for a few minutes just before we get set up and start rolling. And we always just kind of talk, without giving anything away to each other. And I always seem to say the same thing going into these episodes. I say, I think this one might be the one where our picks are going to be fairly similar.
Never proven true.
As soon
once.
as I couldn't even finish saying it before I completely lost all faith in my own prediction.
No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
No.
We're going to be, I don't think we're going to be, no, I'm not going to say
No.
we're not going to be way off,
No.
Mr. fucking Curse and Cult of Chucky, putting them in like the top fucking 3 or whatever. So no, it's chaos. I don't know what the fuck this guy has ranked these at. He doesn't know where I've ranked them. You're just going to have to wait and see how fucking far we are off. I think we're going to agree on 2. I think there's 2 entries we're going to be close. That's my prediction. Close. And we might be kind of close on. I'll say there's 2 that I think we might be dead on the number, and then maybe a couple that we're going to be close. But that's about it. Yeah.
All right.
So we are going to be, just to recap the format of the show, we are going to go in chronological order, as in date of release.
Release date, yep.
Yeah, so we're going so we're starting with 1974, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then we are ending with the most recent entry as of the time of this filming, the 2022 Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yep.
Also just called Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I believe. Yeah, we'll get to it. So that's 9 entries to go through. We're going to do them all in order, and as we go through, we will give our number of where they rank in our list. And we are, of course, ranking from worst to best. Worst to best. So number 9 being the worst, number 1 being the best. Sounds pretty obvious. If you've watched any of our other episodes, you already get the fucking format of the show.
How this works.
And for once, I'm not forgetting to mention the fucking question we have to answer. Because on top of ranking these films, every time we have a little bonus question that we ask ourselves. We come up with this question before we start watching these movies, so it's in the back of our mind as we're watching. Right. And what did we decide for this one? What is our question?
So today we are going to take a look at our how do we say favorite and least favorite, or best and worst?
What we consider best and worst.
Yep.
So I would say favorite and least favorite.
Yep.
Yeah.
Favorite, least favorite. Leatherface masks.
Yes.
Right. So, as you're watching these movies, as we were watching these movies, taking a look to see which ones impressed us the most, which ones were just tire fire waiting to happen. I'm happy with my picks. I think we might be pretty close on this ones as well.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You did masks, eh?
Yeah. Did you do whole look?
I did Leatherface whole look.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did whole look. I did my favorite Leatherface and then my least favorite Leatherface. So,
not confusing at all. That his name is Leatherface.
Right.
So
yeah, no, I didn't do the specific. Well, I'm gonna reference the mask.
Yep.
Those ones are, but I have my favorite. I have my least favorite.
Yep.
Did you picked a couple? Like
I have one of each. One worst. And
Oh,
one
okay.
least.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not going to be that far off. Yeah.
No.
But you didn't take into account the actual rest of the outfit.
No.
I mean, they mostly wear the same shit. It's
Yeah.
just like an apron and a fucking
That's right.
dress shirt and a tie.
Right.
But yeah, no, I've got.
Okay.
If you want, you can skip to the time code where this question gets answered right now. I'm predicting that my favorite is going to shock you.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's my prediction.
All right.
So, do you want to listen to the next 6 hours of us talking, or however long this podcast will be?
I mean, you can obviously tell that we don't talk about this going into the episode because we didn't even have the question the same.
No, I thought doesn't matter. We're gonna answer very similarly the same thing. Yeah, and we'll get into Leatherfaces we like, Leatherfaces we don't like. That's enough waffling. Yep. Let's get into the meat of it. Let's start off with number 1. Our first entry coming in from 1974. This is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oil storage units continue to burn out of control at the huge Texaco refinery near the Texas-Louisiana border.
How do you feel about the name? Because did you note this? The chain and saw
it's the only time they do that. I actually kind of appreciated that because you and I talk about this. And this franchise is terrible for this. The name of the movies are all the same for the most part. Like there's a few
same-ish. Yeah.
So even though it's a very small, minor difference, I appreciated it because it allowed me to put it in my notes as something different. Right. So
the names suck. Yeah. The naming conventions in this franchise all over the board. This is
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
because now this is my number 3.
Wow. Okay, then no, we're not going to be the same at all.
Where do you have
This is
this?
number 1.
No,
I mean, obviously.
no,
Yeah, yeah.
no. Wow,
Yeah,
no,
is.
it's not my number
Yeah.
1, buddy. Not my
Wow.
number 1. It's my number
So
3.
this is like your Chucky. Like this is
It just goes down a little bit. Yeah, it's just going down a little bit.
This is like your Halloween.
Yeah.
Because I had one of the more recent picks as my
You
top.
did the same thing. I like how you criticized me.
Yeah.
You put two of the newer Chucky movies, you put above the original,
Right.
and you did the same thing with Halloween. It's my turn. I was due. I was fucking due. So yeah, no, this is my number 3. Number 3.
Wow, okay.
I respect it. I really like it. It's obviously like, it's. I don't want to use the term masterpiece, but it is a. I guess it's one of the most influential early horror films. It is. Let's get into it, and then we'll get into specifics. Let me as I always do, break down the plot. So it opens with narration over a text crawl claiming the following is a real account, one of the most bizarre crimes in the annals of American history.
The events of that day were to lead to the discovery of one of the most bizarre crimes in the annals of American history, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I love this fucking.
John Larroquette.
Oh, you got his name.
John
Yeah.
Larroquette. He's from a show Night Court. I don't know if you. He's. Yeah. yeah.
Date yourself more,
Dude,
please.
Oh, I'm sure that of the people who are watching this,
If you are 50
going to be one
plus years old, you just got that reference.
Okay, in the comments, please tell us which one of us is crazy, because I'm fairly certain that a number of our viewers are going to know who John Larroquette was.
I know what Night Court is, and I only know that because I'm
Yeah.
a fucking demon and I know all these TV shows. But like, no, most people Night Court, yeah,
Please, people, save me here.
yeah, no. It's I love that opening narration because it sets the tone of this film that this is from an era where grindhouse cinema was very prevalent. This grindhouse cinema is kind of like these cheap, low budget exploitation type films.
Right.
Some of them action, some of them revenge thrillers, some of them karate, kung fu shit, and predominantly horror type films. And these would air like at small art house cinemas, at like midnight screenings and shit. A lot of them were double features, and this just totally feels like that. I'm not 100% sure if this was a grindhouse film. I assume it was because of how fucked up the content was for the time.
I mean, it definitely wasn't going to be like a first-rate movie theater.
It wouldn't be a
type movie,
first
right?
run. No, no. So we get this awesome narration setting the tone, describing the events of what is about to follow. It then opens with evidence photos, and they do what will become a staple in the series moving forward. This really cool sound effect of like an old-timey camera.
It's a flash bulb. Yeah.
Yeah, but it makes such a specific sound.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
I was going to say, add one.
Yeah, I obviously just played it. They do. I like that sound. They way overuse it in this franchise. I'm not going to reference every time of one of these films uses it, but just know that it's not just the first couple they use it. It's like almost all of them uses this fucking sound effect.
You know, where the previous franchises that we've done would have had more of a soundtrack or more of a song. This one, that's what this one is. It's just the sound effect.
There's not really a Texas Chainsaw Massacre theme per se.
No.
Yeah. We then get like some more audio cues. We hear like scratching and cutting noises and grunting, and we're not really seeing anything until it cuts to this pretty realistic looking corpse. And it's actually corpses. It's multiple corpses, and they've been like mangled and arranged together in some sort of like art piece in a cemetery. What a cool fucking opening shot of just like setting the tone of just bleak horror. It's like, holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah. Even for like 74, it looks pretty good. It's a pretty convincing effect. We're then introduced to our main group of characters as they're on a road trip, and they take a pit stop to pee. We get Sally, who's our I would say main-ish protagonist. Her brother Franklin, who's actually wheelchair bound, what is that?
Paraplegic. Yeah.
Paraplegic. Sally's boyfriend Jerry, and another couple who I believe it's Kirk and Pam. Mark, is it Kirk and Pam?
I didn't take the names down.
That's fine. Yeah, I think it's Kirk and Pam, and they're like this group of hip young 70s kids, and they're just out on a road trip having fun. Here's a question for you, because I still couldn't figure this out. We've got a fly buzzing around the studio. It's very appropriate for these films. I hired that fly. That is a trained fly.
A lot of corpses in this room right now.
Yeah. I go above and beyond when I decorate our podcast studio for Slash Cinema. Yeah. What the fuck was the purpose of their road trip?
So, interesting question. The whole point of this is that someone has been grave robbing.
I caught
and
that.
desecrating graves.
Yep.
So Sally and her brother are on a road trip to go and visit their father or their grandfather's grave to see if his has been impacted. So that's the reason why they're out there.
So that was what I thought,
Yeah.
but I'll say this. The film does a terrible job explaining it to you.
I only know this because I asked myself this very same question when I watched it this time. I'm like, what is the point of this? Why are they out here?
So that's actually not what I thought they were up there for. I thought they were there to visit their grandparents' old home.
So they go out there once they realize that they're close by.
But I still interpret it differently. I think they were going to see their old house that when they were kids they played around in, or maybe they'd never been to before. And coincidentally, as they were on the way there, they stopped to pay respect to their grandfather and then found out this whole shit about the grave robbing. I think it was coincidence. I don't know. I interpret it differently. Yeah.
No, and again, you nailed it, right? They don't do a very good job of explaining this, but I think the whole idea is that they're seeing the news reports, and that's why they're going out there.
Sure. Yeah. All right. But they're on a road trip, whatever. They're out there in the hot Texas heat. We're in the deep south. When they go to the graveyard to check on, I guess, their grandfather's grave, which they don't even reveal if his grave was one of the ones that was desecrated. We don't know.
I think his was fine.
Sure.
Otherwise,
maybe there would have been a scene. Like, was that him in the opening shot?
Sitting up on top of the stone.
Right. Yeah. Did you catch? There's a little bit of ominous setting up some foreshadowing. There's like a local drunk who's like just outside. There's like a group of drunks outside the graveyard, and Franklin walks past one of them and he overhears one of them say, he's like, "Things happen around here they don't talk about. I've seen things."
Things happen hereabout they don't tell about. I see things.
Did you catch this? Yeah. He's kind of like, he's not prominent, but if you're listening, you'll pick up on it. They kind of do the 70s dialogue where it's very naturalistic and like people just talk over one another and the audio levels are all over the fucking board. Right. So sometimes you just really can't hear what somebody to the side is saying. And this was a very low production, like a low budget production. So sound isn't the greatest in a lot of the dialogue scenes. This guy he's kind of like a shitty version of Ralph from the Friday the 13th movies. He's supposed to be like our local crazy that warns you about the impending doom that you're about to walk into, right? But he does a terrible job because you can't understand what he's saying, and he's just a little too drunk.
They probably had one take, and so that was what they got. So
the group continue on their way, and they spot a hitchhiker and decide to pick him up. And he's immediately acting strange and makes everyone uncomfortable. Franklin asks, they're passing like a slaughterhouse, and he asks if he works at the slaughterhouse. And he says, "No, but my brother did. My grandfather did too. My whole family's in meat." This weirdo is Nubbins Sawyer, who we will later find out about the whole family, but this is just one of a larger group of crazies. He grabs Franklin's pocket knife and he slices open his own palm and like just smiling at him, like smiling at everybody else. He's like, "Hey," like it doesn't affect him at all. Everyone's just like, "What the fuck?" He then just like casually hands the knife back to Franklin, like as if there was no big deal at all. He takes out a camera and takes a photo of the group, and they're all just like, what the fuck? Like just all put off, right? And then he starts like asking for money
Tries
for
to
the
sell
photo.
it to them. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, it's a good picture. You can pay me now. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? So they're obviously not going to pay him. And then he gets really mad, and then he takes the photo and burns it in. He starts like a little fire in the fucking van, and everyone starts freaking out and yelling. And then he takes out his own knife and then slices Franklin. Poor Franklin, like stuck in the wheelchair. He's like right in front of this guy. He can't like squirm and get away. Eh? And he causes this whole chaotic scene erupts. But they manage to kick him out of the van and continue on their way. They then stop at a gas station that doesn't have any gas. Pretty useless gas station, if you ask me. And then they meet this old man who he asks if he knows where the old Franklin place is. This baffles me. He asks the old guy at the gas station. He says, "Do you know where the old Franklin place is?"
Hey, you know where the old Franklin place is?
Okay. So is Franklin's name Franklin? Did you catch this?
Well,
Because Franklin's not his last name.
No,
his first name is Franklin, but he asks if he knows where the old Franklin place is.
not the Hardesty place. Where's the Franklin place?
He says the Franklin place. Unless I wrote this down wrong and I was just tired. If I did, I will put a Justin's wrong, and I will cut to what he actually says right now.
Hey, you know where the old Franklin place is?
I'm pretty sure I got it right, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. All right, whatever. His name is Franklin. That's canon now. So they leave the station, noticing that Nubbins has smeared blood on the side of their van in a very specific way. Did he perhaps mark
the van? Yeah.
I don't know. They managed to find their grandparents' old house, which is like just dilapidated and falling apart. It's literally like in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. The whole movie takes place in the middle of nowhere. They're just off in this like field. We just get like this. It's a fairly big house, but it's just clearly just abandoned and falling apart. But the kids, they don't give a shit. They're there to have a good time. They start like goofing around and, pseudo partying in this old shitty house. Kirk and Pam, the other couple, they wander off to find a swimming hole, but they overhear an engine running. And they spot a nearby house and walk over to see if they can get some gas, because you recall they couldn't get gas at the gas station. Kirk goes inside the house after no one responds to them knocking on the door, and he quickly comes face to face, only 30 minutes into the movie, with Leatherface, our main movie monster antagonist of the entire franchise. This specific version right here, this big motherfucker right here.
Yep.
And Leatherface, like without hesitating, just instantly just hits him, I can't say this, hits him in the head. He gives him a blow to the head. I was going to say he blows him, but that doesn't work. That's not what he does.
That's a different punishment.
No, he just immediately hits him in the head with a hammer and knocks him out. And he then like disappears behind this like horrific sliding metal door at the end of a hallway. So Kirk's like at the end of this hallway, just kind of looking around. And then like Leatherface appears, hits him with the hammer, and then just slides this door out of nowhere, and he's just gone, vanished. Yep. The first time you watch this movie, it's going to catch you, that moment catches you off guard.
It's an iconic scene.
Because it just, boom, happens. Yep. There's no 10 false scares before this. There's no music that builds up. It just happens. It's so like blunt.
You're not introduced to Leatherface previously to that either. This is literally the first time you see him, and he's right into the action.
You have no idea what, and you don't even know what you just saw.
Right.
Like he slams that door, and you're like, what happened? Pam then goes in to investigate and stumbles into this room of like feathers and bones and like this horrific looking human bone decorations, not unlike the corpse art piece at the beginning of the movie. Leatherface appears again and grabs her, recreating the iconic film poster, which I have not represented on the table. I was going to point because I put the Texas Chainsaw Massacre VHS tape over with you, but it's the redrawn cover.
Right.
He recreates that. Her head goes huge and she has giant leering eyes and he's just running forward. No, it's the iconic shot of him pulling her into the house, which was the movie poster that you saw everywhere for this film. Dusk then approaches, and Jerry goes off to find what the fuck happened to Kurt and Pam, finding the nearby kill house, where he's almost immediately brained by Leatherface with a hammer, taking him out as well. Nighttime arrives, and Sally and Franklin are alone and freaking out and wondering, A, what the fuck to do, and B, where the fuck all their friends are. They then go off to look for their friends in the middle of the night in pitch black in the middle of nowhere, which is unnerving as fuck with like one shitty flashlight. And they run face to face into Leatherface, who appears, and we get our one and only chainsaw kill in the entire film. He kills poor Franklin, who's stuck in the wheelchair. Whoo, that one packs a punch. It hits hard. Sally then manages to escape. She gets chased by Leatherface, runs away, runs way far off down the road, and she gets to the gas station where the old man from earlier is still there, and she begs him for help. He consoles her, but there's a twist. He then attacks her and ties her up. The old man is actually working with Leatherface, and we are now getting to see the bigger scope of like just how fucked up this situation.
What's going on out here?
Yeah, what's actually happening. It's not just one maniac. There are more than one maniac. Leatherface. I already said that. Here we go. So then what follows is a desperate fight for survival as Sally attempts to escape the sadistic, cannibalistic Sawyer family, because it is in fact an entire family. And that's the basic plot of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1. I mean, it's pretty simple. Group goes out to the middle of nowhere. Group stumbles on a cannibal family who then slowly picks them off one by one until we're left with our one final girl, Sally.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's an excellent movie.
Number one, buddy. Yeah. That's yours. Yeah. I mean, okay, so my thought was I didn't know if you were going to put the remake above number one, because that's always the question now is, do you like the remake more than you like one? I'm not saying that is the case for me. I think you might be surprised, where I go. But so in this case, because I think with Nightmare, you did this too. You put Nightmare above above part 3. But we didn't do this with Friday. It depends on the series,
Because again, unlike Friday the 13th, I think in this franchise, the original really is the blueprint for what these Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies would become, right? Like they don't really venture too far from this formula. You summed it up very well. Teens go out into the middle of nowhere and they're completely massacred by this family and nobody finds them and nobody ever learns what's going on, right? That's a very simple description, but that's kind of what all of these are. And it really started with this first one. I find this movie is such a great lesson in subtlety. Like,
hardly any soundtrack.
There's just very little, you could tell, I think the budget for this was $170,000, which converted is like less than $1 million today.
You got that in your back pocket right now.
Yeah.
Let's make one of these.
Who doesn't have that?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. Right. But when you're making a movie, even in 1974, that's not a lot of money.
No.
Right. And you could tell that this is one of those instances where their limitations spawned creativity.
Bred creativity.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
You talked about the scene where we first are introduced to Leatherface. That is an iconic horror movie scene. If you watch any compilation of horror movie scenes, that's always in there. He steps out, Leatherface comes out, hits him with the hammer. His body's convulsing. I can't remember who the character's name is. Kirk, right? Again, because everything else is so subtle, when you see something very realistic like that, it makes it that much more impactful. Even now when I watched this just a few days ago, because I watched this one last. I didn't want this
Oh,
one.
you saved
That's
it.
right. I watched it. It was the last one that I watched out of all of these. And I'd seen it before. I'd seen it many times before. But for this run, for this show, in preparation for the show, I'm like, I don't want this one to influence how I feel about the rest of them. I already know I love it. I already know it's going to be number one.
Oh, you knew that.
Right off
I
the
didn't.
top.
See,
Yeah.
how can you say that though? After Curse became your number one, and also you hadn't
Yeah.
seen the Halloween remakes, and they became your number one.
Well, I guess maybe it's more fair to say that it was going to
assumed.
start at number
You
one.
yeah,
and it could move.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it didn't move.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it.
Yeah.
Leatherface is an instant classic horror movie monster. He's just it's like they got it perfect almost immediately.
Yeah.
They don't tweak him much.
Yeah.
It's not Jason where there's this version, and then by 4 it's like, okay, that's Jason.
Right.
You know, it's so good.
But
It's so good.
I think the thing that I like about him the most, though, is that he is not front and center. And
no.
right, other franchises, it is Jason, it is
Right.
Freddy, but this one, you got this whole family. Leatherface plays his part. He's the one that is masked up, so
He's the enforcer.
yeah, he's presented as the big bad. He's going to be the one on the movie cover.
He's the one that chases you.
Right.
The other ones don't really
Right.
chase you.
But again, it's that subtlety that it's not just him, and his part in this movie is relatively small compared to
Right.
how famous he becomes tied to this franchise. So,
I just think the design, it's this version right here,
Yep.
famously played by Gunnar Hansen. I love the look. He actually has multiple masks in this movie, which I'll get into in just a second. He's got like this big butcher style apron, and he wears like this raggedy dress shirt with a tie underneath, almost like he just got off work from a butcher shop, and he's just doing this in his
Right.
off hours or whatever. I think part of what makes Chainsaw Massacre so special, it's right there in the fucking name.
Yep.
Chainsaw. It is one of the most unnerving of any horror film, because every horror film movie monster kind of has their own signature weapon. Jason's got the machete, Freddy's got the bladed, the knives. Multiple characters have versions of blades, like knives in general. Chucky has whatever toys or at his disposal. He has yo-yos. But the chainsaw as a weapon is, I just think, such a perfect piece for horror films.
which is ironic because in this particular movie, he uses a hammer more than he uses the chainsaw. But
Correct.
when he uses the chainsaw, when he's swinging that thing around, there's no better image than that.
Even when, you're right, he doesn't actually, there's actually not a lot of gore in this movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, subtlety, right? They didn't have the budget to show that.
To do the gore effects.
But and this is where this movie becomes legendary for me, right? Really, puts it up. You feel like you see it, but you don't,
right.
right? Because you're caught up in the atmosphere and the intensity and the terror that this movie is putting you through, you feel like you see things that you don't actually see, right? There's not a whole lot of gore that is actually presented on screen in this movie. If you go back and watch it, put all the lights on, turn the sound down so that you're not sort of caught up in it. There's not a whole lot to see in this movie, but you feel this movie, and
I think this movie was like rated X too, which is hilarious, but it's just because it was the 70s and they had just stricter, regulations on this shit in the rating system. But I do believe, I think the creator, I'm spacing on his name.
Toby
Hooper. I think he wanted it to be like PG at one point or something, some like nonsense.
Yep.
It was either this one or part 2. One of them, he was like, he was aiming for a PG rating.
Yeah.
It's like,
which,
because you're right, you don't see a lot.
And if they had presented this movie today to the MPAA, they might have gotten a PG because there isn't, maybe take out some of the excessive parts like
the problem is the content, dude. The concept. It's like you can't really sense it. It's not just the shots, it's the idea that they are chopping and eating people.
Right.
That's
cannibalism probably isn't
no,
gonna get
that's
a
the
PG
problem. It's like you just it's the content, right? I love the chainsaw weapon. I love the design. I like that he's just like this big hulking figure that is just fucking horrifying, and he's gonna chase you down. And when you hear that sound is so visceral.
Yep.
That a chainsaw is just so perfect for a movie monster weapon. it's just the sound is so visceral. It just gets at you like in your gut of like, it puts you on, it's unnerving.
Even when it's being used for its intended purpose of like cutting down trees, it's horrifying.
It's so
right?
loud.
Yeah.
I own a chainsaw, and every time I get that fucker going and I rev it a couple times, I'm just like, this is Chainsaw Massacre.
It's a weapon of death.
It's like, no, but like they didn't even have to tweak the audio of the fucking chainsaw. Just record that audio because it already sounds terrifying. It's going to make you like afraid. What do you think of his different masks in this movie? Because we got 3 of them. We get the first one, the classic Leatherface mask that you're going to see in most merchandise uses this style of mask.
Yep.
We get I don't have it represented on the table. We get, I think it's what's referred to as the grandma mask. It's when it's only in one shot.
Yeah.
It's when he's cooking dinner. He, for some reason, has this like old lady mask on. Yeah. And then also iconic, we get what's referred to as the pretty woman mask or pretty lady mask, which he wears at the end of the movie, where he also has a little bit of a costume change. He's wearing like a suit. He's like actually has a full suit on.
Well, it's probably because, they were sitting down for dinner, right? So
Nailed it. That's actually why he does that. And the reason he has the grandma mask on is because he's playing homemaker. He's cooking in the kitchen. So he's acting like the
taking on
grandmother.
roles.
Yeah, literally. The masks serve purposes. Clever.
Yeah.
Very clever. Yeah.
I mean, it also shows that he is mentally, he's got some mental concerns, right? Like
we don't
struggles.
quite get it in this one.
Yeah.
But in later entries, they make him mentally deficient.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not really in this one.
Yep.
Very quickly, they decided to make that. In this one, it's just, he's just terrifying. You don't really ever get to know him at all in this movie. In later ones, they start to make him mentally handicapped.
And I love that they don't
became
tell
a
us.
running thing.
Like, I don't think they call him Leatherface in this movie. I don't think he's ever actually referred to as Leatherface.
I don't remember a character being. I don't want to definitively say that. Don't make me look for that clip. Fuck you.
Look what your brother did to that door! Yeah, he got no pride in his home. Get her.
I was listening for it, and I don't think they actually call him
Leatherface, get in here.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't see. That's the thing is like I don't quite remember, so I'm like.
The other thing too is they're not referred to as the Sawyer family yet.
No, I don't believe. Yeah. No, I don't think they ever say
that's
that.
Kind of,
that's the second one they start doing that. Yeah,
they retcon that sort of later on in the franchise.
Yeah,
but they tell us very little about who these people are, and I love that. Right? They're just these haunting figures that you stumbled upon, and you don't know anything about them. But holy shit, you're in trouble.
Well, let's talk about atmosphere.
Yeah.
Phenomenal atmosphere.
Absolutely.
The setting of this film is just so fucking good. We've got the gas station in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
Gas station / barbecue.
Yeah, I caught that on the sign. Yeah, and it's like it's just long stretches of fields and empty roads, and then you pull up this gas station. They don't have gas.
Yep.
And it's this funny, weird guy that's like...
But they got lots of meat, though.
So unnerving. Like, what a great little set piece. We have the huge house in the middle of nowhere, like the Franklin estate. There's so many shots of just isolated, like, empty fields.
Yeah.
Like, they really set the stage of you are trapped in buttfuck nowhere. No one is coming for you, and you are miles away from help, and you're surrounded by nothing but empty fields. That's a setting for a horror film.
And you watch this movie, you feel hot. Right? They do an amazing job of giving you the impression that you are literally in the heart of Texas, just in the
hottest
sweltering heat.
Yeah.
I know that right at the beginning of the credits, you always talk about your credit scenes and how they should sort of tell part of the story or at least be active.
Just be interesting.
Right. I love the credit scenes, and I know a lot of people give them a hard time. If you remember what they are, it's basically just like sun flares.
For this one.
That's right.
Yeah.
And a
All
lot
the
of-
other, they're all different. They're not always
they're
the same,
different,
yeah.
but for this one, it's basically just like a photo negative of sun flares going
Yeah.
off, which a lot of people are like, "What's
yeah,
the
well, it
deal with
does
that?"
the
Yeah.
yeah. It's
But
it.
right off the top, you get the sense of just how absolutely blazing hot it is here, and that sort of sets the tone for where you are because. I mean, it just makes you feel uncomfortable even when things are going well, right? When they're driving down, when they initiate their road trip and they're driving around, you feel the temperature.
Oh,
right?
everyone is dripping
That's right.
sweat in this film. And apparently when they filmed this, it was filmed during like record heat wave on top of that.
Yep.
So it's like, talk about adding realism into the film. It actually was real.
Yep.
They were all just like dying of fucking heat, on the verge of heat strokes. It's actually in the movie too. When Kirk and Pam go to find the swimming hole, what happened to the swimming hole?
It's dried up.
It's just dried
Yeah.
up. So it's like, they're like, we really are so desperate for water.
Nope, you're not going to get it.
Fuck you.
Yep.
Who wants to swim in the long grass?
One of the things that I really like about the environment, the setting that they set up, there's that generator that you talked about in the background, right? That's what sort of prompts them to go out and seek. You know, I hear this generator, they must have gasoline.
Just this noise cue
Yeah.
in the
Yep.
distance.
And it kind of, from the moment you hear it, anytime you're out, the scene is outside, I think you hear it like for the rest of the movie. Just this like constant,
Yeah.
and it kind of builds this almost nightmare atmosphere that, you know, it's like, why would you hear this? And it runs constantly. And I just thought it was an excellent touch.
House. Yeah, I can't see it very well.
The dinner scene.
Oh, yeah.
The dinner scene where they've got poor Sally tied up and they're just torturing this poor girl. You can smell that room.
Yep.
And apparently that room was like, that scene was absolute hell to film. Everyone involved had like PTSD because it was, the food immediately started rotting because it was so hot. They were the large lights were making it even fucking hotter. So they're all melting, and like everybody looks. The actress who played Sally, she is so haggard looking,
Right.
Like in this, it just you can feel the exhaustion of all these characters. They're not afraid to show like it look realistic. No one's looking like movie pretty.
No, her eyes are bloodshot, like for real.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's good.
And I'm glad that you brought up the shooting conditions of that dinner scene, because if you're watching the movie and you're not aware of this almost makes that scene perfect, right? Like the scene itself is shot very well, but knowing what the actors and the production crew were going through to make that, apparently I heard in a documentary that scene they shot it for over 20 hours straight.
Yeah.
Which
No, they were all, and I think they were starting to hallucinate.
They were getting sick because the meat
Yeah.
that's on the table was literally going bad
Rotting
in front of them.
Right. And they're breathing that in.
Just,
yeah.
oh man,
They sacrificed for their craft,
Yes,
Mark.
yes.
Yeah. Let's talk about characters.
Yep.
All the characters, they genuinely feel like like a real group of young kids. It's
Yep.
very natural. All their dialogue is like simple, minimalist. Like there's no like extended dialogue there's no like Kevin Smith type dialogue where it's like we're gonna talk about this one specific topic. It's just
It's not scripted.
It's not.
Yep.
No, it's not very scripted, and maybe a lot of it was just improv-ish. It's just short little bursts of things,
Yep.
you know.
I mean, they'd skin them sometimes even before they were even
Oh,
dead.
that's horrible.
Yeah.
People shouldn't kill animals for food.
Oh, well, they don't do it like that anymore. Now they got this big air gun that shoots a bolt into their skull and then retracts it. It's just boom, goes boom, and
Franklin, I like me. Please change the subject. Yeah, that's terrible. It's still going on.
It's hot in here.
They feel real. No one feels like they're playing a character
Yeah.
almost. You know what you know what I mean by that? Yeah.
They don't seem like actors,
Right.
which doesn't pull you out of it the way that some of these entries I think will do.
So this is part of why this is one of my problems.
Okay.
They also kind of suck.
Yeah.
They're not good.
But
we don't
people suck. Right?
Not the ones in the movies I like. No, they all kind of suck
No.
and they're kind of boring
Yeah.
and they have nothing to say because they didn't script them anything to say that was interesting. And we don't get to know any of them. They're just, like even Sally, it's like, if you were ranking the final girls in horror films, Sally's going to rank fucking low because she doesn't really do anything. I don't know her. I don't know what she likes. I don't know what she doesn't like. I don't know a fucking thing about her. And it really becomes a problem later in the series when they try to bring her back. Because it's like, what are you pulling off of?
What are you bringing back?
Who are you even? You know, it's not like Laurie Strode where we really got a sense of her family, her home life, her friend group, her priorities. Like,
We
they
learned
don't do
who
that.
she was as a person.
Bingo.
Yeah.
We don't get any of that with these characters. And I also think because of that, the film suffers. It's a short runtime. I think it's only like an hour and a half or whatever.
Less than that.
Yeah. It drags, man.
There are points.
And it drags anytime I'll tell you when it drags. When they do like 10 minutes of like, okay, you guys need to fill a scene now. And it's just like Sally and Franklin debating about like what to do with their friends, or like there's all this like filler dialogue scenes where it's like, we got to get to that runtime somehow.
Yep.
But like, they're just talking about nothing. So we don't, it's bad. Yeah.
And to dovetail off of that, they give way too much screen time to Franklin, who was got to be the most annoying character in any of these movies. He's pretty bad.
I don't know, man.
With one exception, I think, which we'll probably agree on.
I think we're going to agree on.
I mean, they probably could have spent more time fleshing out Sally's character, except I feel also that I kind of like that they didn't do that, because then you find sometimes when you're watching these movies, when they're spending a little bit too much time on who's going to ultimately become the final girl, it tips the hat of who's going to live through these things.
I hear
right?
that. I hear that.
By leaving it ambiguous that way, by not giving us a whole lot of screen time for her, we don't know which one of these is going to survive, if any of them.
I get that point, but then you got to develop them all a little bit.
Yeah.
Because then also when one dies, it's got that little bit more of an impact. Where you're like, I kind of liked Kirk, or I kind of liked Jerry, But instead it's just like, oh, that guy got it.
Yep.
It's like, eh.
One thing I did like about them, though, they're actually 70s kids. I don't know what it is about this franchise, because there's a lot of entries that will go back in time.
I would say half the movies are in the past.
And they can't get it right. Like they just, it's like, you look like a 2013 kid, but you're telling me the movie's in 1974. Like, you're not,
like 1960s.
Right? Yeah. So, whereas
I'm okay with that because women are hotter now, so I have no problem with this.
Sure.
I don't mind this at all. I'm okay with that. You take Sally and compare her to like Jessica Biel, I'm going Jessica Biel. I'd rather have the HD eye candy. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But I feel like Sally was just more
of nothing.
Marilyn Burns did it better.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. By having no real distinguishing features or characteristics. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your ideal woman.
That's it.
It's just you project onto her whatever you want her to be.
I want you to be nothing.
I don't want you to be formed.
Right.
I'm going to whatever I want, what I think you should or shouldn't be, or like or not like.
Just dress like your time period and then have no characterization whatsoever.
Yeah.
Nope.
Mark's married, by the way.
I don't know how. Not anymore.
Right. Yeah, now she listens to this. Yeah. I got one last thing to say, but it's a big one. Do you have any other points you want to interject?
Just to say that, one of the from the moment that we see Freddy
Krueger,
Leatherface for the first time, the movie starts to build in an intensity, right? You mentioned that there's a lot of kind of boring parts in this movie, and I think that that's intentional, right? The first sort of 30 minutes of this movie are very slow, they kind of move at a snail pace, right? Yeah. But then all of a sudden, right, he slams that metal door and it's on, right? Because there really aren't any moments after that where the intensity comes back down, right? A lot of the movies that we have watched in these franchises, they kind of have this up, down, right? Freddy, he stalks somebody in their sleep, he kills her, and then the next scene is the other kids back at school. Oh, okay, we got to take a deep breath, and then we start the process again, right? Not with this one. One of the things that
Friday the 13th is kind of the same thing.
Right. Kill somebody in the forest.
Somebody off, and then they find the body, and they're like, oh,
yeah,
Kirk died?
And then we're back at the party.
And then it's like, all right, let's chill a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
But with this one, once it gets going, it kind of just moves up in intensity and it doesn't stop. I can imagine that if you were watching this in a movie theater, right? When it gets to the end, right? Sally has just managed to escape. She's in the back of the truck. She's screaming and laughing because she's literally gone insane. Leatherface is dancing around with the chainsaw. Movie ends, lights come up. Everybody in the theater is probably just sitting there like, they need a moment before they turn to their friend and be like, so what did you think of that? Right? Yeah. It builds an intensity and it doesn't let you go until the movie's over. And I thought that was incredible. And one of the things that I was concerned about was, how do you top that? Where do you go from there after this movie? So we'll talk more about that when we get to the additional franchise.
Oh, you can go places, buddy.
Right.
You can go places.
But I mean, how do you replicate that? Do you replicate that? What decision do they make after this? Because the way that they decided to handle this movie, you can't really do it again, right? So anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Well, let's talk about the ending.
Yep.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Amazing ending scene. It's for all the parts where I think it drags, it makes up for it in the last 15 minutes.
Yep.
So the ending, I'm going to go through it. It is just pure fucking chaos. So Sally's like, they're trying to kill Sally and chop her up and all this shit. And then we get this chaotic dinner scene and she just barely manages to escape from her captors, which at this point, it's not just Leatherface and the old man. It's also Nubbins.
Yep.
Nubbins has returned. And there's also the creepy grandfather who it looks like a living corpse.
Right.
He's just, the old age makeup's pretty bad, but it's just like this barely mobile human being in a chair. I have to mention him because he's going to be coming up in every entry. This is our starting Sawyer family.
Yep.
This is the blueprint.
This is the prototype.
This is the prototype.
Yeah.
A lot of the entries are going to have plus or minus on specific members, but there's a few constants. We usually get like a type of father figure. We always get Leatherface, and then, well, almost always. And then we'll usually get like a brother type character, and then we always get like a elderly type character that's usually just immobile and doesn't even fucking move. Yep. So they're trying to like get the grandfather to like brain fucking poor Sally, and they like hold her over like this metal bucket to like,
because Grandpa's the best at killing.
You just hush. It won't hurt none. My old grandpa's the best killer there ever was. I never took more than one lick, they say.
So they say. He's the best in the business. He kills them with only one hit. And now clearly, he just like keeps missing and he can't even lift the fucking hammer.
His best days are behind him.
Right.
Yep.
And then she kind of escapes in a goofy way. She kind of just like flails around and they just let go of her for a second. And then she jumps out of a window. She immediately gets pursued as she's running down. She just makes a beeline towards the street, running down like this long driveway from the Sawyer residence. And she is getting pursued from both Nubbins and Leatherface in a very tense chase. And Nubbins is like maniacally like slashing at her back with like his razor blade as Leatherface is like bringing up the rear. They then get onto the road where mercifully, because fuck Nubbins, is he an annoying character, Nubbins gets run over by a fucking transport truck that suddenly shows up. Trivia. I think you might be able to get this one. What is the name of the truck?
The Black Maria.
Yeah, buddy. I knew you'd fucking get that. Now, is that something you always knew, or
no? I made a note of it because I figured you'd ask.
Are you starting to? You're starting to write.
I don't know why this will be.
You're like, Justin's gonna ask this.
He's gonna want.
Yeah, the Black Maria runs over Nubbins, and then the guy stops, and he's just like, "What the fuck is happening?
Right.
Yeah, like what did I just get into?" And Leatherface is like chasing Sally around the truck, and this fucking truck driver, he kicks ass, man. He helps Sally run away, and then he grabs a fucking wrench and just brains Leatherface right in the fucking dome, and it actually causes Leatherface to fall back and then cut himself with the chainsaw. Man, this fucking driver, who is this unsung hero? Right after he does that, he just runs off.
Yeah.
He's gone.
We never hear from him again.
What is going through that poor man's head?
Yep.
He's driving along. he runs over this guy in the street and he's like, I just killed a man. He then opens his door and then sees like a maniac wielding a chainsaw chasing a girl covered in blood around. And he's got to be thinking, what the fuck is this? He then tries to help the girl, hits Leatherface, subdues him for a second, and then he just runs off. Mark, where did he run to?
I know.
Do you have a fan theory?
No. But I do have to take points off of, I know you like them, but why on earth do they get into the cab of the truck just to get out the other side and continue running away? Drive away.
Nope. The adrenaline's running too hard for you.
They get into the driver's side and then immediately get out of the passenger side.
They go into the driver's side and then Leatherface starts slashing at the door and
drive away.
And then they
no, get out of the truck.
No, that man had to take a shit.
Yep.
And that's where he was running. That's the canon.
Yep.
The actual official canon is the only reason he stopped is he didn't stop because he hit nubbins.
Right.
The truckers hit people all the time. And they
it's just part of the job.
That's it. Yeah. Just human roadkill.
Well, I mean, at least we know that he's running right now. He could still be running to this day, but at least eventually down the road, he's going to run into a gas station / barbecue restaurant.
Yeah,
so he'll be fine.
Yeah. I love the fact that it's just like this fat, schlubby transport truck driver.
Yep.
He's not heroic looking.
No.
It's not this manly guy. It's just this regular looking dude who probably was a real transport truck driver. And he just like what did he even run into? Yeah, we don't get any information about him. He's just gone. And then another driver out of nowhere in a truck rolls up and a blood-soaked Sally jumps in the back and just screams, "Go, go!"
Yep.
And they take off as they put Leatherface in the rear view, and Sally starts laughing maniacally, clearly traumatized with PTSD. She is out of her fucking mind at this point. And we get one of the most iconic shots of the entire franchise. We get this amazing shot of it's like dim sunlight. The sun's just starting to go down, and Leatherface starts waltzing. I call it waltzing.
Yep.
Waltzing in the middle of the street with his chainsaw. Cut to credits.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
That's a good ending.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you know that shot of him like dancing with the chainsaw, he was doing that off camera and Tobe Hooper liked it so much, decided to film it. Did you know that?
That makes perfect sense.
No, but did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Yeah. I want to.
Hey, I got your Black Maria. All right. I didn't.
Yeah. No, apparently, I don't remember why he was doing it. I think it was like Gunnar Hansen was so fucking frustrated from the filming that he just like blowing off steam. And then Tobe Hooper was like, I'm using this.
That's going in.
Because what a cool shot.
Yep.
He's like swinging the chainsaw around and great shot. Anything else you'd like to say about Texas Chainsaw 1?
Just the last point that when she jumps out the window at the end, it's daytime. So this has gone on all night long, right? We talk about the setting, the environment, you know, the where these kids have been, what they're being subjected to. This isn't just 10 minutes of screen time. You know, she was unconscious. She's been dealing with this.
She was tortured for like hours.
Yep.
Yeah. Brutal stuff.
Yep.
Moving on.
Yep.
To we are skipping ahead quite a bit. The original is 1974. We are skipping ahead to 1986 with Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Mark Skews, where do you have this?
I have this as number 2. I love this movie.
We almost agree, dude.
This movie is incredible. Number 1. Okay. All right. So you are forgiven for...
this is my number 1.
Yeah.
I fucking love this. I was so worried you weren't going to like it. Because to me, this is Child's Play 2. They just went insane. They go crazy. I thought you were going to have this at 5.
No. I call this the cocaine bear.
I literally have in my notes cocaine. Okay, all right. Well, let's get into it. I'm so happy you have this high.
No.
I put it specifically over beside me.
It's so good.
I love part 2. Yeah. It is fucking madness, and I love it for it. Yeah. Okay. So this is So that's an acceptable one.
Yep.
It's an acceptable one. Yeah. All right. Is your prediction going to come true? Because we've hardly been off yet.
And I will say before you start the plot, I will give you that because it's so different from the first one that they're almost like, I can totally understand why you would put this at number one. I have to pay respect to the first one.
Yeah.
But this movie is incredible.
It's so fun. Yeah. So fun. Okay. 12 years later.
12 years, yeah.
That's insane to do a sequel that fucking later. Toby Hooper returns, and we are now deep in the fucking 1980s.
Yep.
And to prove it, what does it open with? See if you can get this. The first thing we see when the movie opens, do you know what it is?
I don't have a note of it.
The Canon Films logo.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I have a note that it's Canon Films.
Canon Films, buddy.
Yeah.
For those for the uninitiated, Canon Films was this. I'm not going to get into the whole history. You can look it up yourself. But they were this scrappy little film production company that had some very shady business, some questionable business practices. Yep. But they weirdly cranked out a ton of really fun movies from the 80s, and they were just a mass producing, just cranking out films, mostly action and horror and schlocky shit.
Justin and I have taken many hours of good entertainment from Canon movies.
The funny thing about Canon is like most of them aren't. You'd never say they were critically incredible.
No.
But a lot of them are really fun and
awesome.
really good and just awesome. Yeah. And so that's your first indication of where we are in time right now is it opens with that Canon Films logo. Yep. Puts a smile to my face, buddy. It's like, oh, buddy, we're in for something. We then get another text scroll with a narrator informing us that Sally survived, but authorities were never able to locate the Sawyer family. So is that the first time they used the word Sawyer?
I think
was in the credits, I guess? Yeah. Okay. Maybe not. However, over the last 13 years, they keep getting sporadic reports of similar incidents.
Yep.
Meaning the Sawyer family is still at large. They were never...
They're active.
And they have been active. It's not like this is just, now this film, now it's the first time they're coming out of hiding. It's like, no. They've been doing this over and over again. We're just here now, later in time. We then get one of the things I don't like in this movie. We get this boring, basic credit sequence of red text on a black background. Ew. Stop. Come on. Give me something it's a shit credit sequence. It's as lazy as you can possibly get. It's just black and then fade in text. It's like, give me something, man. Whatever. The movie makes up for it in other ways, but it's a minor nitpick. Cut to a couple of wild party boys who are driving around drinking and shooting signs. Yeah. They're just like going on a road trip and they're like drunk and they're just... It's not nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
I gotta cut. I have a note here. Basic red credits over a black background accomplishes nothing. Justin is gonna hate this. So
we're starting to know each other very well here.
I had a note for it. I just didn't have it at the top.
I can't stand it. It's just stop, do something. Even the original, the flash bulb, it's still like it was evidence photos though. You get to see flashes of evidence photos. Like that's engaging. Black. A wall of black and like text fading in and out. That's giving us nothing.
It counts as part of your screen
nothing.
time. Like you could use it.
You might as well just hand me a fucking pamphlet before the movie starts and it's like, here's the stars in the movie, and then not have that fucking 3 minutes of just wasted screen time. Whatever.
In reference to the new characters that you were talking about, I have a note. We've traded hippies for yuppies.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Wild yuppie party boys. Yep. Yes. We get introduced to our main protagonist, Stretch, who is a female DJ who's hosting a radio station that coincidentally the party boys are listening to as they're driving. Intrigued, the fuck boys call into the station and harass Stretch as they continue to drive around recklessly. And for some reason, the station can't end the call because the boys won't hang up. Makes absolutely no sense. This makes no sense.
I have a note. Why doesn't the radio host just hang up the phone?
Yeah, later, sports. Just hang up, okay?
No way!
LG.
Damn it, I'm trying, darling.
Because the producer guy is trying, but he can't.
No, he can't.
I'm like, stupid. Apparently, if you call this radio station, they can never hang up on you.
So that's it. Literally, I've never heard of this step.
We got to keep them on the air.
Well, not
Why?
only that, it's like, it's a radio station. Wouldn't they have even more advanced call technology than the average? Like, wouldn't they have a switchboard where they could take multiple lines?
Right.
But for whatever reason,
Or just turn the volume down on them.
right.
So they
But for whatever reason, if you call in, unless you hang up, the radio station is locked into that phone call.
They are bound to keep your call going.
Right, exactly. So the party boys continue their joyride before encountering this annoying truck that comes out of nowhere and begins to fuck with them.
Yep.
Things take a terrifying turn as they realize the party boys just fucked with the wrong people. And we get this amazing opening sequence where Leatherface and company attack the other guys. The first Leatherface, so they're on this bridge and like the yuppies are going forward. The truck is going backwards, following them in like this perfect straight line. And Leatherface holds up a corpse, waving it around with like a Halloween decoration. Who's the corpse, Mark? You can get this. You totally can get this. This is a sequel to 1. Or did you never realize this before?
Like, who is it from the first one?
Yeah. Well, who's the corpse? So Leatherface is holding up a corpse. Who's the corpse?
Oh, I know this, but I'm drawing a blank.
It's Nubbins.
Yeah,
It's his brother.
Yeah.
It's his brother's corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah, his brother's corpse is kind of a character in this movie because he comes up, because later on.
And he's on the, he's on the cover.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Nubbins. Yeah.
Yep.
So the brother from the first movie, Nubbins, who died by getting run over, they kept his corpse.
Yeah.
They move it around like it's still part of the family. It's fucking warped. So he's like moving it around and trying to and like fucking with the two boys, and the boys are like, "What the fuck?" And they like shoot at it. They shoot at the corpse, thinking that they got him. Leatherface then takes out this giant fucking chainsaw and begins slicing at the other car and literally like cutting into the fucking car while they're driving. Meanwhile, the entire time, Stretch can hear the audio because, as you recall, they can't hang up the call.
Right.
It was a plot point to make to set this
So
up.
that they could hear that.
Yeah, exactly. So the call is still going through live while the boys are being attacked by the Sawyers. Leatherface kills the driver before the line hauntingly goes dead. The call finally gets hung up. Cut to our introduction of another new character, Lieutenant Enright, played by
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis fucking Hopper. Hell yeah. Enright is investigating the wreck from the opening chase we saw. So he's looking at like the wreckage of like the car that had crashed. Another officer shows up and tries to dissuade Enright, saying that this is nothing but a accident and has no relation to the chainsaw murders that happened in South Texas 13 years ago. And it's revealed that Enright is actually Sally and Franklin's uncle.
Right.
So Sally and Franklin from the original film, Dennis Hopper is their uncle. And he's on the hunt for those responsible for Sally's in a hospital, but Franklin died, obviously. So he is looking for the perpetrators of this. He has been on a manhunt.
I was going to say, you get the sense that he's been doing this for a long time.
Years. And he rolls up to the scene and he just immediately recognizes this wasn't any ordinary crash.
Yep.
I think he sees like the chainsaw cuts in the car or something like that. Like things that wouldn't happen from like a car crash. The other officer threatens to go to his higher ups to get Enright removed from the area. Enright calls his bluff and he relents, agreeing to put a notice in the paper calling for any witnesses. Instantly, gotta love Canon films. They just go.
Yep.
Instantly, it cuts to Stretch showing up at Enright's hotel room to recount her story and play the recording of the opening incident, the phone call that happened. And although initially hesitant, Enright agrees to let Stretch help him by using her voice on the radio to reach out to people. She wants to do some real journalism instead of just being a basic DJ. We get a little bit of character development here. You get to find
Not a lot, but
not a lot, but a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. A little more than Sally.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a chili cook-off in town, and the winner is revealed to be Drayton Sawyer, which I think is the first time they name him.
Yeah.
So Drayton Sawyer is the father-type figure from the original, the creepy old man at the gas station, who then later joins with the rest of his familial clan.
Yeah. Even though he's one of the brothers, he kind of takes on.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. So it's the character is once again played by Jim Sydow or Jim Sidow. I don't know how you want to pronounce it. Jim Sidow. I'll say Sidow. Jim Sidow reprises his role from the first film. There's a funny little moment where he actually wins the chili cook-off, and they're like, "What's your secret recipe, Drayton? What's your secret recipe?" And he's like, "It's all in the meat."
The second year in a row. This year, Drayton, you've got to tell the secret of that fabulously tasty chili.
No secret, it's the meat. Don't skimp on the meat. I got a real good eye for prime meat. Runs in the family. Whoop. It's one of those hard-shell peppercorns.
Which the implication here is that his chili is made of human body parts, human meat. I love that moment.
Well, he's been selling it for a long time because remember in the first one, his barbecue business was just human meat.
Right, because he's got a little road stand. Yeah, where he's seemingly, I guess, selling human meat as barbecue. Maybe is that the implication you got?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I never made that connection before.
And again, when Sally is being quote unquote rescued by him in the first one, and he leaves, then comes back and starts smacking her with the broom, she looks around and takes note and realizes, oh, there's something going on here. I'm in trouble.
That's cool. I never caught that. I never made that connection. I thought this was like a new little business arrangement that he came up with. Well, in this one, he pushes it further than he did. But then he's expanding operations. Yeah, he's expanding operations. So then, what do we got here? Enright shows up at the radio station and asks Stretch to play the recording of the phone call where the two boys got massacred. And she initially hesitates because she's like, "We can't do that. It's against FCC laws or whatever the fuck." And then they relent, and then they end up doing it because they're trying to the idea is they're trying to either get somebody to come forward who knows something, or what Dennis Hopper's actually trying to do is lure out the people who caused it. So she complies and plays the tape, which draws the attention of the Sawyer family.
That's exactly what
Enright
he thought
wanted. Yep. Later that night, Stretch gets some unexpected visitors at the radio station as Leatherface and his new brother, Chop Top, show up, played by Bill Moseley.
Yeah, I don't have his name.
That's
but
okay.
I know his history.
Bill Moseley, Bill Moseley.
He was a huge fan. He made a fan film. Toby Hooper loved it. Said, "I'm going to put you in another movie if I ever do one." And here he is.
Yep. So they show up at the radio station to get rid of the evidence and the witness. Yep. So they're there to destroy the tape and kill Stretch. This scene we talk a lot about how jump scares just shouldn't exist. They just suck. They're just always pointless. It's the meow and the jumps out of the closet or out of the cupboard or somebody comes up behind you. No, this has one of I think my favorite jump scares ever.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I've got a note about it.
So to set this up, Stretch is like she doesn't we don't see Leatherface yet. It's just Chop Top. He's the one that shows up first. And Sally and Stretch is just kind of like, she immediately recognizes, okay, this guy's trouble. Like I don't know exactly what's happening, but this dude's trouble. I got to get rid of him.
Yep.
And he's just not leaving. And he keeps like
he wants a tour.
He asks for a tour. And then he keeps like dragging this interaction and he's asking question after question after question. And as she's trying to get rid of them, they're in this one area that's like kind of like there's like a desk and it's kind of like an open reception area. And they slowly inch their way to this doorway, just almost by like Sally trying to move away and him kind of pursuing.
Pinning her back almost.
And they reach this doorway, and through the doorway is like, I think it's supposed to be like the vault of like where all the records are, like the actual records themselves. And it's like pitch black. And out of fucking nowhere, we get the fucking, the lights come on and Leatherface is revealed and the chainsaw is instantly revved up and he just charges full steam right through the fucking doorway.
Hey, maybe I could get a copy. And you could autograph it to a far out fan. Hey, what's in here?
Record vault.
Oh, where you keep the golden oldies and maybe the new music. Oh, not me! Get the girl! Get the girl!
I got a note. Leatherface flying out of the dark closet was a decent jump scare and carried serious threat. This wasn't some cat jumping down off the top shelf. It was Leatherface literally trying to kill Stretch.
If you're going to do a jump scare, this is how you do a fucking jump scare.
Because it's not a jump scare.
It's not a jump
There's
scare.
There's actual real threat here, right?
Right. It's an actual, it's a scare.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first time I watched this movie, that shot made me like shit my pants because it just comes out of nowhere because it's so quiet and just there's, you don't see it coming. You legit don't see it coming.
You're uneasy with Chop Top, scratching his head.
And your focus is on Chop Top, so
Yep.
you're not expecting what's coming through the dark corridor.
Yep.
Yeah. So good. So good. So then Leatherface and Chop Top, after they get the evidence, they leave the station and they leave Stretch alive. Specifically, Leatherface leaves Stretch alive because she like runs off and locks herself in a room and then he gets in, but then she kind of seduces him and he kind of develops a little quick crush on her.
Yep.
So then he lies to his brother and says that Stretch has been dealt with and that she's killed. So then they leave. Not wanting to let the killers get away, Stretch pursues them. She hops in her car and follows them to some sort of abandoned amusement park or like some sort of giant attraction. Suddenly, Enright shows up. And it turns out he used her as bait. A trap door outside, no less, opens up and Stretch falls into it. What is happening? Like, it's just like in the middle, literally, it's like the middle of this long driveway. There's just like this trap door that nothing seemingly triggered it. It just happened.
And she falls forever.
Yeah, and she falls like down. It's like something out of like Pee-wee Herman's, like Pee-wee's Playhouse of like, what is this? It's like this Tim Burton type attraction of like this nonsensical thing. And what follows is Stretch trying to hide from the Sawyer family and escape because this is their little hideout. This is where we spend the third act of the film.
Yep.
While Dennis Hopper is out for blood and just trying to avenge his kin who were tragically taken from him from the events of the first film. It's so good.
It is.
It's so good. Yeah, it's so good.
I have a point that I wanted to start off with. I said, one of the things I love doing this show. Right, I get the excitement of watching these movies in advance and then getting the chance to come here and talk to you about it. But every once in a while, there's a small piece of regret because in this movie, I felt that way. The reason for that is because as I was watching this movie, all I could think about was, man, I really wish I could watch this with Justin because this is the kind of movie that we would have enjoyed. We would have been
cheering the entire time.
So I'm like, I know that obviously being able to do the show is its own, great thing, but this all started just from our love of watching this crap together.
Right.
And this, of all of the ones in this franchise, Yeah, you can watch the rest of them by yourself, but this one I really felt like, oh man, I'm missing something.
You almost got to enjoy. It's so madness. You
Yep.
almost need to have the group to
That's
enjoy.
right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So had you seen this one before? You must have.
I think I did when I was really young, but I just didn't remember it.
You didn't remember what it was.
Yeah. I couldn't appreciate just how great it was at the time. Yep.
Well, let's get into it.
Yep.
My first point. This movie is coke-fueled 80s madness. Literally
Yeah.
madness.
Yeah.
The opening chase scene sets the tone for the entire film.
Yep.
It is off the rails almost immediately. This is all of the subtle. This is why I thought you were gonna have this a mid pick.
Yep.
Chainsaw 1 is classy. Chainsaw 2 doesn't give a fuck.
I made a note. It's just sleazier than the original.
Oh, in every
all
way.
the best
in
ways.
every way.
Yeah.
There's nothing. The subtlety of that, what you're wearing. In case you didn't notice, I'm wearing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2 shirt. It's all gone in this, buddy.
Yep.
It is a smorgasbord of madness. There's a chainsaw fight in this film. So Dennis Hopper is trying to track down this evil clan of cannibals, and he goes at one point to get supplies, and he goes to a shop and buys chainsaws.
Yep.
Why would you need to buy chainsaws? Why wouldn't you just have guns? Why, Dennis Hopper? Why do you need chainsaws? Let alone 3 chainsaws. Why do you need 3 chainsaws?
He's got 2 hanging off his belt.
He has 2 smaller chainsaws holstered, and then a big one that he carries. Why does he need those? Fuck you. That's why, because it's cool.
It's like he's a lawman, so he has access to guns. But nope. There's something special about using the chainsaw against the chainsaw.
In the middle of, he has a chainsaw fight with Leatherface. Leatherface gets a chainsaw put through him.
Right.
And just keeps going.
It's fine. He walks it off.
He just
Walks
no
it off.
problem. He's still in the fight. He's still acting. That doesn't instantly kill him. That's this film. Chop Top. Chop Top is madness.
Awesome. No.
He's just he's got this fucking metal plate in his head because he's a Nam veteran from Vietnam, and it's like this exposed metal plate where there's no skin. Like normally you get a metal plate, they put skin on top of that. The plate is supposed to be to protect your skull, but for some reason it's exposed. I don't know if that would actually ever happen. I don't know. I don't care. It's weird. It's creepy. Yeah. He's got this coat hanger that he's constantly because it's constantly itching where the scalp is meeting the edge of the metal, and it's constantly clear scabbing because he picks at it all the time. So he lights this coat hanger and he uses it to scratch his scalp.
Then he eats it.
What is happening? This is crazy.
And there's a when you're first introduced to him, you can't see the plate. So he's got a little bit of cover over top of it, but not enough, right? So you don't immediately see that. That piece doesn't come off until the chaos ensues.
Yeah, it's he wears little hair pieces.
That's right.
It's not I don't think it's just a shitty little wig. Yeah, they're terrible wigs.
Yeah.
Leatherface's look in this movie is awesome. He wears a suit at the end of this film.
Yep.
In this movie, he's got an even more elaborate suit. He's got an even bigger fucking chainsaw. And Leatherface dances.
Yep.
Why does he dance? I have no idea. Do you know what I'm talking about? For some reason, the main actor who played actually I'm gonna hold that point for a second, but for whatever reason, somebody decided Leatherface needs a trademark thing that he does. And so they decided for this film, he's going to do this little jig. The little. Yeah. So he grabs every time he's got the chainsaw, right when he's about to do something with the chainsaw, he goes
it's like this little shuffle.
Right.
That he does.
He does it so many times, not once, not twice. I think I noticed it's like 6 or 7 times in this fucking movie.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Get the girl! Get the girl!
What a weird decision. I love the design of Leatherface. It just seems it feels like an evolution of the Pretty Woman mask. He doesn't actually do any of the female masks in this movie. He only has the one mask.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it too.
Yep.
I'm fine with it. The mask he has looks creepy. It looks even more weird than the first movie. It's less it's less haunting. It's more revolting.
Yep.
It's like more chunky with like ears and shit on it. Yeah, it's a great design. Shout out to Tom Morga, who, if you recall, Tom Morga, I absolutely love. One of my favorite Friday the 13th movies. Who does he play, Mark?
He is one of the Jasons.
Yes, he is part 5 Jason, one of my favorite Friday the 13th films. Tom Morga, he only plays Leatherface in one scene, but in my opinion, it's the best scene. He is the Leatherface in the opening chase
The car
scene.
chase,
The
yeah.
car chase, yeah.
One other
sorry,
thing.
go ahead.
He also appears as I thought that you would have this point. Tom Morga has a scene as one of the Michael Myers. I think in part 4 or 5.
I did know this.
So
yeah.
he is the only actor to have partaken
Yes.
or appeared in all 3 of those big franchises, right?
Tom Morga is the man.
Tom Morga.
If you ever get a chance, if Tom Morga is at a con, don't hesitate. He is so humble. He was so sweet. Such a nice guy to talk to. Absolutely seek him out if he's at a con. He doesn't get enough love. Yeah, he doesn't get enough love. That was one of the better people that I met at like the horror cons. Yeah, I had a great fan experience with him. Leatherface is just there's so much wild shit with him in this movie. He like bursts through a wall at one point.
Yeah, like Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah, like he just goes right through the fucking wall. He dry humps a girl stretch with his chainsaw.
Yep.
He like literally puts his chainsaw where his dick is and then like starts like grinding. Stretch's got her legs open.
Yep.
He starts like rubbing it against her crotch. Fucking Chainsaw Part 2, buddy.
Cocaine Bear.
Oh, right. One of the most fucking gnarly scenes. He takes, they kill, there's like a coworker at the DJ place.
LG.
Sure, LG, who's so similar to Joe Bob Briggs. I thought it was Joe Bob. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Joe Bob Briggs. I don't know if he was impersonating Joe Bob or what, but man, is he a Joe Bob Briggs-esque character. He's even got like the cowboy hat, and he's got a very similar type Southern accent. And he's been killed at this point. Leatherface takes off his face, puts it on to Stretch, takes the cowboy hat, puts that on his Stretch, and then starts dancing with her.
Yeah.
What is happening?
But he's not actually dead yet either.
Oh yeah, he's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive as well. Yeah. Oh, so good. I just have so much to talk about here. Do you want to jump in with a point?
Sure. Let me scroll back up. What do you think of Dennis Hopper in this?
Okay, let's get to. We can. I'll scroll down to Dennis Hopper. Wow.
Lefty, as they call him. You were calling him by his name.
I went with Lieutenant Enright because half the movie he's Enright. Lefty is like, call me Lefty. Then nobody calls him Lefty. So
Lefty,
it's like it's kind of pointless.
Lefty and Stretch. I thought it was kind of stupid.
But nobody says Lefty, so I'm like, nah, Enright. You know, more people say like, Lieutenant Enright, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
He famously said on record it was the worst film he'd ever done. Did you know that?
And he was famous by this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
This was not
a name. This is a name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another entry in this series where you have notable actors who later would go on to become very famous, but this was kind of their start. This was not the start for Dennis Hopper. He was a very famous actor.
He was a get. That was probably deliberate. Yeah. They were trying to get somebody with name.
And he's not in the movie very much compared to how much credit he gets for this movie. He's not really a lead character.
I like him.
Yeah.
I like the character. I mean,
it's over the top.
I'm going to guess we both love Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
Dennis Hopper's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Great character actor. Yeah. R.I.P. He died, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Edit that out.
No, I'm pretty sure he's dead. I absolutely love the idea of his character. The idea that there has been ramifications from the events of the first film.
Yep.
That there is now somebody out for blood. That the Sawyers couldn't just do whatever the fuck they wanted and get away with it. That there's consequences.
Somebody got away.
Somebody got away, and that somebody had family, and that family is now out for blood. That person, I think that's a great motivation. It gives him a clear motivation that we can get behind, we can understand. This man is out for vengeance.
As it doesn't seem like a tremendous tie-in, yet it's better than some of the entries we're going to have.
And it also is pretty realistic.
It's simple.
Like, it's just simple. It's I can get behind it. I like it. I think part of the problem with him is by the 1 hour mark, he just loses it and he's just running around and shouting. I would say 60% of what Dennis Hopper does in this film is run around the final set piece, shouting and screaming and wildly waving around a chainsaw.
The odd lightsaber chainsaw battle.
He does have some he's got some badass lines in the movie.
I have authority from the DA's office to put you right back on the next plane to Amarillo.
Will you just do that, son? I'd like to see that authority.
Boys.
What the hell's going on here? That the American way of entering a man's home singing like that? Oh, I get it. The old fresher game, huh?
Boys, you never should have been doing this.
It's not a phone in. He said he didn't like it, but it's not a phone in performance.
No, not at all.
But I just think they didn't give him really much to do by the end. But I do like when he gets serious and has some good dialogue. It's great. He's got a good few good deliveries. I actually think the best, not the best. Sorry, I won't say the best scene. One of the most powerful scenes with him is when he finds Franklin's corpse. Do you remember this scene? It's right near the end of the movie because at this point, Dennis Hopper is they're in the hideout of the Sawyers, this gigantic amusement.
Do you remember what it's called?
No, what is it?
Texas Battleland.
Texas Battleland. Okay, yeah. It was some out of commission
a theme park.
Some out of commission theme park that's in some giant enclosure.
Right.
Hold that thought. I want to talk about this set. But he's chopping down the support beams, trying to make the place collapse. Right. And while he's doing this, he stumbles upon Franklin's corpse in the fucking wheelchair. And there's a powerful little moment where he's just
because he's obviously been
taken aback.
The corpse has been sitting there for over a decade.
Right, but it also confirms what he suspected, which was he may not have 100% known that he was dead.
Yeah.
But this is
now he knows.
Now he knows. It's he gives him that little bit of closure, but it also just reinforces that what he's doing is, just.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good little moment. Yep. But Dennis Hopper's great. Yeah. Let's talk about the set. The final set is fucking awesome. Where is this? How did they find this? They didn't build this because it's way too big. They had to have found something, right? Because it's huge. Yep. It's huge. It's this abandoned attraction, but the majority of the attraction is underground.
So the way that I took it is there's this theme park above ground,
right?
But then they've built their own kind of hidden fortress underneath. So what the most of the third act takes place underground,
right?
Not in the Texas Battleland setting. I don't think people are meant to be down there. It's not.
I don't know because I swear there was a few attraction
otherwise,
signs down there.
Yeah, maybe they've just stored them. I mean, look, they got corpses down there.
No. But it's obviously out of commission though. I don't think it's. I don't think it's active. So I think they just found this. They're making this their headquarters, right? It's just the set is just dripping with character.
Yeah,
it's an endless series of maze, it's almost like a mine shaft. That's what it feels like. It's it's
that's a good comparison.
It's corridors and it's all dirt around you. Nothing's done proper. It all looks like a makeshift mine shaft. Almost like something you'd see out in a cartel drug smuggling, tunnels that they
to
created.
go under the border. or
Right,
something. Yeah.
exactly. There's like random lights strung up everywhere. Like this is their home, but it's like so makeshifty.
Yeah.
There's so many great shots of this space. If you go down the tunnels, there's like corpses strung about everywhere. And then there's like random little art pieces that they've created of like, they've taken the corpses and put them into like lawn chairs and shit. There's just so much character to this set.
I mean, it's ironic because they probably did this to avoid having to shoot on site, like to avoid location shots. They just built the set, on a set, right? But they actually did it. They did it well.
The amount of effort that went into this fucking place. That we got this like in the middle of this big underground cavern. There's like this almost like a giant banquet hall, and they have this huge long like dinner table.
Yep.
It's so fucking cool, man. What a cool set. Everything's like covered in cobwebs. It just feels I just love it. I can't say enough good about it. Let's talk about the Sawyer family a little bit. I think the idea of turning the Sawyer family, because you're like, where do you go after part one? The idea of turning them into a roaming group of murderers, I think is genius.
Yep.
I love the idea because like they set this up in the teaser where it's like events keep cropping up in random areas. I love the idea that there is this group of cannibals, like these murderers, that are just traveling around to all these small towns, setting up camp wherever, like this abandoned attraction, wrecking havoc, and then just leaving.
Maybe entering a cooking contest
along the way, right? Like they show up, cause chaos, and then just they're gone in the middle of the night.
Yep.
I think the idea of making them mobile, they basically never really do this again in the series.
Yeah.
I think it was a missed opportunity. I love that idea. The fact that like that it's so the idea that these guys could just show up at any time in your small town is terrifying.
As goofy as this one is, it's probably the best explanation as to why this family hasn't been caught. Because they're on the move now.
They're always on the move.
Yeah.
So it's like you might find their kill houses, but you haven't found them.
Yeah.
And you don't even know what they look like either, right? So, just great. The subplot of because you talked about the chili cook-off, the whole subplot that the Sawyers are selling the human meat of the people they're murdering, and like it's actually like a business that they're taking seriously. Awesome.
Great.
That's such a fun idea. And the genius behind that is, of course, Drayton Sawyer. I want to talk about Drayton Sawyer. Jim Sydow, he's only in the first two. It's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
The man, this is actually his final film role. The man was 66 when he filmed this movie. Outside of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 and 2, he has like zero filmography. I looked this guy up. He was in like nothing. He is fucking awesome. He is part of what makes this movie for me. I love his character so fucking much. Drayton Sawyer. He's just so good.
His inclusion is almost more important for the movie and for the original than Leatherface. I mean, Leatherface, like we've talked about, he's kind of the marquee character, but Drayton Sawyer, the cook, is kind of the representative for the family, right? He does all the talking, right? He's the one that sort of generates the plot from that side of the story, right? So, I think it's disappointing to not have him continue on in the franchise. And I was very happy that he was back for this one.
He's so good, and they give him so much more screen time in this one than in the first one. As they should, and he earns the fucking screen time. He's so he's almost like the comedic relief in the film in a sense.
Yep.
So is Chop Top. He's a better comedic relief than Chop Top in my opinion. I prefer the scenes with him. He's always just like ranting about like business and how it's so hard to get ahead in life and like how the little guy's always getting fucked and like held down by society. His design is great. He's got like, I don't think he has this in the first film. They hadn't assembled his look quite yet. He's wearing it looks like a butcher shop attendant outfit from like the 50s, and he's got like a little red bow tie.
I can see it on the front cover of the.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yep.
He's like, he's trying to make an effort to be presentable to society, and it obviously works because he's able to enter like chili cook-offs, and he doesn't stand out.
Right.
Everyone just thinks like,
there's the guy.
This great old Texan, this guy, this is a hell of a guy. This guy, he's got like his facial expressions in this are so fucking terrifying. Like he just constantly has like this sickly smile that's like clearly hiding like absolute psychopath or sociopathic mindset behind it. There's so much going on behind all of his sickly smiles. Like he is at times, I would say, just as intimidating as, maybe even more intimidating than Leatherface in this film. It's just absolute great. He has a couple iconic lines that I want to highlight here. My favorite line of his in the whole film: "Sex is, well, nobody knows, but the saw is family."
You got one choice, boy. Sex or the saw. Sex is, well, nobody knows. But the saw is family. It's family. Wait till Granddad hears about this.
Which, that line is amazing. And they use that line in a couple other movies, like the saw is family. I actually think they don't use it enough. I think it should have been like we're gonna get to it in a second. The third one prominently uses it. I think maybe one or two other ones you haven't, and that's like it. It's like that should have been one of those trademark things the Sawyers kind of always said.
Kind of links them together.
Yeah, where it was like the Sawyer bloodline. It's like they always believed in the saw because they were part of like the slaughtering business, not necessarily killing humans, but you know what I mean. Like that could have been a thing, like a family like crest.
I mean, they say it in this movie almost like a joke, but
but it's good.
You could say that straight and make it.
It's a good line. Yeah, it's a good line. I don't know. I didn't take it as a joke. I took it as like he really means it when he says it, you know? So then I want to talk about like their lineage. This is where it gets fucking weird, their family tree. The whole series is very confusing as to who the fuck is related to whom in what way in this family. He makes a line. He has a comment. Okay, so when you saw the first movie, who did you think Drayton Sawyer was? Honestly,
I think he was,
because he's way older than
he was
Leatherface.
presented as their father,
right?
And then you've got the grandfather, which would be his
right.
dad,
That's what you think, right? He has a line. He says, "My younger brothers."
Those damn coon shits on the way to the family. To stoop my shoulders, taking care of my younger brothers. It squashed the young years out of my life.
And it's like, what? He's one of the brothers? He's not their father? So it's like, oh, okay, so the grandfather, he's their father. Nope.
No. There's just no father.
No, there's just no father, right.
Yeah.
So in this movie, the living corpse from the first movie, he returns again. And he's 137 years old. Did you catch that?
I guess human blood keeps you going.
That's actually the implication.
Is it?
Yeah. So that's it. So Toby Hooper that was his thought was he's basically somehow almost being immortal by feeding on young, youthful human blood.
Sure.
Yep. It's a little supernatural.
Freddy's nightmares.
Yeah. Why the fuck not? But he's just like this living corpse that is somehow lived to some insanely like ripe age. But he's not the father of these three.
Nope.
Who the fuck is their father? What? I don't know. That bugs me a little bit. Where it's like, it seems like it was unnecessary. It seems like it would have been so easy to just go, he's the father, that's the grandfather.
These two are the brothers, right? Or these three are the brothers. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They decided not to do that. No. I don't know. It's just needlessly. I don't know. Needlessly complicates things. They name Leatherface in this movie. He's given a name. I don't think neither of us remembers what they call him in the first movie. I think he just says your brother or something.
Yeah.
But
your brother sawed through the door.
Yeah. Bubba.
Yeah.
His name is Bubba. I like that.
Yeah.
I like it. It's fitting. It's a good name. All right. I think that's kind of cool. I absolutely love the final scene with fucking Drayton Sawyer with like all chaos is going on. Dennis Hopper interrupts the dinner scene in this movie is a lot different than the dinner scene in the original movie.
I made a note that it's almost like a what did I say? Like they're making fun of their own movie from the original. Like they, I think if you look closely, there's also a bottle of ketchup on the table. I might have seen that.
Maybe it was barbecue sauce.
Maybe
though.
barbecue sauce, something like that.
I don't fault them for that. I put ketchup on ketchup, so that's okay.
To recreate the dinner scene from the original, or try to recreate the original scene, but it's almost like a satire of its own origin, right? Like they saw the first one, but they're like, no, we're going to go the completely opposite direction with this.
Right.
And
And so chaos is erupting, and like Dennis Hopper has interrupted the dinner scene. Stretch has run off. Chop Top is trying to chase her down. And Leatherface and Dennis Hopper are fighting on the table with chainsaws. And Drayton Sawyer's like, he accidentally gets slashed in the ass by like one of the chainsaws. He's like bleeding out.
Yeah.
And then like he takes like a grenade and he has this like he delivers like this awesome monologue, and then he just blows everybody up.
Yep.
So he kills himself, the grandfather, Dennis Hopper, and Leatherface. Seemingly, we don't actually see it. It's just a big explosion off camera because, of course, it's a movie grenade. And movie grenades, the explosion is as big as whatever they want it to be.
That's right.
That's how those work.
Right.
Yeah. Do you guys use those in the military? Why don't you guys use movie grenades, the kind that like create like giant napalm
like the atomic
explosions?
bomb grenades?
Right. Yeah. Why don't you guys would win wars if you use the proper equipment.
Right. We wouldn't make it to the war.
Yeah.
But yeah,
you would. You should start contacting Hollywood and get those grenades.
Right.
In the
Somehow
arsenal.
they have a line on movie grenades that are so much better.
Yeah,
than
exactly. Do you want to pop in with any points you got here? I have a couple more.
Yep. Tom Savini. I mean, fairly obvious. Like anytime he's involved in a movie, the effects are going to be
Let's
that much
talk.
great.
That was actually my next point. Let's talk about the gore. So it was actually, I misspoke. I said the first film he was trying to make it PG. It was actually this film he was supposed to make PG. What?
Yep.
The first film you might have got away with it. This film? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah.
There's a lot of gore in this movie.
the first kill is a guy getting his head sawed in half.
Oh,
pretty much.
the head decap effect is awesome. Oh, what a cool fucking effect. There's literally like guts spilling out of a wall at one point. Like there's a lot of blood and guts. They hammer the one poor guy, what is it, LJ? Just gets like hammered in when they're trying to kill him in the radio station. Bill Moseley just keeps hitting him in the fucking dome
over and
over again. And then later, with his face, this is a haunting effect.
Yep.
His face is stripped off and his rib cage is exposed. And he like tries to help. He like unties Stretch, and he's like still semi-conscious before like finally like succumbing to his injuries. That's a pretty haunting shot.
Yep.
The tone of this one is a lot more comedic. That's actually what I was worried you might not like this movie.
No,
it's way more tongue in cheek.
Yep.
It's very black. It's very black comedy, dark comedy.
Yeah.
That's in the first one though. People don't admit this. Tobe Hooper point blank said the original movie, it's meant to be it's meant to be black humor at times, and you see it more in the third act when Drayton and his two brothers are all just kind of going at each other. There's comedic moments. This one though, they cranked that up.
Yeah, I think the original, like maybe they wanted to do a little bit of Three Stooges, whereas in part two, it's all Three Stooges, right? I like that after removing LG's face, he puts it on Stretch.
Yeah, they dance. Remember I said they have their little dance. Yeah.
He like makes her wear his face to like protect her for when he leaves, like as cover, like, you know, put this on and they won't come after you. Oh, and it's dripping with blood still, like the way that it would be.
Yeah.
But oftentimes in a lot of these movies, after he's cut the face off, it's just completely dry. It's just the skin. I'm like, nope, that's not how that would go.
It turns into jerky.
That's right. Yeah.
It turns into jerky immediately. Although, speaking of gore, one of the disappointing things about this film, which I didn't remember this, it's got a very low body count. There's almost hardly any kills in this movie. There's a lot of gore effects. There's a lot of like blood and guts, but there's actually not a lot of characters get killed.
I'm all right with that.
Sally, there's no... One of the things I appreciate, no group of kids. This movie actually breaks formula.
Yep.
It's probably one of the last times you're ever going to see this in the whole franchise. They pretty much always return to the formula of a group of kids runs into the Sawyers.
Yep.
But this one is like, nah, it kind of does its own thing. And those are always my favorite sequels, when they actually try something different. Whether it works or not, but for me, it really works. Let's talk about characters. You want to talk about Stretch? What do you feel about Stretch?
She was fine.
Yeah, I think she's a better protagonist than Sally in the original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, though, you're comparing two things that just can't be compared.
No,
right?
I'm being a critic, and I'm ranking two things that I am. This is my life. I am tasked with ranking the unrankable. Yeah, she's played by actress Carolyn Williams. I think she does a really good job. Yeah, I think Stretch is one of the better protagonists in the whole series. They ditched the group in favor of a single protagonist, and the film benefits from it because we get more time with her.
Yep.
And we get to develop her. It's not just scenes of teenagers being like, hey, Sally, jibba, 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 jibba. Oh, Mark, you're such a jerk. Like, there's none of that bullshit. It's like, no, a lot of the movie just focuses on her and her little adventure. I like that she's a smart character. She figures out very, very quickly, this is the movie that really hammers home Leatherface is mentally compromised.
Yep.
He is clearly mentally handicapped. And she immediately picks up on that and starts using her sexuality as a weapon against Leatherface and seduces him. Mm-hmm. And that is why later he tries to protect her, is he develops a crush on her.
Yep.
That's good character writing. That's smart. I like the way she did. You go, girl. Use your femininity.
Nice.
Yeah, you got it, dude. She's I'm pro pussy, buddy. I'm pro pussy power.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. I absolutely love the final shot. They mirror the final shot from the first movie. Stretch goes insane and kills Chop Top with a chainsaw, and then just has like a like wild, like maniacal laugh, just like the ending of part 1. It's great. Anything else you want to?
Just to say that I should have hated this movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I have a note here that says,
why
is this the Bride of Chucky for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise?
No. No, I think
because it is the ham-fisted goofball.
Oh, okay.
Played for laughs.
Yeah, you know what? It probably is the Bride.
Yeah. What?
It's not the Seed, though.
No. Yeah.
We're getting to that.
What I would say though is, you remember when we were talking about the original just not too long ago, and I said I'm not sure. I'm concerned about where they're going to go from here, because you can't lead off a franchise like you do with the intensity of that first one, and then expect to duplicate that into a second movie, right? Like that's the kind of thing where lightning does not strike twice. It would be very tough to kind of duplicate that into another movie. And I think they recognized that. I think Tobe Hooper recognized, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go a completely different way with this. I'm not even going to try and make this a true sequel to the first one. I'm going to do something way outside the line.
I'm going to keep elements.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep elements, but yeah.
And I got to give him full credit for that, because
it has such a different feel than the first film.
It's the only way that you can pull this off.
Right.
And I think that he didn't try to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. No, he went completely
off
in the opposite direction.
And some people hate this movie because of that, because it goes so far from the formula.
You know, if you're watching this show that we're doing, and you can only watch one, okay, maybe watch the original, but if you get the opportunity to watch one other, this one should be it.
Absolutely.
Because it's just, you're going to have an absolute blast.
You're going to have such a fun, man.
Yep.
That's always my number one criteria for like what I like, is like, what do I enjoy watching the most?
Yep.
And I enjoy watching that. That's why it gets the edge over one.
This one, if I'm going to go and watch another one again, this is the one that I'm watching.
Wow.
Yep.
High praise.
Yep.
High praise. Can I say a little nitpick?
Sure. Sure.
Chop Top. How do you feel about Chop Top?
I mean, I think he's a perfect example of what this movie is, right? Just excessive in every. Yep.
I equally love and hate him. So one of the things I always was like, where the fuck did Chop Top come from? He wasn't in the first movie. So in case fans are wondering, like, where does he come from? He was overseas. He was literally
fighting in the war.
Yeah,
Yep.
he was in Vietnam,
Yep.
and then he came home because of his injury.
Yep.
So the timeline actually still tracks. So he just rejoined his family.
Yep.
The first two movies connect pretty well, actually, surprisingly. But yeah, Chop Top to me, he feels like a more annoying version of Nubbins, and Nubbins is kind of annoying. I don't know. I like him sometimes, but I find a lot of the movie, he just doesn't shut the fuck up, and it gets a little grating at times. My favorite moments with him are when he's annoying the shit out of who I think of as dad, Drayton.
Right.
Like, just Drayton is so trying to be the straight man between Curly, who's fucking Leatherface, and Larry. Well, no, Larry. So yeah, no, I don't know. It's all kinds of all over the place. I don't know.
Larry, I think, is the straight one.
Yeah.
And then
So that
Curly and Mo are the
right. But Drayton acts like
he's trying to be the Larry.
Yeah,
he's trying to keep them all.
No. But Drayton acts like Mo because he's constantly bossing them around.
Okay, that's true.
So it doesn't. I don't know.
Yep.
It doesn't quite work.
You understand what we're trying to say, though?
Nope, they're confused. We're referencing
we don't
shit
even
from
know.
the 30s.
Yeah.
We've made it worse. No, but the Drayton, when he's like, all of his interactions with Drayton are great because Drayton's just like, oh, shut the fuck up. And you almost feel like you're Drayton, where you're like, okay, enough, Chop Top, shut up. Like the whole ending of the movie is just like, he's just jumping around like a jackass with Nubbin's corpse.
Fruit, dirty meat, don't cut it. Family standards only require the best meat in town. For money lost, I never. Ooh. Oh, man. Woo. Napalm. Fire in the hole. Woo.
He does it for like 20 minutes of the runtime, and it's like, it grates a bit.
Right.
It grates a bit. I like his design. I think it's a terrifying design. He's kind of got like a hippie outfit on, but he's a ex-military guy. I guess after the war, he like renounced violence or whatever, even though he's like clearly sociopathic and fucked up. He's got like stringy hair and this bald head and like this metal dome on the side of his head that he scrapes with a hot coat hanger. Yeah. It's a neat character.
You're not going to forget him. And
No,
there are a lot
yeah.
of characters in this franchise that are forgettable.
I just find what the comedic relief he brings gets old a little quick for me. Yeah.
Sure.
And that's actually one of my other points is I do think the movie is one of the longest runtimes in the whole franchise. It's an hour 40, which is shocking for Canon films.
It is.
Needed to be cut down.
Yeah. Especially when you consider that there are scenes in this movie. I have a note here.
You going to talk about the deleted stuff?
No.
Okay.
In the actual movie, Stretch is running through the tunnels. There's a scene where she runs for literally 53 seconds. And I know that doesn't sound like a long time, but when you're watching it, that is a long time to just watch somebody running.
But it is engaging because the set design's so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Because we talked about the small body count. Did you know there are 2 entire kill sequences that were taken out of this film?
I didn't know that. No.
So disappointing. So they should have just kept. I think they should have. These are not going to get released now, too. So there was an entire sequence where the Sawyer family get into that, like Drayton's fucking truck that he's got.
Yep.
I don't know what you'd call it. His meatmobile. They all pile into the meat wagon, and apparently they then went out, and it shows them going out and hunting for meat.
Yep.
And there was an entire sequence where they come across a group of like frat boys, like they're like sports fans. And it's like after a football game, they're all drunk. And then like Leatherface just massacres this entire group of like football players in like a parking garage. I've seen the footage and it's pretty wild. But they had to cut the whole sequence. And like that to me would have fixed this film's problem with the low body count.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you just trimmed some of the shit like what you were just talking about, you would have had room for that, which would have justified the longer runtime.
Yeah.
There was also there was a sequence where they go to a movie theater and Joe Bob Briggs has a cameo and they kill Joe Bob Briggs.
Yep.
why did you cut all this? I don't know. Missed opportunity. Yeah. Anything else you want to add?
Nope, that's pretty good. No.
My last thing I want to bring up, I've got it here represented on the Slash Cinema desk.
Yep.
The infamous Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 promotional poster, which is clearly referencing what? What is this
That's
copy?
The Breakfast Club.
That's right. How fun is this? I mean, this kind of tells you what you want to know about the film. It's like they're having fun with this movie. Yeah, and you too are going to have fun with this movie. That's clever, man.
But
I got to give them credit.
You talked about the original being, produced at a time when Grindhouse was kind of the thing, right? But by the time this second movie came around, it was definitely slasher, right?
Yeah,
and
it's in the era.
Good credit to them to recognize that, horror has changed. We should present a movie that aligns with what the fans are looking for right now, and they absolutely knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, it's just what a fun little thing that they did. I'm honestly surprised the studio. Well, I mean, it's Canon though. Canon would do shit like that. Yeah, it's great. It's also rare for the time. Like now, everything's meta. Everything references everything. Now posters reference old posters, but like 86 to directly copy another studio's film poster. That's ballsy, man. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, this cover's fucking sweet. Yeah, so there we go. That's part two. Part two. My number one and your number two. Yeah, it's one of the greats. All right, moving on to our third entry in the franchise from 1990. This is Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. I'm very curious where you have this. This is my number 5.
Number 7.
Oh, you have it a little bit lower than me. A little bit lower. So I have it as like a mid pick. You have it as a bottom-ish pick, eh?
Yeah, bottom third.
Yeah, so you don't really dig this one.
No.
We're going to go into it, but there are a lot of things I like in this one. It's just, the things are there. It doesn't use them right. And that's part of the problem. It's like, it's so close to being great, but no, it just doesn't happen. So it basically ignores the events of part 1 and 2, even though it is technically a sequel because they're calling it 3, but everyone's dead at the end of 2. So how are you doing that exactly? This is like the beginning of many problems to come here. It opens with a title crawl informing us that Sally died in hospital. So why, like, you're retconning 2? Because 2, I don't think she was dead in 2. So it's like they decided, it's like, nah, she actually died. It's like, what is the point of even having that in there?
Why address that?
Right. So we're getting they're doing the same like familiar narrator over the titles. Or over the text crawl. It mentions that W.E. Sawyer was convicted and executed, believed to be Leatherface. He was the only member of the Sawyer clan that has ever faced trial at this point, according to this opening text crawl, which is already fucking nonsense anyway. So it's like, whatever. Take whatever. This narrator can't be trusted. All the other ones, it's like, they're pretty much telling you the truth. This one, I'm like, I don't know if I believe this fucking guy. We then get an gross opening title sequence where the Leatherface is actually assembling a mask. It's a pretty cool shot. I appreciate it. Even part 2 didn't have. Part 2 had very lazy opening titles. So this is a good sequence. We hadn't really seen it yet in the franchise, so this was this is a cool little touch. Cut to a woman and man, seemingly like they were a couple. They seem to be on the verge of breaking up. It's like they're a couple, but I guess they're mid-breakup right now. It's very tense between them. Michelle and Ryan are our lead protagonists for this film. They're driving along on this trip. I believe it's that Michelle is trying to return. She's like delivering the car they're driving to her dad. Some bullshit like that.
Yep.
I don't know. It's a very weak motivation, but they're out on the old Texas roads in the middle of nowhere. Sure. We got to get them on those roads so they can get attacked. They then drive up on a crime scene for a mass grave. And there is a split-second cameo. Did you catch this?
I did.
Who is it?
I believe it's supposed to be Stretch.
No, it is. It's Carolyn Williams. Yeah, it's Carolyn Williams.
It's the actor. But I believe the character is actually supposed to be her character as well. Yeah.
Yes, because if you recall in 2, what was she trying to become?
She wanted to become a reporter.
She wanted to be a reporter. So that was intentional.
Yeah.
I think it's a shit cameo in that like if you're not even looking, you're gonna miss it. It's like 2
just
seconds.
Kind of goes past.
She just walks past the camera. Why didn't they just have it cut to her being like a mass grave was just discovered? It was like, if you're gonna get the same actress, give her some fucking lines.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, kind of a theme of this film. It's like, it's got things in it, but it doesn't give you them in the way you want them, you know? We get a brief exchange by 2 of the forensic technicians revealing there's 40 to 50 bodies in this mass grave. So the Sawyer clan is very much still active, even though we're all blown to pieces. An officer questions the couple. Oh, yeah, where it's revealed that Michelle is delivering the car to her father. All right. Later, along their road trip, they stop for gas where a weird-looking gas attendant takes a photo of Michelle and then asks for money for it, mirroring part 1 with Nubbins doing the exact same fucking thing. I wonder if this is going to be a recurring thing that happens, you know? Somebody takes a photo of them. We then get introduced to sexy-ass Viggo Mortensen.
Tex.
The character's name is Tex. Well before Lord of the Rings or any of that shit. Yeah, because this is 1990. It's like, I don't even know how big he would have been at this time.
He was in that prison movie that we watched, wasn't he? Remember?
He was in prison. Yeah, the movie's literally just called Prison.
Yeah.
It's like, but he hadn't, I don't know, he wouldn't have been big.
No.
Yeah. And he is an actor that, because we're going to get to them, specifically the next entry. There are big names in these movies that people know about. I never hear anybody bring up the fact that Viggo Mortensen was in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie.
Well, he's not on the poster. They don't use him in any of the marketing. Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. Because like this fucking movie where Matthew McConaughey and Renee Zellweger.
Yep.
This is their movie. You like them. No, they don't. Nobody tried to use Mortensen's name. It's interesting. Yeah, whatever. He asked the pair if he could get a ride with them. Almost like a hitchhiker.
Yeah.
Return to formula. He also suggests that they take a shortcut instead of the route they were originally planning. Tex then catches the gas attendant peeping on Michelle while she's like taking a leak.
Yep.
Cool. The gas attendant then freaks out and pulls a shotgun and begins firing at them. And he actually blasts out their back window of their car. And they speed off as Ryan shouts for them to take the secret route that Tex just told him about. He's like, no, don't go on the regular road. We got to take the secret road. I don't remember why he makes this call. I think it's because it's like he's afraid they're going to pursue him. So he's like, we got to like try to get away. I don't know. It was a weird call.
I don't have a note about it.
Cut to nighttime where the couple now are clearly lost and they're arguing about it, being like, you know, what the fuck do we do? It's like pitch blackout. There's like no visibility on the roads. They don't know where the hell they are. They're lost. They can't find any landmarks. So it's like they're fucked kind of in the situation, and they just start bickering and arguing with one another. Suddenly, a huge truck appears out of nowhere and starts chasing them. It pulls alongside their car and throws like a big dead animal carcass at them, causing them to spin out and fly off to the side of the road, and they blow a tire.
Yeah.
And in a tense moment, the pair attempt to change the flat tire in pitch black as they hear an ominous creaking sound approaching them. Suddenly, Leatherface appears, chainsaw in hand, and just starts attacking them. They manage to scramble back into the car and peel off. Cut to another car flying down the road in the opposite direction, where we get introduced to Benny, played by
Ken Foree.
Ken Foree, or Foray, from Dawn of the Dead fame. Yeah. Ken Foree, the man. He is fucking awesome. And he is very good in this movie, too. I like this character. Just then, a man limps into the middle of the road, causing both Michelle and Ken Foree to spin out. And it's shot really awkwardly. It's very confusing how this happens.
Yeah.
I actually rewound this like 3 times, but basically Michelle and Ryan swerve to avoid the man, who then they swerve into the path of Ken Foree, who then has to swerve his vehicle so that both Michelle and Ken Foree and Benny's cars just spin out and fly off the road. That's the way I interpret it.
Yeah.
They were going opposite directions. Benny finds the pair and helps them out of their wreck. Ryan then warns Benny they're being chased by some guy, some people, including a guy with a chainsaw. It turns out Benny is like a survivalist, and he's on his way to a camping expedition with his group of friends. Benny returns to his Jeep to find a strange man with a hook hand has lit a line of flares on the road. And spooked, Benny goes back to his vehicle and grabs his gun as well as some supplies. When the man, the hooked man in the truck, suddenly tries to ram and kill Benny, tries to like ram him off, like run him off the road, and he slams into his truck as Benny jumps and rolls over the side of the road and immediately runs into Leatherface. Yep. There's a brief scuffle between the two where Benny is injured before a woman appears out of nowhere and yells at Leatherface, causing him to start chasing her instead. Benny then meets up with the woman who had saved him, and she reveals her group was grabbed by the Sawyers a week ago, and she is the last survivor. She escaped, but has been unable to get anywhere. She can't get away from this property. So she is basically stuck on the property trying to survive, meanwhile just constantly getting chased by the Sawyers if they spot her.
She's just been living in the forest all this time.
Right. Yeah. She's essentially Sally from part 1 if Sally didn't get into that truck.
Yep.
And she's just she's like, I like it. I actually like that character. I like that character a lot. I think that's a horrifying concept.
Yeah.
I think that was a neat addition. I think that worked really well. Benny and the girl split up, and disappointingly, Leatherface finds her almost immediately and kills her, leaving Michelle, Ryan, and Benny to fend for themselves. Almost immediately after that, Leatherface captures Ryan. Michelle manages to find a creepy house with a deranged little girl inside, and surprise, the pretty boy Tex is actually one of the Sawyer clan, and now Michelle is captured inside the Sawyer house. What follows is Michelle and Benny attempting to survive the night and escape Leatherface and the other cannibalistic Sawyers. You don't really like this movie, I guess. No, it's just kind of a wet fart.
Yeah.
Do you want to get into anything specific about what brings it down for you? I have a lot of positives, actually. There's a lot I like.
I mean, I don't dislike, I don't hate it. It was just very kind of meh for me.
It's a meh entry, but it gets if somebody reworked this, there's an amazing sequel hiding in this film.
Sure.
I think.
But this is what we have.
Right.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I didn't find any of it exciting. I didn't find that it had the intensity of the first one. I didn't find that it had the comedy of the second one. I felt like it kind of wanted to be a little bit of both, but missed on both parts. Like it failed to succeed as being a true sequel to either one of the first entries. I watched the whole thing and I was like, I'll probably never watch this again.
Yeah. So it makes, as a sequel, makes absolutely zero sense.
Yeah.
Like, how are you guys all still alive? The other thing is, who are you? Yeah. Who are you people? Because it's like 1 and 2. Okay, Chop Tops wasn't in 1, but they explain it very simply. It's like he was out at war and then he came home and then he rejoined his family. Yeah. Nubbins, they didn't just ignore Nubbins. It's like, oh, there's his corpse. So it's like, that's still all canon. Yeah. That's your group right there. Maybe there were other Sawyer family members that we didn't see before. Sure, that's believable. But where the fuck is everybody else?
Yeah. So this one just kind of disregards all of that.
It just disregards all that. Right. So it just kind of just does its own thing. But then why is it called Massacre Part 3?
Yeah.
What the fuck? You don't get to just, you can't call it a direct number sequel and then ignore everything that came before it. You don't get to do that. You have to change the name of the movie if you're going to fuck with the canon, right? Let's talk about Leatherface, though. They ditched. So Leatherface in the first movie, mostly just terrifying, blunt killing machine. Second movie, they made him a little goofy. A lot of people don't like that version of Leatherface.
Yep,
I think it works for the tone of that movie.
Yep.
This movie goes back to scary Leatherface again. I really like Leatherface in this movie. I think he's got a cool design. They redesigned him where they gave him he's got this leg brace on, and it creates sound is very important in this movie. It creates this really creepy audio cue because most of the movie they're stuck in the pitch black, and you just keep hearing this
the creaking
of the fucking leg brace, and it's he's out there.
Yep.
You don't know where he is, but he's out there stalking you.
I need the light. I mean it. Almost there. It's done.
That worked for me.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good decision. I think the mask looks pretty good as well. He's very angry looking in this movie. It's a very angry looking Leatherface.
Mm-hmm.
It's the simpleton face of part 2 is not there. They went for more of an intense mask look once again. He almost feels like Jason Voorhees at times. Did you get this at all? Because they're out in the forest for half the movie.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fact that they're out in the forest was one of the things that turned me off of it. So you are right. I think he kind of plays that stalking character a little bit better than we've seen in the past. Very similar.
He never really did that.
Right. But I got this note like it just seems like they had this plot of land in the forest. They're like, okay, well, just get everybody to come out here and we'll film some stuff. There's no real story. Nothing links the scenes together. It just kind of felt like a bunch of individual scenes that they shot and cut together, and that's our movie. I'm I guess, but
so I want I'm gonna pause that thought.
Yeah.
Let me finish Leatherface, and then we're
Yeah.
gonna talk about the setting because I actually really like the setting. It works for me, and I know we'll pause that for a second. Back to Leatherface. He definitely feels like Jason at times, where it works for me because it's different.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of Leatherface. So I like that they're trying things. He's constantly he'll show up and then attack you, and then he kind of just fades and phantoms back into the forest again until you hear that sound motif in the background. I don't know. I like that. It works for me. And there's even, I don't know if you caught this. There's even a Jason Voorhees type jump scare in the water. Did you catch this?
They do a lot with the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right near the end, there's a pond. He has a Jason type jump scare where he leaps out of the water and grabs the girl. I was like, that is so Friday the 13th, man. The giant fucking saw. He's got this awesome fucking giant chrome saw that they give him 3/4 into the movie. That prop is fucking amazing.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't do anything with it.
Correct.
It's it's like a trophy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this movie is very much like part 7 of Friday, Friday 13th, part 7. There could be some really good gore kills. You don't see any of them.
That's right.
Every time they're about to do something that's oh, this is going to be gnarly. Nope.
Three.
Which is strange because they got K&B effects for this one, which is another top shelf effects studio. But what's the point? I mean,
You're not going to show any of it.
Anything,
Yeah,
right?
they don't show any of it on camera. A lot of it's just implied. It's
Yep.
I don't know, especially after part 2 was so heavy on they're going to actually show you those heinous things. I don't know.
But I mean, I guess maybe we talked about Friday 13th Part 7 and how badly it was cut. I mean, this came out in 1990? I think this was.
Yeah, it's 1990.
1990, right? So maybe it's kind of gotten caught up in the, around that time, these movies were being trimmed way back.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, you're right. I guess that would line up because I don't know because part 8 of Friday is 89, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's getting close. But they refer to him as Junior in this movie. He's no longer Bubba. Now he's Junior. You're going to notice this in the franchise. They play with his name many times. They go with quite a few different names. But yeah, Junior, he acts kind of like a child in this film at times, like to his mom, you know. There's quite a few, like the way they portray that character in this one. Back to the Saw for a second. I love the fact that on the Saw, it says the Saw is family.
Yeah.
Great little touch. You're not a sequel to the second one, but you took that, I guess.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's a great touch, but
Yeah.
I want to like this movie. That's why it's a mid pick for me. It's like, there's so much in this I want to like.
It's classic New Line cinema, right? Because they have this one.
Our New Line took it over, yeah.
And, just like they did with Friday 13th, right? There's the movies that you've come to expect and the movies that you like. New Line Cinema gets their hands on it and they're like, nah, we're not gonna give you what you want. We're gonna tell you what you want, and it's not gonna be anything good.
Let's talk about the setting, because you don't like it. I mean, the first one has this. The second one doesn't have this, but the first one, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
They bring that back. This feels even more desolate than the first movie, because the entire film, I'm surprised you don't like this. You are always like, I like it when the kills happen at night.
Yep. Yeah.
Man, the setting of them in the dark, in literally like zero visibility, running around on this estate, that's pretty horrifying. I like that.
I see what you're saying. I think they just went too far with it, because it's so pitch black that we don't even know where we are. Like, it's, I don't know.
It works for me, because I just like that it's so dark that a simple task like changing a tire becomes just an exercise in terror, because it's so fucking unnerving. They're just trying to do this simple task, but you can't see anything around you, and you're like, at any point we could get attacked.
Yep.
I don't know, that works for me. And the fact that they're like running around the forest and like you just hear like a chainsaw off in the distance, like, whoa, where was that? Because you have no sense of direction. You get mixed up. It works.
Yeah,
I like it.
I guess it's just the difference between feeling like you're in the middle of nowhere, like the original, and just literally being nowhere, like this one. It's like there's no frame of reference to how far away from society you are, right? The original one did a good job of slowly rolling you out of society, right? Like they ran into the gas station. I know they do that in this one too, right? But it just felt like they went off the road. Now they're in the middle of a forest, but you can't see anything. So they're nowhere and everywhere at the same time. And I felt like, it just didn't do it for me.
It's a little nitpicky. It's like, well, I like that they're in the middle of nowhere. I don't like when they're too in the middle of nowhere.
You've got to have some connection.
They got to be somewhere.
They got to be right. Yeah. They literally feel like they're nowhere.
Right.
Like they're on a closed set with trees, and they're just like they would film this scene, and then they would just rejig where their cameras are and do the same thing in the same spot, because it's just, well, we got this acre, so we'll just do all of our scenes here.
Mark Nitpick Skews, my co-host for all time. Let's talk about the Sawyer family.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you don't like them?
Well, no.
So
my point is just like what you raised, that why are they changing the family? Like, it's completely different.
Okay, so this is gonna surprise you. This is actually my favorite version of the Sawyer family.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll tell you why. They're so fleshed out in this.
Yeah.
It's like there's distinct members of the family where you're like, you almost can trace the lineage.
Yeah.
Leatherface has let's go through them. Let's do a little roll call here. There's the creepy gas guy, the creepy gas attendant. He's got every one of these characters have cool little designs, just little touches that give them character.
Yep.
He's got like one milky eye, like that white out eye. Alfredo Sawyer.
He's your pervy.
Yeah, he's the pervy.
Yep.
Yeah. He's just he's like a pervy, disheveled, like just piece of shit. He's constantly just like swearing and saying vulgar, heinous shit and saying like fuck constantly.
Yep.
He even has like a little like motherfuckers, like little song that he does at one point.
Oh, you motherfuckers, don't tell me what I should do. Take your little motherfucking face text and ram it up your butt.
He does like there's a heinous moment with him where he grabs the decapitated head of a woman and starts kissing it before, like, because he's throwing like, but they use him. They're like, I get the sense of like he's kind of an annoyance to even the Sawyer families, as fucked as they are. It's like even they're like don't really want to deal with him. They're like, Mecha Alfredo tossed the body parts out into the water in this little pond. There's like a little pond in the middle.
That pond was great.
I
love the pond.
Great. Yeah. It's almost like gothic horror.
Yeah.
And he's like, he has like stupid little one-liners he throws into. He had one line that made me chuckle where he's like throwing body parts into like this pond to get rid of them. And then he's like, is it soup yet?
We had some good time, didn't we? We don't have good time no more. You remind me of my last girl down in Tupelo. Well, you're gonna go down below. Is it soup yet?
I mean, kind of.
It's like, so, I don't know. That made me laugh. We of course get Leatherface. We get the hook hand guy. That character did not really exist.
No.
Because like Alfredo is kind of the nubbins and the chop top. He is the over the top, like corny comedic relief.
Yep.
Tex. So we also get the name of the hook hand guy is Tinker, and we also get Tex, and Tex is Viggo Mortensen. Those characters didn't exist before.
Nope.
They're great. They're fantastic additions. They're kind of like they're more level-headed. They're smarter Sawyers that we've never gotten before. And Tex in particular is terrifying because he is the most normal out of them.
He's very charming. Yeah.
First time they've done this, he can pass as a regular person.
Yep.
He is a pretty boy. He can lower your defenses.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
They almost picked him up as a hitchhiker if it weren't for the fact that her ex-boyfriend now was too intimidated by how
Alfredo
hunky he was.
Yeah. That's right. They were gonna pick him up. Yeah. So like he works really well.
Yep.
And he has some great lines. I fucking love. My favorite scene with him is like he hammers fucking nails into Michelle's hands to the chair, and he's like, "So, how you like Texas?"
Oh! I like Texas. More little nails if you don't stay put.
That's fucking great. Yeah, he's just such an evil piece of shit. We get a little girl?
Yep.
They never did that before. There's like a little girl here, and did you catch whose daughter it was?
She's Texas' daughter. No, she's Leatherface's daughter.
She is Junior's daughter.
Yeah.
She is Leatherface's daughter.
Yep.
That's great. I don't know. I like it. The world, they're expanding. It's a crime because of the way 2 ended, they needed to either one line fix it where they said something like, Drayton nearly killed Bubba and the rest of the group if it wasn't for such and such. They needed to either one line fix it to explain why the Leatherface, but I don't know how they'd explain away the chainsaw through his stomach. There's no real fixing that. But maybe they could have time skipped and, that's not the same Leatherface. They could have done something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. A smarter person would have figured this out. Because I like the idea that there was other Sawyer members we just hadn't seen, and now they kind of go into the fold, but it doesn't work. Again, they don't do it right, but the elements are there. Yeah.
The one comment I made about the family is that they're obviously actors. They all have makeup on, but they're too polished. Whereas I felt like in the original, they seemed like Texas hillbillies. Like they actually went and found people who were the characters rather than found actors and made them act, right? They just looked a little too pretty. Even the like even beyond Tex, like they're all just they just looked too movie to me.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I which happens, right? Like these are all movies, right? But after the first one in particular, where those characters seemed much more believable to me than in this one, it just kind of took me out of it a little bit. The little girl, did you catch where else she was from? Where have we seen her before?
No, what is she in?
She's Tina. She's the young Tina that in Part 7, Friday 13th, Part 7. She drowns her father. And
how weirdly ironic that I compared this to Friday Part 7.
Yeah.
There you go, folks. It's the Friday Part 7 of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, apparently.
Except it isn't.
Yes, it is. It's pretty good. It's because I had Part 7 as a mid pick too. Actually, funny enough, it went to the same ranking for me. Back to the family. We get the first time we get a matriarch of the family. There's no Drayton character in this movie. She's just referred to as Mama.
Mm-hmm.
I like her character. She's fucking creepy, man.
Yep.
Great choice to get. Again, each one of them gets their own little thing. She's got like this voice box, and it's got this eerie sound to it when she talks.
Junior likes them private parts. We knows what to do with them parts.
Got that right, Mama.
Cut my own out years back. I did.
She's also in a wheelchair rolling around.
Yep.
Great little touch. And did you catch who else is there in the house? There's one more so I remember. He's in all of them.
Oh, well, Grandpa.
There's
obviously a Grandpa.
Yeah, Grandpa.
Yeah.
There's a Grandpa, and he's and this is the furthest they push it. I'm pretty certain he's just dead. Like I don't believe he's alive because at one point Benny like shoots up the house and like the front of his head blows off, and I'm pretty sure it's like just dust. Like I don't think there's any blood at all. Yeah,
like they just keep wheeling him out.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
Do you have any more points you want to get into? I have one more point left.
I mean,
you want to talk about Ken Foree?
I mean, he's good.
Yeah.
I didn't mind. I didn't mind Michelle either.
Oh, really? Okay, so I think Benny is awesome. Michelle and Ryan suck.
But I mean, the whole movie was just disappointing to me, right? So
yeah, I get it. But like, do you? Okay, so with the Michelle and Ryan, they're nothing. It's just most of the movies them arguing. Ryan gets taken out anyways. So
I mean, he's from Nightmare Friday 13th Part 7 as well. He's the first kill.
He is?
Yeah, he's the guy that.
There's so many connections.
Yeah, it's his birthday that they're going up.
Same movie, buddy. It's the same movie. I'm going to rewatch this, and now I'm going to be convinced the same people worked on both films.
Yep.
It's the only explanation. Only explanation, buddy. And they both held back on the gore. Like, yeah. Yep. All right. They're existing in the same universe. Yep. Only Part 7 and Part 3 of Texas Chainsaw. Let's talk about Benny. Michelle just kind of I don't like Michelle and Ryan. There's a dumb shot of like Michelle where it's like, they already know the killers are out there. And what does she do when she can't find Ryan?
Just starts running around.
She starts yelling out.
Starts yelling, yeah.
Remember, she's like, Ryan. It's like, bitch, what are you doing?
Yep.
There's killers around. You just got away from one of those killers.
Yep.
Why are you trying to alert everybody to your location? No, she sucks the protagonist. She's just whatever. Yep. She's just meh. She's just stand-in girl. She's just final girl. The real final girl was there and they didn't use her. So I think the biggest fucking missed opportunity in this movie is the survivor that Benny runs into. How fucking cool would this film have been? And I know you would have liked this, where they subvert your expectations, where you go, Michelle and Ryan are our main characters. Then how about they get killed 40 minutes into the movie and now suddenly Benny and the survivor are our main characters? Yeah. I would have fucking loved that.
Because she dies, right? Like
immediately. Immediately.
So it's just
why even have her?
Yeah.
It was such a missed opportunity.
Yeah. Because if she is not hanging around to go back in and take them out of vengeance, then why is she still there? Like, I understand that.
Why write the character?
I mean, you can get away. Like, how is it that you are still 20 yards away from the house after all this time? Like, you would have left. You would have run away. Like, run away.
I mean, I didn't find that
no,
too.
She just kept. doing laps around the house.
I didn't find that too unbelievable because I think she was like suffering from A, PTSD, but B, she was suffering from like malnutrition and shit and going out of her mind. So it's like
walking distance from the house.
No, right, but she couldn't. She was probably afraid of the roads because remember they drive on the roads too, right? The Sawyers are some of the few horror characters that can drive.
You know me and convenience in these
I know,
things, right?
I know, but they that was a huge missed opportunity. They fucked. They
could have done more with her if they're going to keep her around.
And the thing is, Benny. Okay, so Benny, the survivor character, the survivalist Benny kicks fucking ass. Like he immediately takes charge when he runs into Michelle and Ryan. He immediately tries to get a grasp of the situation. Once he realizes the situation he's in, he like starts like hunting the Sawyers. He's like constantly creeping around in the forest. Like it's a military type character. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, but he always plays that character. If you really want to surprise me,
but that's good.
Make him.
But he works.
Make him get punked in this movie. Like he's
a
total wuss.
He's awesome. He like so at one point he fucking unloads on the Sawyer house and like kills like half of them. He just shoots through the fucking wall. He goes toe to toe with Viggo Mortensen and then lights him on fire. He kills Tex. He has an awesome fucking fight scene with, you must have liked the fight scene between him and Leatherface in the pond.
Yes.
Yeah, we're like, there's a cool scene where there's like this pond in the middle, just all of a sudden in a clearing in the woods. And they both end up they both fall into this pond and there's a chainsaw. And this makes absolutely no sense, but it still makes for a cool little set piece. The chainsaw that Leatherface has, he lets go of it. And for some reason, it's still running and like moving around in the pond as Benny and Leatherface are duking it out in the water. And it's like this constant threat that they're trying to avoid so they don't get cut. And then the movie decided lamely, it's like, oh, okay, Leatherface overpowers Benny and just like puts his head into the chainsaw. However, did you know this? He was supposed to die, but the audience, when they test screened this, audiences liked the character so much, they rewrote the ending so he shows up at the end.
Yeah, I got a note about the alternate ending was way better than what we got.
Oh, you don't like you wanted him to die?
Yep.
Man, fuck you. Yeah. What is this? You just want the... Man,
Ken Faree gets his head sawed in the mud pool. Michelle fights with Leatherface, and the next day scene with the little girl in the backseat of the cop car was much more sinister and did not have the happy ending of the version the filmmakers decided to go with. So
what is the alternate? I don't know what you're talking about. There was some little thing with little girl. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the girl...
like the little girl, the Sawyer little girl?
Yeah. Gets taken away. She gets driven away.
Yeah. I've never seen this ending.
She like turns around and like looks at Michelle as she's driving away and gives her like this like... Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I like I like Benny showing up and saving the day. Because then also Alfredo gets his.
Yeah.
Because like it starts off with like Michelle gets away, and then the last chance gas truck pulls up, and it's out the one that Alfredo was driving. And she's like, "Oh no!" But then Benny's there, and he's just got like some slashes on the back of his head, even though you clearly see like Leatherface like hold his head into the chainsaw. Yep. Nope, he's got a thick skull, dude. Thick skull. Yeah. Plot armor saved him.
Yeah.
Literally, he had that right on the back of the head. And then like Alfredo shows up and starts attacking them. And then Michelle, her only badass moment is she gets the shotgun and just point blank, just blows him the fuck away. Shoots Alfredo.
What are the chances of a brainless bitch like you knowing how to use that thing?
Pretty goddamn good, you backwoods motherfucker.
Well, she also had the moment where she like rips her hands off of the chair when she had them nailed to the...
Oh, anybody can do that, Mark.
Anybody can do that.
That's nothing.
That happens all the time.
That happens constantly.
I did that twice this morning.
Right, yeah, that's nothing, dude. That's nothing. Can we move away from 3? I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah.
Do you want any final points? Any final digs?
The only other thing I was going to mention, there's a scene that the Bride of Chucky ripped off, where he's
what is this?
Leatherface is working on the little computer thing.
That scene sucks.
I mean, it's
so it's like
it's a picture of a clown.
Okay,
and he types in food, and he just keeps doing it, and it's I mean, this came before.
But the idea is that Leatherface is stupid. He's mentally handicapped. Why even have this scene? It's like it's just to establish how dumb he is,
or that he recognizes people as as food and not
I caught
the
that.
thing they are.
I
yeah.
mean, I don't know. I didn't like it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
I don't like that
You
scene.
loved Bride of Chucky.
Love is a strong word.
So
I love 1 and 2. I don't know that I love any of the other entries in that series. Love is a strong word.
That's pretty.
I don't use that word too often. Okay.
Yep.
Moving on. You ready?
Oh, all right.
Oh wow! early reactions, folks. From 1994. This is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or rather, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. This is unsurprisingly my number 9.
Number 9.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
garbage.
There should be nobody watching any
Garbage.
of these movies who has any debate about this. Yep.
It is there. It is the seed of Chucky of the franchise. Almost nothing redeemable.
Yep.
Everything sucks. It's just a dumpster fire. It's the curse of Michael Myers of that franchise. It's just every franchise has this one where they just got everything wrong, and it's basically universally despised.
Yep.
This
is
is
the one.
And I debated even putting this on the table, but you kind of have to have some shit to appreciate the gold, right?
Yep.
Like you can't all be sunny days up here. We got to have a little bit of rainstorm. And this movie's just, it does everything wrong. Let's get into it.
Yep.
Let's do the plot here. This is directed by Kim Henkel. Do you know that name?
Well, she's produced a number of these, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought it was a guy.
I think it's a girl.
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe. I don't know.
Kim Henkel. She or he, they are a producer on almost all these films. They co-wrote Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 with Tobe Hooper.
Yep.
Tobe Hooper and Kim Henkel co-wrote this fucking movie. And Kim Henkel directed this film.
Yep.
So you have two people that gave us this masterpiece, gave us this pile of shit.
But we've talked about
what happened?
This. We had this discussion before. Yeah, Tobe Hooper.
Are you referring to the critically acclaimed pilot for Freddy's Nightmares?
Like he gets credit where it's due for what he did, but I feel like
he also directed 2.
Yeah,
he also directed 2.
But I feel like his catalog overall doesn't
shaky.
support.
It's shaky. Yeah,
it's
well. We've also talked about when original creators come back and just ruin their own franchise, a la Wes Craven's New Nightmare, which is universally,
amazing.
Which 50% of Slash Cinema co-hosts think is terrible, so that's half. So it's not got a good track record. The 50%, if we was Rotten Tomato score, it would have 50% because you'd give it 100, I'd give it 50. So it would just
be right in the middle.
Right in the middle. Okay, so it opens with yet again a familiar narrator and text informing us that the 1973 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They're describing it. It's informing us about it. I didn't catch this until now. So even though the original film is 1974, the actual massacre takes place in 73.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't catch. Literally, it was this movie where I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be in 73 because they don't reference it otherwise.
Well, because the original movie I think is meant to be portrayed as like a news broadcast. That's why you've got that narration overview at the beginning.
Okay,
it's more of like a news accounting of what has happened.
I just interpreted it as, because they do this in movies all the time where it's like, just because a movie is in 1990 doesn't mean the movie takes place in 1990. Yeah. It's like, that's just the release year. Yeah. That doesn't mean anything, right? Yeah. So, but whatever, okay? They then have the fucking balls to state that the narrator states, there were 2 other minor yet apparently related incidents shitting on the second and third films.
Again, it's their own movies, though.
What are you doing? Yeah. They minor yet apparently related.
Yeah.
Minor. So the implication is this is the real sequel. 2 and 3, it's like that was baby shit.
Maybe they didn't even happen.
Yeah, they were exactly. Yep. Maybe those weren't even canon. Yeah. Now we're in 1994, and boy, does this film feel like it. We get this awful opening credit sequence of just plain white text on black background. Again, fail. Fuck you. Stop doing this. You had the same note.
Boring credits, white text over black background.
Yeah, I like that you're starting to catch this, though. That, like, me pointing it out has made you go like, yeah.
I better watch for this.
Well, but it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. Do something. Yeah. Before revealing the title, did you catch this?
Yeah, so there's two. There's two titles for this movie.
Right.
Yeah.
The title in the film that I watched, the version I watched, because apparently there's two versions. You watched the...
I watched the director's cut.
So that's the extended?
It's the 93-minute.
I watched... Oh, you poor fuck.
Yeah.
I watched the trimmed down theatrical.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there's two versions. I didn't care to look for another version because you can't fix this movie. There's nothing... You know how you fix this movie? You just fucking take this and you just throw it in the fucking goddamn fire and then you shoot a new movie. That's how... The only way to fix this movie. You couldn't... You can't fix it. It's too broke. The alternate title appears on the screen... The Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yep.
What a terrible name. That name sucks. Next Generation is not great.
No.
We're at some point we're going to go through all the films that use the Next Generation title. It is a very dark list of shitty sequels that use Next Generation.
It's like you're almost setting your own movie up to fail right away.
Right. Yeah. So again, two titles, confusing. Okay, sure. Cut to a young girl named Jenny, played by pre-fame Renee Zellweger, one of two actors in this movie that are before they were famous.
Yep.
She's getting ready for prom, and they do that thing where it's like Renee Zellweger is pretty hot, so it's like, okay, put a big goofy pair of glasses on her, make her hair like very plain, all frumpy.
Yep.
Yeah, so they ugly her up because she's supposed to be playing like the nerdy reserved girl. She's not the hot chick in this movie, right? We then get introduced to two more prom goers, Heather and Barry. And Heather catches Barry kissing another girl and peels off in her car. Barry catches up and jumps in, declaring his innocence. And he's just such a piece of shit in this scene. I love it. He's like, I didn't do anything. And she's like, I saw you. And he's like, okay, I kissed her one time. God. And then she's like, she keeps pressing him and he's like, God, I can't even talk to a friend.
I wasn't doing anything. I don't know what you're so pissed off about.
Barry, I saw you. You were kissing her.
Once. I kissed her once. What's wrong with that? Come on, it's like I can't even talk to my friends anymore. I can't believe how possessive you are.
Oh, right. I guess that's why you were feeling her up.
Look, guys need sex, okay? It's bad for you to get all worked up and then not get it. You can get prostate cancer. Is that what you want?
Like, he keeps downplaying this like so hard.
I kissed her once. What's wrong with that? These people are awful. They're terrible characters. Yeah, we'll get there.
Well, yeah, they're not good. They're not good. We are a far cry away from Sally, Stretch, and God, I'd maybe even kill for a Franklin at times. You know?
Whoa.
That's saying something because Franklin sucks.
He's awful.
Jenny and her date Sean then pop out from the back seat. I guess they were back there making out. Sure. And this startles Heather, causing her to lose control of the car, and she actually hits another car.
Yep.
And then the group, because they're just a bunch of dumb teenagers, they all freak out and they just peel off because just like mature adults
what
would
you do.
That's how you handle that. Yep. The group then starts to bicker for a few minutes about what to do in the situation, further revealing just how much of an asshole Barry is. The group continue driving, where they then just end up in an unknown area in town.
Yeah.
It's like, how long were you driving for? Why did you just keep driving?
You live here.
But no, they drove for like, I guess, half an hour out into the countryside because they have no idea where they are. They get completely lost. Suddenly, another car comes out of nowhere and slams into their car. The driver of the other car is revealed to be some other kid who was drunk. Maybe?
Yeah.
I didn't quite get this. This happens a lot in these movies where it's like, usually it's somebody that escapes the Sawyers, goes out into the road, and they then have to... There's a lot of cars swerving in this series and crashing. Formula is very important to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films, apparently. But I didn't get the sense that this was someone escaping the Sawyers. I think it was just a coincidental drunk kid.
Yep.
Why was he out in the middle of nowhere? There's nobody else in his car. It's not like he was going out there to, fuck some girl in the back seat. What was he doing out there?
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know. We're never going to get that answer. They debate again about what to do because now it's like, well, my car's wrecked. I don't want my dad to know what happened. Like Barry's like going off about this, and they're like, well, the kid's hurt. We got to go get him help. And they're like, no, fuck that. Let's just leave. And like, we can't. He might die. Whatever. So they go to walk for help. They then stumble upon a mangled animal carcass that to me looked like a dinosaur. I don't know if you have a note about this.
No.
It does not look like an animal. It's got like giant pointed teeth. And it's like, what animal is that? Like even cows don't have like, what is this animal that just has giant
piranha teeth?
Yeah. Right. It looks like a dinosaur. It's a terrible prop. Terrible. Fail to whoever made that fucking prop. Fail. They then stumble upon some sort of office. They find like this pseudo office building in the middle of nowhere. It's like a real estate office.
It's like a trailer, but turned into an office. But
right.
why?
But why? And we are introduced to another character. It's this eccentric woman that's, I guess, a real estate agent. She's like dressed in like a business suit, business attire.
Still working in the middle of the night.
In the middle of nowhere.
For no reason. Yep.
Right. And she's not even like phased about what they're talking about. She's like, I'll go call for help. Don't worry about it. And help arrives back at the truck when a tow truck pulls up, and we're introduced to Vilmer, played by Matthew McConaughey, the second of our acclaimed actors in this pile of shit film.
Yep.
He immediately declares, I can't remember, it's like Sean is the one that stays. Sean is he's Renee Zellweger's date. And he's back at the crash site. Barry, other girl, and Renee Zellweger. I've already forgotten all their names. Jenny, I think. Yeah. They're the ones that go look for help. And he like shows up and he's like, yeah, he's dead. And then he's like, I don't think so, man. He was just talking. And then like McConaughey just like snaps his neck.
Yeah.
Like instantly, no hesitation. It's like, Jesus Christ. He's like, well, he's dead now. It's like, okay.
For no reason whatsoever.
Well, it's just like, there's no subtlety, right? It's
Yeah.
just like, nah, he's just a monster. It's like, okay, sure.
Yep.
Don't hold back. So then scared, Sean runs away. Vilmer starts chasing him in his truck in one of the dumbest sequences in the entire film.
Yes.
Okay, Mark, if you were being chased by a truck, what would you do?
Get off the road.
Get off the road.
Yep.
What does Sean do?
Run straight down the middle of the road.
Literally.
Yep.
It's not even like the road is hugely wide. It's like this narrow width road. On both sides of him is forest.
Yeah.
It's not even field where it's like, oh, the truck might jump the curb and then just chase you down the field. It's like trees. You could literally just run off into the forest and the truck ain't going to follow you through the trees magically.
Disaster averted.
No, he just keeps running down this straight line until eventually he's run over and killed because, of course, duh, that's what would happen.
And Vilmer's not even really driving all that fast.
No, he's toying with him.
He's got lots of time to realize, oh, wait, I should just get out of the way.
Right.
No.
Terrible.
Doesn't do it.
Fucking terrible. While walking back to the crash site, Jenny, Heather, and Barry split up, leaving Jenny alone. Heather and Barry find a creepy-looking house, which is clearly like the Sawyer house. Although I don't even think they're called Sawyers in this movie. Who knows? Who cares? Fuck this movie. The windows are all boarded up, so Barry looks for a way in. Heather is then grabbed by our Leatherface in this film and dragged inside, and moments later, Barry is also forced inside at gunpoint by another character. Another one of the Sawyer clan or whatever the fuck, the family in this movie. Later, Jenny is also chased by Leatherface and Vilmer, and also runs into the same creepy house that her friends are at. Jenny manages to escape and run back to the real estate agent lady, but surprise, she's also one of the group of sociopaths because of course she is.
Yep.
Why else have this character, right? Everyone, it's as formula as you get, right?
Yep.
It's like everyone has to be a part of the family. It's like there can't be any just new character. There's no Benny in this fucking movie, right? There's no wild card, right? Because that would have been the lame thing to do with Benny. Would have been like, oh, I'm also part of them. Even though that would make zero sense.
You get that moment where he's like, oh, bring him inside.
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
yeah, for no reason, right? So what follows is Jenny's desperate attempt to escape from, I think, the Sawyer family.
I don't know if they ever actually.
I don't know
say
if they are the Sawyers. Yep. I'm not sure. I don't care. Fuck this movie. I have nothing. I have no positives.
Yep.
It's all okay. If I can give, sorry, I have a slight positive. Matthew McConaughey stands out so much in this film. He's not great, but he's trying. He's the only one in this film where you're like, you get little moments where you're like, oh, okay, that's pretty terrifying. His he's not goofy like everyone else in this movie. He genuinely has some menacing lines.
Yep.
And like you can see where that's why he stands out so much. It's like, oh, that's an actor.
You don't know shit about being scared, little girl. Not yet. You want scared? You want scared? Have a look behind you. Have a look. Yeah, how about that, huh? Look again, goddammit. Go ahead, look again.
I think I want you to stop and let me out.
You think? Or do you know? Huh? Go ahead and have a look. You better look.
Yep.
Because he becomes that fucking character. He goes too far with it, but he has some good creepy dialogue. He's got some like really terrifying moments. The scenes where he is tormenting Jenny in like the kitchen are actually unnerving and uncomfortable. It's honestly pretty brutal and it feels very authentic.
Yep.
Like he's the only standout in this movie. He's the only like little bit of quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like in stark contrast that we talked about this in past franchises. I think we were talking about this with Halloween 4 and 5, right? That the character Danielle Harris, like she's so good that she almost stands out too much because everybody else that surrounds her doesn't bring up their quality to align with. Same here, right? You know, Matthew McConaughey is very good in the role, but everybody else is just so terrible that it just makes him kind of stand out too much in a negative way, right? Like
they decide to give him in a series of terrible decisions, just one more. They give him a robot leg.
Yeah.
Why?
Yep.
Is that a reference to 3 because Leatherface had the leg brace?
I don't know.
It's dumb.
And it never...
It's a terrible, goofy decision.
I know we talked about this in a previous episode that like not everything that they show needs to later become something in the movie, right?
Well, no,
like,
you say that. I say everything has to be something.
So, well, here you go, right?
They pay this off. Right.
Do they?
Well, it's so dumb. Where it's like he has a robot leg,
and then like,
that he
like
can. Why isn't it just a brace?
Yeah,
but he's got like 50 remote controls that all control the leg, and then at multiple times in the movie, people grab the remote and then fuck with the leg because, of course, then it's his Achilles heel. Then why even have the remotes, bro? Yeah. Why not just have a manual leg brace? Yeah. What is that robot leg doing?
You can clearly walk around without the remote, so why have it? Yep. Nope. Exactly.
It's absolutely fucking stupid. There is another moment that he did that it's like, ooh, that was pretty brutal. He bites what's her name? Heather's face at one point. She's like on the ground unconscious and he bites her face. And it reminded me of De Niro in Cape Fear. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
That's again, he just stands out. The most infamous scene I think with him in this movie is a lot of times when people show clips of this film, it's the you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. When he goes off the rails when in the kitchen when
the kitchen scene, yeah.
Yeah. So Renee Zellweger, Jenny, she like turns the table on her captors and like gets a shotgun and aims it right at them. And she's like, don't move. And then Matthew McConaughey's like Vilmer is not, he doesn't flinch at all. He's just doesn't react.
Yep.
He's not intimidated whatsoever. And he like grabs the shotgun and he's like, go ahead, fire it. He's like, come on, do me. So she She has the fucking gun at him. She's like, do it, do it, do it. He's egging her on, right? And then she pulls the trigger and it just clicks.
Right.
There's no round in the barrel. And then he grabs the shotgun and like hits her, right? He then immediately fires the other barrel and there was a round in it. So he wasn't actually just bluffing. He's just out of his mind.
Yeah.
She very much so could have just blown his head off.
Had the ability to do it.
Had she clicked both barrels or clicked the right barrel, he would have been dead.
Yep.
So, like, I don't think the scene is as stupid as people think it is.
It is, though.
Okay.
Pop goes the weasel.
It's just the problem is it goes over the top and it's too long of a scene and it's just like I don't know, it's just he goes the crazy shtick just goes on too far. Yeah. What else you got?
Not a single kill is shown on screen, from what I understand. I mean, other than
I don't think
the
there's
kid getting run over by the truck.
I don't think there's a single chainsaw kill in this movie. I could be wrong, but
what else I got? The piece that you missed with the extended cut is there's at the beginning they suggest that perhaps Jenny's father is abusing her.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I read up on this.
So it's like, but
Who
why?
cares?
What's the point of that?
What is
it doesn't. They don't incorporate that anywhere else in the movie.
Because the director was a pervert, Mark. Because you watched the director's cut.
Yeah.
So he was like, I want all the pervy shit kept in the film. All the things they wouldn't let me show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like
Justin
that?
Ashley, folks.
Yeah.
He's available for parties. And
I'll entertain a room.
Yeah. You talked about the original, how the dialogue for the teenagers, you thought that some of their lines were a little bit short and they didn't really say a whole lot. And, I kind of like that because it seemed like legitimate discussion that they would have, right? The real teens talking. They seemed like actual teenagers that you would find at that time. The teenagers in this movie were the worst. The lines that they gave them, I almost felt like they were trying to make this like a Tarantino script because everybody was saying like edgy stuff the whole way through, and it was awful.
Okay, so I have a counter to this.
Yeah.
He's terrible. I kind of love Barry because he is comedically a piece of shit. And it's like, there's no way this couldn't have been written intentionally. Everything that comes out of his mouth is just, he is such a douchebag.
Yep.
And it is comedic how much of a douchebag they make him in this movie.
Yep.
The introduction of him in the car where he gets caught cheating and he's just like trying to talk his way out of it, right? He is so clearly he comes from privilege and he comes from money, and like he's so clearly used to being like the hot guy in the room that all the chicks want to get with, and he takes advantage of that, takes all women for granted. He sees them as like just trophies, and he's just has such an awful personality, right? And like his opening scene where like, it's great because Jenny is the smart girl, right? She's like the little nerdy smart girl, but she's not taking any shit from Barry.
Yep.
And like in the car, it's like Barry and his girlfriend who's pissed off at him, Heather, and then Sean and Jenny are in the back. And Barry just it's one lie after the next, and they keep calling him out on his lies. And he has like an answer for everything.
He doubles down on every single time.
Every time. And he's so quick at it that I'm kind of like, I respect you.
You can't get cancer from not having sex.
Oh, right. Like you'd know. Never a date in your life, you're so ugly.
She is not.
Shut up, Sean.
He's just trying to make you think it's your fault.
Look, my father's a doctor, okay? I think I know what I'm talking about, so fuck you, Jenny.
No, that's just a line to get you to have sex with him. Ask Sean.
She's right.
He's never had a heart on in his life.
I know all his lines. He lived across the street from me till the 8th grade.
Shut up, Sean.
We were even friends before he got too cool. So fucking annoying.
Hey, it's not my fault you turned out to be such a little geek.
He used to come over to my house all the time, and he'd be laughing about all the girls he'd built up. His big line was to tell him that his father was a doctor, and that they could get breast cancer if they didn't get felt out.
Barry!
Okay, I lied. Big deal. It's not my fault they're stupid enough to believe it.
because you are the ultimate bullshitter, and that's kind of awesome.
You actually believe yourself.
Right, yeah. It's not a lie if you're a piece of shit and believe it. Yeah. He has some heinous lines too that he says at Jenny's character. He's like, "What's wrong? Afraid someone will see you have tits?" And it's like groping her. It's like, what are you doing? One of my favorite lines that he says is like, it's again, everything is an inconvenience to Barry. He thinks the world revolves around him and everything should service him, his needs. He's like, he makes a comment. He's like, after they get lost, he's like, fuck, there's no place to turn around. This sucks. There's never any place to turn around. These assholes don't know how to make roads.
There's no place to turn around. There's never any place to turn around. This sucks. These assholes don't know how to make roads.
That's such a dumb line.
Like, what is he talking about? They don't know how to make roads. Right. The people that make roads have inconvenienced Barry. That's the level of his narcissism. I kind of love Barry. He's another little bright spot. Yeah, it's so bad that I like it. I like him. Yeah.
Part 3, one of the criticisms that I had was that it was too dark. You couldn't see anything. This movie is too bright. It's supposed to be in the middle of a forest, the middle of nowhere. They have lit the set so much that even when they drop their flashlight and it goes out and they're like, oh, now we can't see anything. Nope, you can see everything because they have the set lights on so bright that it's just like they're walking around in the daytime. I don't know if you caught that.
Well, so I have a point. The entire movie feels like a made-for-TV teen drama.
Yeah.
It's shot like a TV show. Even the opening font has like a simple 90s TV style. It looks like the same font for like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah. Like this feels like an episode of a shitty like Warner Brothers production. Yeah. I like shitty Warner Brothers productions.
It's like, don't get me wrong.
But this is a bad one. All the dialogue is just like crappy teenager dialogue, like you pointed out. All the characters feel like those characters.
Yeah. I similar to your point, I put this movie looks bad. I'm like, Justin is going to hate this, coming from an actual filmmaking background. It just looks really cheap. Like they didn't
It
know
looks like a made-for-TV movie.
Doing,
they don't know how to do cinematography right. Every shot's off.
I remember thinking while I was watching this that I was really surprised that this movie came out the way that it did. Because, there are so many people involved with making a movie, right? You've got the director, you've got the producers, you've got all the production staff, right? These movies don't go from, filming to print without being reviewed by numerous people. And yet somehow this mistake made it into the VHS tape and the DVD case, right? Like nowhere along the line did someone stop and say, hold on a second, this is a real piece of shit. And I got to tell you, there are movies that you'll watch that are just bad movies, right? But at least they're shot competently well. This movie's not. It's actually just a really bad. Like if I were to try to make a movie, it would look like this because I don't know anything about how to make a movie. So I'm really disappointed and surprised that something that had Tobe Hooper involved in it and other people who have made movies before would allow something like this to be the finished product. I'm just really surprised.
They couldn't even get the basics right.
Yeah.
Leatherface.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
They neutered him. He's terrible.
Yeah.
He or she in this film, I'm not sure. It's kind of he's kind of playing a little androgynous character.
Yeah. Leatherface
fucking sucks. He's just constantly like shrieking and screaming and yelling, running around. He's like, even when he's attacking people, he seems to be afraid of them. The mask designs are bad in this. At one point, Jenny like tells him what to do. Did you catch this? It was like at the dinner, because they do the dinner scene again. It's like at the dinner scene, like Jenny she stands up and Leatherface gets up to attack her, and then she's like, "You sit your ass down." And he's like, "Rrr." And I'm like, what did you do to this character?
And no one is gonna stop me. You sit the fuck down.
Shut up.
It's not like
Yeah.
all horror is removed.
Yep.
All horror is removed with that character.
Every entry in this franchise so far has taken place well outside of established society. You are on a road trip and you get lost, and you don't know where you are, and no one's coming to help you. They're literally 5 minutes from town.
Yeah.
Like, the secretary, like, what are you? Who are you? What are you doing here?
Well, the
Like,
whole okay, so I'm glad you
Yeah.
brought that up. Like it's Vilmer's girlfriend.
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is what it is because they make a comment. It's Vilmer's girlfriend. Okay, sure.
And she stops off for pizza. They're cannibals.
Oh.
Why are they getting pizza?
Oh, well, again, talking about how it's like a 90s fucking TV show. Yeah, there's the whole goofy, like, her ordering pizza.
Going through the drive-thru, I think it was.
It's like a
and the
10-minute
cop-
scene. It's like, what is this? Ugh. I only have one last point. You want to interject with anything? Because feel free. It's all bad, folks. It's there's just not many bright spots in this stinker.
I mean, just it's important to note that, like, I think this movie, like, if you understand the timeline of how this was produced, they created the movie, they shot the movie, it got shelved, right? It wasn't coming out. In the midst of that, Renee Zellweger and Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, you're gonna bring this up.
They
yeah.
become super famous.
They became
right?
megastars.
Right. And then, seeing the opportunity to capitalize on that, the production team decided, oh, hey, we should recut this and then distribute it, focusing on the fact that we've got these two stars. And I could totally understand why Renee Zellweger and Matthew McConaughey were adamant to try and prevent this from being released, because it's an absolute piece of shit. Like, we talk about movies that are bad movies, quote unquote bad movies. A lot of the movies that Justin and I watch are not good movies, but they're fun. This one is not good. Like, please do not waste your time watching this movie unless you want to see a study of what happens when everyone fails at
Everything
a
goes wrong.
task, right?
Well, let's cap off this dumpster fire, man.
Yep.
Let's talk about the ending.
Ooh, interesting. Yep.
It goes off the fucking rails, but not in the good way that 2 does, because it's just nonsensical shit happens. Yep. Okay, so they try to recreate a dinner scene like they've done in so many of these movies, right? And it's like Vilmer and his girlfriend Darla, that's her name, and Leatherface, and Grandpa's there, and is the other guy there for? Yeah, and the other guy's there too, whose name I can't remember. And they've got Jenny tied up. Okay.
Yep.
Vilmer then, like, out of nowhere attacks his girlfriend after, like, screaming and yelling for like 10 minutes. He, like, attacks his girlfriend, and then he, like, grabs a hammer and then just, like, smashes his brother in the head and kills him. Why? Yeah. Okay. Then Grandpa, who appears dead, he just gets up and walks out of the room. Like, you never see Grandpa do anything in any of these films. So most I've ever seen him do.
Yep.
And what does he do?
Get some walks.
He gets the fuck out of the movie. It's like, even he doesn't want to be a part of this shit. So he's like, ugh, I don't want to be a part of it. He walks away. Then, like, out of nowhere, this politician, there's like a doorbell or knock on the door. And we get, like, this rich politician guy named Rothman shows up. And he's like, he looks like a lawyer or something. And he's got, like, this, like, driver that's clearly, like, his handyman. And I don't know what was going on with that. What was happening?
This is the agent. Like, my understanding was that they are doing an experiment to test how people respond to fear. And this is all a study. And this guy is like an agent that's part of this governmental study.
So there's actually a line of dialogue that supports that.
Yeah.
Darla at one point says, where is it? Yeah, I wrote it down here. There's some bullshit theory about the Sawyers working for a secret organization, but to do what?
It's his job to kill people. Well, I really shouldn't be telling you this, but you know how you always hear these stories about these people who run everything, but nobody knows who they are, right? Well, it's true. I mean, I never would have believed it, but it's all true. I mean, who do you think killed Kennedy? Government? No, that government stuff is bullcrap. It's these people. And they've been doing this kind of thing for like 1,000 or 2,000 years, I forget which. And nobody, I mean nobody knows their names. And that's who Vilmer works for.
Yeah.
What
They're
like what is the
testing
goal
the
here?
impact of fear on people.
Right. Because Darla has some little stupid dialogue she says about that. But like, okay, so like the Rothman guy's like, you are here for one reason only. Do you understand that? I want these people to understand the meaning of horror. Is that clear? No, nothing's clear. No. Who are you? What is happening?
You can't introduce something like that.
10 minutes
at the end.
there's like 10 minutes left of runtime. He then like reveals, I'm hoping this was in the director's cut. He like opens his shirt. Did you catch this? You know what I'm talking about? You
don't remember this.
Oh my God. I will have to show you this off camera. He like opens his shirt up. He walks up to Jenny and he like opens up his shirt and he has like 3 hoop piercings on his chest. Like
I do remember this.
It's like something out of Hellraiser.
Yeah.
What?
Why?
Why? What is that? He like and then he starts like licking Jenny. It's like it's clearly not a stable scientist guy.
Yep.
So who the fuck are you? What is happening? Then Jenny escapes and Leatherface starts chasing her. And then we have this whole extended bullshit sequence where like she hops in an RV and then Vilmer and Leatherface run the RV off the road and it crashes. Then a plane just shows up out of nowhere and hits Vilmer in the head and kills him.
Yep.
Why?
Vilmer getting his head buzzed by a low-flying airplane was just laughable.
But why was it even there? Why even write that in?
Yep.
And then the limo pulls up with Rothman again, and Jenny gets in, and then he apologizes, and I think he breaks the fourth wall. Because he specifically says, he goes, this entire thing has just been a complete abomination.
It's been an abomination. You really must accept my sincere apologies. It was supposed to be a spiritual experience. I can't tell you how disappointed I am.
Yeah, he didn't know it at the time, but he was talking about the movie itself.
I don't know if it was intentional. I don't know if somebody got him to say that knew it's like, oh, this is all fucked. But man, what a meta moment that is, eh? And then she's taken to a hospital where randomly Sally from part 1 is wheeled by on a gurney.
Yep.
What was happening?
Is that who we were supposed to think that was?
Yeah, that was Sally from part 1. Yeah, it's not the same actress, I don't think. I don't think it was whatever her name is, Marilyn Burns.
But there's no I mean, that's the thing. If you're not going to use the same actor, then how do we know that's who that is? I mean, she doesn't say anything. She doesn't do anything. She just...
it's a mess. It's all a mess. Everything's wrong. Like, was their intent to set up... Like, honestly, were they trying to set... This is the part 6 of... This is the Curse of Michael Myers. Were they honestly trying to set up like a Cult of Thorn thing with the guy with the piercings where he's like, the Sawyers are now a part of some weird satanic cult group?
Yep. But remember, one of them quotes literary quotes because he's smart. I'm like, where'd this guy come from?
Oh yeah, that was the other brother.
Yeah. Before he does anything, he always has to cite some literary phrase, and then he does whatever he's going to do.
It's all wrong, man.
Everything about this movie.
It's all wrong. Yeah. Fuck this film. Yeah. This movie. Yeah.
Oh
crap. Yeah. Anything else, Yola?
Nope.
Can we move along, please?
Can.
Okay.
Please do.
We're about to get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are moving on to the first remake / reboot in the series after the clusterfuck that was part 4. Thankfully, like that never followed up. That movie was, I think I said 94 or whatever. Yep. So this was like, they waited almost a decade to finally make another sequel, and they decided to go for a full-on remake. This is a full-on remake of part 1 from 2003. This is, once again, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
The most bizarre crimes in the annals of American history. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
This is my number 2.
Number 3.
we're actually close on a lot of these. See, I actually thought you were gonna. So I like this better than the remake or than the original. I like the remake better.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's very good.
It
is
is
very good.
Technically, it is superior. They do everything that they did in the original,
but better. Yeah, that's why I like it. I want to watch those characters that are fleshed out just a little bit more, a little bit more polished, a little bit more money. Gore effects. It's like everything's a little bit more. That's why it gets the edge over the original for me.
You can't replicate the
feel,
the roughness of the original. And I don't think that they tried to do that with this one. They just everything that they took great ideas from the original. They just and then used the budget
and polished it a bit. And I can see that that's your beef with it. It's a little too polished.
Yeah. It's a little too
clean.
Yeah.
Unlike the Friday the 13th remake, which for me was a mid pick. No, I like this better than the original. I think it outdoes the original. Although I think maybe I don't remember. Did we have the remake above the Friday the 13th original? I can't remember.
I did not.
I don't remember our own rankings. I don't know what I do and don't like.
I do remember you had the Nightmare on Elm Street remake very high.
Oh, yeah. of all things, that's the most clear. That's the one. Okay, let's get into the plot. This is done by Platinum Dunes, who were absolutely killing it with the remakes until they didn't with the Nightmare on Elm Street remake that nearly ruined the company. It opens with this grainy stock type footage of evidence. It's showing like evidence. It's evidence footage with a narrator, the original narrator from once again, the same narrator from the first entry. His name?
John Larroquette.
John Larroquette returns once again to deliver the narration without text this time. We don't get the text scroll. Probably for a smart decision because 2003, kids are dumb. They have no attention span.
They're not reading.
They're not reading. You can't make them read. And they basically recount the exact phrasing from the 1970 film, 1974 original film, except one major change, which we'll get into this. It was a bizarre decision to me. It's not the Sawyer family. What is the name of the new family?
The Hewitt family.
The Hewitt family. Yeah. They've changed the name of the Sawyers to the Hewitts for some reasons. I don't know why. We then cut to apparently actual police footage from 1973. This is supposed to be like cops or footage the cops took while they were going to the crime scene from the aftermath of the original. Yep. And they do a walkthrough of the Hewitt residence before cutting to a fresh new batch of kids. And we're once again in Texas, 1973. So they're kind of showing you, like, they tease a little bit of the aftermath, and then they're showing you, now it's like, all right, now we're going to show you how that played out.
Yep.
That was a good way of doing it. I like that. That worked. Again, interesting opening credits, interesting way of doing the narrator. They recontextually, we get this little footage of the cops, and like,
there's no point in pretending what's going to happen here. So, give them a bit of a tease without showing them how it happened.
They're trying. They're trying. It's good. Yeah. We are introduced to our new protagonists. It's almost exactly copies the kids from the first movie. We get Jessica Biel as Erin. She's basically Sally. Her boyfriend, Kemper, who is what was her boyfriend's name in the first movie? I've already forgotten it.
I don't remember.
What was his name? Damn it. Richie.
Kirk?
No. Kirk was it was Pam and Kirk.
Yeah, okay.
And her boyfriend. No. Her boyfriend Richard. And her not handicapped brother Morgan, who's the Franklin, and then some other couple whose names I didn't even bother to write down. Yep. And the other couple is like awkwardly like hardcore making out in the van at the start. And it's like weirdly
and the one girl was a hitchhiker. They picked her up.
Yeah, I caught that. Yeah, I caught that.
She's not even
one of the core group, but whatever. They don't really matter. Yeah. Morgan accidentally, they're all like just, they're on this road trip. They're having fun. Again, it's vague on what the point of the road trip was. It's that they went, I think what it was they went to Mexico for like a getaway, and now they're driving back home.
They're going to a Leonard Skinner concert.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it was. They're going to a concert. Yeah. Okay. Because the reason they were in Mexico gets accidentally revealed by Morgan, who lets slip that they are trafficking 2 pounds of weed. They have it like in a pinata.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of clever. And actually, at that time, weed, that probably 2 pounds trafficking.
Oh yeah,
That's a serious charge.
business,
Yeah, that's a serious charge. Yeah. So Erin is like, it gets all pissed off at her boyfriend, but they kiss and make up before narrowly missing, once again, a person walking on the road, a girl walking down the road. And they try to speak to the girl, and she's clearly like fucked up and suffering from PTSD. She reminds me of, and I can't if I'm going to reference this film. She reminds me of Laurie Strode in the second Rob Zombie Halloween film, the opening. Remember when she's like been through hell and she's like shell-shocked walking down the road?
Yeah.
That's exactly what this girl is like. Yeah. Don't ever watch the Rob Zombie Halloween Part 2.
She's the hitchhiker. Well, she's not really a hitchhiker. They just kind of...
She's playing the hitchhiker archetype, but she's not.
So now I'm not sure if this is if the girl that's making out in the back was a hitchhiker.
No,
or
she
not.
was.
She was.
No,
Okay.
she was, because they made a line where it's like...
You guys don't even know each other.
Yeah, because she says a
Yeah.
line where she's like,
right.
Isn't it convenient that I just happen to be going the same way
That's
you guys?
right, yeah.
And then Morgan's he's like the snarky cunt, is like, yeah, that is.
Yes.
Like some shit like that. Yeah. So they get her into the van, and she eerily states, they're all dead. And she's clearly like fucked up and traumatized. Like she's gone through hell. Something's happened to her. They then pass a meat processing plant, and she begins freaking out. And she cries out that she won't go back there. And they're like, what is happening? Like, they're trying to understand what's happening. And she's like, he's a bad man.
You're going the wrong way or something.
Yeah, she has she lets out like an just this eerie, ominous line talking about referring to someone is a bad man.
Yep.
Someone is a bad... Actually, on your side, someone is a bad man. Or maybe it's the other bad men in the movie. There's a few of them.
Yep.
She then eerily warns the group that they're all going to die before pulling a revolver out of her cooch.
Yeah.
Was that actually the implication? Because she pulls it out of her crotch and it's like covered in blood.
I mean, she's walking around. She's not holding it.
I know, right. And she's wearing like a sundress.
So unless like it's...
Is that really the implication, is that was up inside her, up her vag, and then she pulled that out?
Or maybe it was like in her underwear or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If the implication is that actually was up her vag, that's kind of stupid. It's like something Rob Zombie would do. It's
Right.
just like needlessly gritty and dark.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was kind of stupid. She then so she takes the gun out and immediately shoots herself in the head. And it's a pretty brutal.
That's an epic scene.
It's brutal. Yeah, absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Traumatized, the group then they pull over and they start yelling at each other and bicker about what to do. And because they're kind of fucked, because they have a dead body in their car, which is full of weed, but they have to call the police. So it's like they need to notify the police, but they're trafficking drugs. They're going to obviously, it's now their van is now a crime scene. So what the fuck are they going to do? Fed up, Kemper grabs the piñata full of weed and just chucks it in the field. And he's like, fuck it, we're going to do the right thing. They drive off down the road and stop at a gas station. Yeah. Again, I'm not faulting this movie for following the formula, though, because this is a remake. It's meant to hit the beats. It does do enough different, though, that it distinguishes itself. We'll get to those when they come up. They stop at the gas station where an old lady is mending the station. She's being as unhelpful as possible. And she's just like this miserable old bitch. And she tells them that she calls the sheriff, and they're like, okay, so when's the sheriff coming? They're like, oh no, you gotta drive out to Old Crawford Mill to meet the sheriff. And they start freaking out. They're like, we don't have time for this.
That doesn't make any sense.
But also, we have a dead body in our car. Why are we transporting this around? Like, we don't want to drive. That's so like awkward and awful, right? So they begrudgingly have to leave, and they drive with the dead girl still in tow out to meet the sheriff. They arrive at the location, and it's like time passes. They get bored of waiting, and they start wandering around the property. They then run into a creepy little boy named Jedediah, who's like lurking in like the shadows of like this barn building on the property, and he eerily asks what happened to the girl, which they're setting up they're setting up these threads that he is somehow involved with whatever the fuck happened to this poor girl.
Yeah.
Right. They're early on slow rolling you what will eventually form the Hewitt clan, our cannibal group in this movie. The group then splits up. Aaron and Kemper go where Jedediah said to go to, where I think they said like, oh, you'll find the sheriff or go there. While the rest of the group waits at the van with the kid. Aaron and Kemper come across this huge, creepy old house. And they're looking for the sheriff. And they encounter another creepy figure. It's this like man in a wheelchair. I believe his name is Monty, with his legs chopped off. So he's like what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's
like an amputee?
Amputee, thank you. He's an amputee in a wheelchair. And again, he's being as unhelpful as possible, just like the old lady at the gas station. Wonder if they're related or connected in some way. And he then, he's like, all right, fine, you can use my phone. Go in, but only you.
Just one of you.
Yeah. Just the hot girl, not the boyfriend. Meanwhile, the actual sheriff shows up at the van and begins questioning the group. The sheriff is played by
R. Lee Ermey.
R. Lee Ermey.
Yeah.
He is a brand new character. This is a new archetype. This is one of the biggest new things they add to it. He's if I had to say he was anything, he's probably closest to the Drayton character. It's like if you took the Drayton character,
but more sinister.
Yeah. Well, he's not comedic. Yes and no. I don't know. I think he's the closest to the Drayton character. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I am the main guy on this show, so I am saying he is the Drayton character. What happens here? Annoyed with waiting outside, Kemper goes inside to look for Aaron, and exactly at the same runtime point as the original film, 30 minutes in, Leatherface suddenly appears, whacks him in the head with a hammer before dragging him behind a very familiar sliding metal door. Back at the van, the sheriff asks for help wrapping up the girl's body, which he does with saran wrap, which is like so fucking unprofessional. It's like, something's off. And the group's kind of sensing something's not right with this cop. He's not acting professional.
Yep.
After they finish wrapping up, they put her in his trunk. Unable to find Kemper, Aaron returns to the van, and they go off to look for him, and they randomly find this old car. And it's like, I didn't mention this in the first movie, but one of the things they find is the junkyard, the graveyard of cars, which that is such great little detail that adds so much lore. It's like they have been doing this for years. They are abducting, murdering these poor souls that have just lost their way off these county roads and just making them disappear forever. So they find this car graveyard, and inside one of the cars, why they coincidentally look in one of the cars, who knows, they find a jar of like water, and inside the water is like a photo of the traumatized girl that killed herself earlier in the movie.
Yeah.
So they know something's up now. Something weird, something hinky's going on. Fearing something happened to Kemper, they return to the creepy old house to look for him. The old man catches them snooping around his house and summons Leatherface by banging his cane on the floor. We then get our first full money shot of Leatherface, chainsaw and all. And we get this great little chase scene through a mile of sheets that are just hanging outside the house. I know how much you love the miles of sheets, the convenient sheets. Hey, Michael, Halloween did it, buddy.
Yep.
So this is the one and only time they did it in the Texas Chainsaw movies too. And the one guy whose name I don't remember, he gets captured and he gets his leg chopped off, but Aaron escapes. Aaron runs back to the van and she tries to peel off, but the car won't start. The sheriff then randomly shows up again and he finds a joint on them, and this causes him to like snap and go off and start questioning them.
Yep.
And he starts like all of a sudden getting mean and ordering them around. He like tells them to get on the ground and spread it and starts like barking at them. And he unloads his gun a few times just to intimidate and scare them.
Like shooting them up by their heads.
Right. Yeah. And it's like this really tense moment. And he grabs Morgan and like, because he's like, something doesn't sit here right. He's like, I don't believe your story. He's like, see, I don't think the angle lines up.
Yeah.
And he's clearly just like fucking with and torturing these people. And he makes Morgan, he like marches him into the van and he like puts a gun in Morgan's hand and forces Morgan to like put it in his mouth.
To like reenact
what the girl did.
Yeah.
And like Morgan's like frustrated and by this whole situation, this fucked up situation. He turns the gun on the sheriff and pulls the trigger, but click, 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 no bullets. And then of course, the sheriff freaks out and grabs Morgan and throws him in the back of his cruiser and they peel off. He then radios to someone unseen to go back to the mill and get the two girls, revealing he too is one of the killers.
Yep.
This is the first time they officially, it's like, oh, okay, this is a larger operation.
You knew he was a bad guy, but you didn't know that he was involved with
what was happening. And what follows is Erin and her friends desperately trying to escape this large group of sadistic killers.
Yep.
It's a good remake.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
You know, we talked about, when we did the Child's Play Chucky show, you really liked the remake, the Mark Hamill remake. I didn't like that one as much.
Yep.
And I think the biggest thing that we came to blows about is that I don't like when they remake these but don't keep enough of the original to keep those threads going. And I felt like this one did a great job of balancing that. There's a number of new points, right? The sheriff is one of them, right? But there's enough throwbacks to the original to keep that connection alive.
Oh yeah,
right?
we got group, hitchhiker, cast of a gas station scene.
They redo some of the scenes, but not to the point where you're just watching the same thing over again. Right?
Yeah, there's like they do the hammer blow and then he disappears behind the metal gate, but like other than that, there's not a ton of homage shots, which I like. It's not as, you know.
You got you've got to, they pick up somebody on the way that's not quite right, but it's a different.
Yeah, see, they tweak it a little bit. Yeah, it's subvert your expectations.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the decision to keep it in the 70s? Because that's a decision.
Yeah.
Like, this is 2003. This could have been just a full-on remake, but it's a remake that happens in 2003. It's like, why not?
Yeah.
I don't know. How did you feel about that choice? I don't think it was necessary.
Yeah.
And it's like you said, they all just look like hot chicks from the early 2000s. They don't. No one looks like they're from the 70s in this movie. No.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is that they felt that trying to modernize it, but also keep this off the beaten path just might have been too tough. They're like, the world's too connected. Like they can't have cell phones because then that just makes it too easy. That's literally
what I wrote down
like,
was like, it seems like the only decision was just so that it's believable that these people could just disappear.
Yeah, right.
Because otherwise it's like
you're too accountable.
Your phone is tracked and you know, and we're going to get to the further entries. Almost none of them are modern.
Yeah.
These movies love to stay in the past because they want exactly what you just said. They want to keep you isolated in the middle of nowhere where you don't have a GPS signal that can just go beep, 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 beep to the authorities.
It'd be too hard to do that in a current setting. So yeah, you're right. Like, if you're going to do that, you got to make your characters look authentic. They didn't. I don't think they cared. Who
cares?
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever. They're all hot. That's all that matters. Yeah. Some more positives. The gore and violence is fucking cranked up in this one, buddy.
Yep.
This up to this point, I would say this is probably the goriest the franchise got. It's probably this one or close to.
Up until this point.
Yeah, up until this point or close to. You know, like we get the girl who shoots herself. That's a pretty brutal like headshot. It's played very like it's a good effect. The leg getting lopped off when he's running, that was pretty brutal. That was a good effect. R. Lee Ermey when he's got Morgan in the back and he's just like driving and then he just grabs his bottle and just smashes
right in the face.
Oh, and then he spits out his teeth.
Yeah.
Oh, that was really rude, wasn't it? Oh, look at you. How about that? Look at that shit. We got something else in common now.
That was a brutal fucking. That was a good effect. They did that well. Whatever that fucking like breakaway bottle was, good timing on that.
Yep.
A lot. There's a few like implied things. You don't see it as much, but when he puts the guy on the meat hook.
Oh, those meat hook scenes, man, get me every time.
Oh, you feel it. You just feel it. I don't think it shows the hook come out his front. No, but you can feel that hook being sunk into like his spine, and it just, it's good. It's good.
It's one of those things where, you know, these movies, it's too easy to have sort of flesh wounds, right? Where, somebody gets cut on the arm or a cut on the torso that they can just ignore and forget for the rest of the movie. But they got to show them getting roughed up a little bit. But something like that is unforgettable and is going to leave lasting damage. Like, I don't know how these people would expect to come off the hook and run away and survive. I mean, I guess sometimes they do, but oh man. Yeah, every time you see them and they always, you know, sort of thunk them onto the hook, you can feel that. I made a note, like every single time I see one of those scenes, it gets me.
It's a good effect. It works really well. Let's talk about the Hewitts, because they're a hell of a lot. They're similar, but a hell of a lot different than the Sawyers.
Yeah,
you can't really with the teenage kids. You can kind of match them pretty easily to who they are. You know, compared to the original. Harder with the Hewitts versus the Sawyers. Like obviously Leatherface is Leatherface, but like the thing I like about I'll just roll call real quick. We've got the old lady who's kind of like the mama character, who the closest you could get would be the mama character in part 3. So they brought that character back. I like it. I like that there's a matriarch of the family.
Yeah.
That works for me. We get another child returns. Jedediah. So we got a little boy again. They don't explain his lineage. I don't know who his father is. I don't believe it's Leatherface. Yeah. It's left ambiguous. It's very ambiguous as who's related to who. I literally looked up like family trees for these films to try to figure out like who was who, because it's so confusing in the films.
It's really confusing later on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We've got Monty, who that's actually Leatherface's uncle. Leatherface and Arlie Ermey's uncle. Yep. He's the brother of the gas station lady, Mama. There's also like the ladies in the trailer who are like
tea time.
There's the tea lady, the big fat tea lady, but there's the other creepy lady. But they're in like a trailer way far away from the Hewitt residence. And that's one of the things I'd like so much about this version of the Hewitts. They got close to this in some of the entries, but this is the first time it feels like the cannibal family has taken over a town. It's not like one little house. It's like they have satellite locations in other parts of the town, you know? Like that is a terrifying thought. That it's like, it doesn't really matter where you run, you could still run into one of them and they're all radioing to each other the entire time, you know?
This area belongs to them.
Yes.
And it's not just one house.
It's like they're killing grounds, you know, it's the killing fields. Yeah, it's great. But they feel, while they are dysfunctional and fucked up, they don't feel campy. Yeah. They got rid of the camp goofiness of part 1 and 2 and 3 and definitely in 4. And there's no bullshit characters like Grandpa. I like they got rid of the Grandpa character because he's just cartoonish. It's not, there's no realm of realism with that, you know.
I mean, I think in the original, they presented it.
It was subtle enough. It was subtle enough.
But you can't repeat that.
No.
Right? It's just
makes it too unbelievable. So they got rid of that character. That was a good decision. The It's like the setting of the Hewitt residence, that big giant house. It's just, everything is just filthy. Everything is disgusting. There's just animals running around. There's some great shots inside. The cinematography in this movie is very strong. Yep. The trailer with those two ladies, it's like, it's a character in itself. Yep. It's like coated in old newspaper articles all over it. Yeah. Are those newspaper articles of the victims, of the people they killed? I don't know.
The exterior of the house is very imposing as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's got that sort of deep South look to it.
It almost feels like a plantation house.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they know they struck gold with it because they used it again in the next one in the prequel that followed this. Do you want to jump in with any points?
I think you're kind of leaning to this. It's much more serious, right? There's no joking around this time.
There's no comedy at all.
Similar to what do you do after the original? Where do you go from there? Part 2, they decided to go complete comedy, right? Complete 80s slasher. This one, they're bringing it back around, and they did an incredible job of making this a very serious, very grounded movie. Right from the start, you feel that the tension is there, right? The gore is incredible, right?
It's amped up. Yep. Let's talk about Leatherface.
Yep.
I got him right there beside you, buddy.
Yep.
What do you think of that design?
My whole impression of him, I made a note about it. Leatherface isn't a walking joke this time, right? He's reasonably capable.
No.
He's actually trying to use his chainsaw as a weapon instead of just kind of carrying it around.
There is zero goofiness to this version of Leatherface.
Yeah. There's no there's no fat to trim off of this character. He's all business.
Right? I like that they're setting him up before you even meet him. The ominous, like, he's a bad man.
Yeah.
I interpreted that it was about him, but he also could have been R. Lee Ermey or even Monty. But
Sheriff Hoyt.
Yeah, sure. Sheriff Hoyt.
Yeah.
He's a like beefy, thick boy.
Yeah.
He's just like this hulking, intimidating figure. He's actually played by the same actor who played Zangief in the live-action Street Fighter film. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I forget his name. Do you have it written down? It's like R. He's a weird name. It's like R.A. Malachive or something.
It'll come to me.
Sure.
He was in a movie called The Program as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's a football movie. Obviously, he played a football player.
Okay.
Yep.
The one with James Caan.
Yeah.
I
think that was the one he was in.
I'm not. So I actually have I have a little con story about him.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to get too into this, but I went to a con with him, and I was a fan of the remake, and he was doing a Q&A. He was clearly under the influence of something during the Q&A. He was slurring his words, and he was nodding his head like this. It was like Stranger Than Fiction. It was the weirdest thing ever. I recorded this. Somewhere I have these recordings. I don't know that I'm going to play.
I was gonna say, could you add some?
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to do it. I might. We'll see. If I don't, you'll get them. Maybe I'll upload them to the channel as its own thing. It's a fucking show, man.
Wow.
He was like, yeah, just, playing Leatherface, people can't do what the fuck I did,
You're sure he wasn't just tired and having to do this every weekend?
It was, the whole room was uncomfortable.
Wow.
Everybody was like, is this really happening?
Like Leatherface, such an iconic like horror character. Do you have any hesitation about taking that role, like with the weight behind it? Because like I've seen interviews with like Kane Hodder, and he was really... So like no...
Push limits for my central nervous system, muscular failure, VO2 max, universal fucking soldier. Can't do what I do. I push it on the bar,
and like the poor guy they had up there that's like the host that's like asking the moderator asking the questions. he's so awkwardly like, haha, yeah, okay, who's got another question? Like, and afterwards, I talked to the moderator and I was like, that guy was on drugs, right? And the moderator was like, oh, 100%. He's like, that dude was fucked up. So I don't know what he was on.
Allegedly.
I don't know what he was on. Yeah, I know. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Hard to say.
Okay. Whether you include this in the show or not, you got to send this to me.
I'll show it to you. It's just weird and awkward. Yeah. But he is great. He is very good. All of the shots, he's terrifying in this movie.
Yep.
He's menacing. It was a good, he does a good job. It's good portrayal. It's good design. Yeah, it's good. I like, one of the moments I like with him, there's a shot that we never got to see this before. They show him prep the meat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? He hooks the guy whose leg he cuts off, and then he takes this butcher paper and he salts the wound.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, if you don't feel that, then you don't feel feelings.
And then he just wraps the guy's leg in butcher paper, I guess so it doesn't rot. So he's trying to preserve the meat. And his mannerisms, he is not treating this kid like a human being.
Yeah.
He's treating him just like food.
Like a slab of meat.
You're just a slab of meat. That's great characterization. Yep. Oh. Let's gush for a second because I know you love this too. Leatherface's lair didn't exist in any of the other movies. You know what I'm talking about? He's got the entire basement of the Hewitt residence is Leatherface's actual fucking lair. They built this lair set. It is so fucking cool and creepy.
Yep.
It's the whole thing, it's like a creepy workstation for him. He's got tools and everything, like a big roll of butcher paper. Yep. And all of his little implements and hooks and piercings and wire and string. It's
is this one flooded as well, or am I thinking?
Yes.
Okay, it is flooded. Okay.
And it's it's literally dripping with water.
Yep.
The whole ceiling is constantly dripping water from, I'm guessing, condensation of moisture from the humidity. There's puddles of water on the floor. It's something a creature of the night. It's like a Dracula cave workshop. Oh my God, this set's amazing.
Especially since when you're looking at the exterior of the house, there's no way to know that this is sitting underneath all that, right? So the house
right
is
in the basement.
Yeah.
It's like this subterranean workshop. And what a great set. Love it. Yeah. Do you have a point you want to jump in with?
No, I'm just going to say when he's carrying one of the characters down, I think it's the one that gets his leg cut off. You can tell he knows, oh God, I don't want to be going to where this is. And he's scratching his nails right off.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sets up.
Great shot.
It sets up where he's going to be in this awful
He's
basement.
about to go to hell. He's going in the belly of the beast.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about R. Lee Ermey for a second. It's a big addition. R. Lee Ermey is that's a big name, I think. He's in a lot of shit, but this is way after Full Metal Jacket.
Yep.
He is a respected actor at this point.
He was in Seven. He was the police.
Oh, he's in all kinds of shit. Yeah, he's in all kinds of shit.
Yep.
He had considering he was just actually a military officer,
Yep.
he gained quite the career because the man can act. He always plays the same kind of character.
Yep.
His range isn't far, but he's good.
Only he does this.
Yeah,
Yep.
right. Great addition to the franchise.
Yeah.
Great addition to the franchise. The first shot, they set this up. Show, don't tell, filmmakers. Show, don't tell. Opening shot, first time we see him, he's chewing this big wad of tobacco and just spits it out.
You notice it all dribbles down his... Yeah.
He is just pure attitude, this character. He does not give a fuck. He owns every situation he is in. He is in total fucking control. He's also kind of a comedic relief. Which
kind of.
Kind of.
They are.
I put he's definitely our comedic relief, but he's also fucking terrifying.
Yeah. They know enough not to push this too far, and they definitely know where the line is, and they don't come anywhere near it. Credit to them for that.
Well, he just feels in total control of every situation he's in, and he can just do whatever the fuck he wants to these poor fucking people.
You're not laughing out loud. You're like,
ah, yeah, there you go. I bet she's real unhappy, real sorry that you're getting fucking her blood all over your goddamn arm.
You know, back when I was a young patrolman, I used to love wrapping up these young honeys.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah, it caught me a little bit of a feel every now and then, you know. Oh, look at that. It's kind of wet down there. What have you boys been doing with this dead body, anyway?
It's very, yeah.
To me, he feels like a reinvented version of Drayton. I'm going to compare it to that. Yeah. It feels like Drayton, if Drayton was way more menacing and intimidating and they made him a cop. And that's a big decision.
Drayton always seemed to have like a little bit of incompetence, though.
Yes.
Like he's trying to corral these bumbling idiots, but he's also a bumbling idiot.
He's also kind of a bumbling idiot, yeah.
You know, Hoyt does not, you don't get the sense from this character that there's no bumbling idiot with him.
Maybe she was a bit more in the middle.
Well, maybe you ought to move a little more over to the middle.
But
what, are you afraid of a little blood? Get the fuck over there!
The fact that they make him a cop is also terrifying.
Trusted figure.
Well, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
It's like it subverts your expectations where the kids, they see the sheriff and they're like, okay, he's going to take us out of this awful situation we're in. But he doesn't. And he acts all fucked up. But he's law enforcement. So they have to comply with everything he says. Like, he's the voice of authority. He is an authority figure. You have to do what he's saying.
Yep.
That's terrifying. The thought of like a serial killer cop, that's a horrifying notion.
When who's the character? Is it the name Sean that pulls the trigger?
Oh, Morgan.
Morgan pulls the trigger on him. It gives you that elevated sense of because not only is he's not just fighting back against this
attacker.
That's
a cop.
You
just now pulled
lawful
the gun on
authority,
right?
And you've tried to kill it.
Yeah. It's great.
Yep.
Any other last points you want to add?
Let me just go through here.
Well, I have one more quick. Oh no, go ahead.
You don't know how to hotwire a car. Okay, I don't care who you are. You don't know how to do it. And Jessica Biel does it twice in this movie. Stop with this. Like, filmmakers, stop with this. Like, I would much rather that you just left the keys in the car.
Or they found the car. Or they found the keys.
Like, stop with this. Nobody knows how to do this. I don't know how to hotwire a car. I'm fairly certain you don't know how to hotwire.
You don't know the dark background I had. I grew up on the streets, man.
I don't know. Every time I see this,
my childhood was constant rap battles and break dances. Okay, break dance fights. Okay, I've seen shit. Okay, I come from the mean streets of a small some small farmland in Ontario, Canada.
Right. I don't know. Like you always give me a hard time about
nitpicking,
my nitpicking and my quibbles.
This is definitely a big nitpick.
Like,
sure.
It's just stop. Like there's got to be a better way to do this. Like. Other than, luckily I know how to put the wires together. I know how to expose the wire. No, you don't. You don't know how to do it. Stop it. Okay. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Aaron, my biggest nitpick in this movie. No, sorry, my biggest criticism. Sorry, I almost caught. When I do this criticism, you nitpick. That's right. My biggest criticism. The whole Aaron and the baby shit. That should have just been cut out of the film.
I mean, like right at the end there, where she's.
Well, okay, so they set this up where, like, okay, so the woman in the beginning of the movie who offs herself, right?
Yep.
Later on, they find her photo in that weird glass jar, right? Then later on, when Erin goes, she seeks refuge with the two creepy women in the trailer, right?
Yeah.
And she sees a family photo, and I had to rewind this like 8 times because they don't hang on the photo quite long enough, and you don't quite. I couldn't figure out what was happening.
What's the
significance?
Yeah.
So, in case anyone else was confused, the photo they found of her in the jar of water, that is a family photo that has the hitchhiker girl that they pick up at the beginning of the movie. It's hard to recognize her at first, though, because she's not all haggard and she's like smiling and happy.
Yep.
And on top of that, she's not even in the front of the shot. She's like on the background of the family. It's like her mom and dad are in the front. The implication is that that's who was massacred, was her entire family was killed. She is the survivor of that.
Right.
The same photo is then found by Aaron in the trailer with the two creepy creepy women in it. One of the creepy women's holding a baby who Aaron thinks this is so stupid. She immediately jumps to the conclusion that is the same baby in the family photo I just shot. It's like, or that I just looked at. So you stole that baby.
And not your baby.
Because she has that thing where she's like, that's not your baby. You stole him. You stole that baby. But it's like, what are you basing that on? How do you know that?
That's not your baby. You stole her!
Yeah.
How are you making... I couldn't make the film showed me what you saw, and I didn't have a fucking clue what you were talking about. I had to go back several times and go like, what was that whole baby thing?
Yeah.
I still didn't get it.
She jumps to a conclusion pretty quick.
Based on nothing.
With no information
Right,
whatsoever.
but it's like, because she's like, that baby is the baby in that photo. How do you know that?
Yeah.
Now, it turns out to be true. Again, how do you know that? And it's also pointless. So the whole thing is like, the end, when Erin gets away in the end, she peels off the car. She takes the baby with her.
Yep.
Cool.
I guess
it was like, but you could have just cut out that whole baby shit.
Yeah.
And it would have impacted nothing.
You're already our hero character. We don't need more to
you don't need more motivation. You don't need more motivation other than get the fuck out of there, girl.
Right.
Get away.
I love that they cut Leatherface's arm off. You don't tend to see that. Like, that's a lasting...
It was a poor decision.
Yeah? I mean...
We're going to get to it.
It means
because it fucked up the sequel.
It means you can't do anything after.
That's right.
But you know what, though? Credit for committing to something like that.
So what Mark's referring to is in the film, Aaron attacks Leatherface with a butcher blade and lops his fucking arm off.
Yeah.
Terrible decision. And the reason is... It pigeonholed them.
Yeah, it's a terrible decision if you want to cookie cutter 17 more of these. But for this movie,
right,
it's a great choice. You're thinking about it
because I know what they were forced to do because of that decision. Yeah. I think it's because of that decision.
But again, I mentioned this earlier.
We could have gotten a one-armed Leatherface for the next entry. Why the fuck not? I mean, we got a Michael Myers that has like 3 fingers and he's doing just fine in Halloween Kills.
Right. But I mean, so often, and I talked about this earlier, you see these characters get these little niggling injuries that don't really do anything, right? Nope, this one has an effect. You don't have an arm for the rest of the movie because it wasn't...
Well, it's right at the end.
It's near
right
the end, but it's not...
No, it's right at the end. It's literally like the last 10 minutes.
He's still going around for a little bit with one arm. Like, I thought it was... Yeah.
No, he's out of commission. No, he does one last slash. He gets one last slash at her car as she's peeling off. No, he's done at that point.
Either way. Good call.
I'll give them. It was a bold decision.
Yep.
Yeah, and I always respect bold. It's a thing. It's something. Yep. I think they regretted that decision though. Can we move on to the follow to that? All right. Because of that just terrible decision that I'm sure they regretted, they were kind of fucked because they're like, well, do we do a sequel where we have a one-armed Leatherface? Is that going to look stupid? They didn't bother trying to find out that answer, and they decided to make a prequel. So our next entry from 2006, this is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Beginning. This is my number 7.
Number 6.
Wow.
I told you. Like, eventually it's going to happen.
Are you right? Like, have we been off on any so far? Like,
I mean, I think we've never had the same one other than number 9.
Yeah, we both had number 9, which I knew that was going to be the case.
My number 1 was your number 3.
We almost had the same number 1. Yeah, but we had them in the top 3 though. Our top 3s, because I'm counting it as groups, right? So our top 3s so far have been the same.
Yeah.
Our mid picks haven't, because I had 3 at 5 and you had it at 7. Or
I don't think I've had my number 3 yet, though. Have I? Maybe I have. Either way, you're right. Like we're pretty close on this one.
We're pretty close on a lot of these.
We're within 1 or 2.
No, yeah, you have, because you said your number 3 was the remake, was it not?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. So we're pretty. Yeah. Our top 3 were all in the same. And our bottom ones are pretty close. So yeah, anyways, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it's a 7. It's I have it on the low end of the spectrum. You know, there's 9 picks, so you got like 1, 2, and 3 are top, mid are 4, 5, and 6. So we got 7, 8, 9, buddy.
Yeah.
It's one of the shittier ones.
Yeah.
I really don't like it. It's just pointless. It's pointless.
Yeah,
it's a pointless movie.
It looks and feels so similar to the previous entry. I just wasn't sure why we needed it.
I think
it just feels unnecessary.
To me, it's like because I know the 2003 remake made a shit ton of money and it was big, and it basically kickstarted the whole series of like let's do some polished remakes on these old horror films, right? I don't believe it was Platinum Doom's first remake. I think Amityville Horror predates it, but it was the one that put them on the map as far as I'm concerned originally. And so they were like, we got to follow this up, but we cut off his fucking arm. How are we doing that? So it's like, okay, why don't we do a prequel to that one? And it just feels like we had the same set, we had the same actors. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. Let me get into the plot. It's once again, it was produced by Platinum Dunes. So Platinum Dunes was involved in this again.
That's pretty obvious.
Yeah. So it opens at a slaughterhouse in 1939, which you're like, we're going that far back? What's going on here? We see fresh meat being processed, and a heavyset woman calls out as she needs a bathroom break as she clutches her stomach. There's no narration. First entry in the series that doesn't have the trademark opening narration.
Right.
First time they did this. We then see her water break before she collapses on the floor, and she starts screaming and flailing around before a child is pushed right out of her on the slaughterhouse floor, right then and there, which is a little nonsense because she goes from her water breaking to instantly giving birth. There is absolutely I'm sure there's zero precedent of that happening because like I know some childbirths take like 24 hours between when your water breaks and like what is it called? Those
You're
like
dilating.
Yeah,
enough.
but not just dilating, but it's like the
contractions.
Contractions.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's like get at it.
But this I got a note in here. I can only describe it as a demon birth. It's
I'm okay. So I'm getting to that. So cut to a vagrant-looking woman rooting through the garbage bins outside the slaughterhouse building when she hears the cries of an infant in one of the bins. She finds an abandoned baby crying out for help, and it's like a deformed baby. Who does it look like, Mark? See if you think the same as me. It looks like another horror icon.
I was going to say, is it that?
No, a big one. It's a big one. It's not a deep cut. Dude, it looks like Jason. It looks like it's got like a deformed. I'm like, it's Jason Voorhees. I'm like, are you really going for like a deformed Jason look? I'm like, what is this? That's what it looked like to me. It looked like little boy Jason with like a big bulbous like thing in his head. I'm like, it's stupid. But like, not only is that dumb, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah.
So was the implication that, because the boss was like being a dickhead, was the implication that the woman died in childbirth?
She dies,
yeah, but they don't
they
don't clarify any of this. So it's like, did she die? And then the guy's like, well, let's just clean up this mess and just throws a baby in the garbage?
Yeah. Like the baby's deformed and I don't.
But like, how are they going to explain? Like, okay, let's say that's what happened. How is he going to explain that to people? Was he going to be like, yeah, she had a baby, then died. I threw the baby out, back in the dumpster. It's like, no one would have been cool with that.
Or just that she never had the baby. But I mean, they do autopsies in the 30s still, right?
Like, so like, it's stupid. Yeah. Or was the implication that the woman herself didn't want the child after she saw what it looked like? I don't know.
It doesn't
it's
really
dumb.
clarify.
Yeah. No, it's dumb. Dumb decision. The woman takes the baby to a very familiar looking Hewitt house, the exact same house they used in the previous film, the 2003 movie. And then we hear a unmistakable R. Lee Ermey's voice say, "That's the ugliest thing I ever saw."
He's so beautiful.
That's the ugliest thing I ever saw.
Cut to the title and opening credits, which it's a pretty cool opening credit sequence. I like it. It's like showing childhood photos of Leatherface as well as medical documents detailing his condition. We actually forgot to mention this in the 2003 remake. First time you actually see him without his mask on.
I do have a note about that.
Yeah. They went for this in the original movies. I remember having debates with people about this where people were always like, yeah, he wears masks of humans because his face is all deformed. But like, they never actually 100% show that. They show he has fucked up, he's like yuck mouth, but it's like, it's in the South. They all, you know, like,
to any of our viewers.
US wow, did that ever?
We had two subscribers. Now we have one.
We have one. And canceled.
Yeah.
So it's like, but they don't really show that's like, he doesn't look any more or less fucked up than probably Drayton or Bill Moseley or Nubbins. Like they all kind of looked a bit fucked up. The remake one though established that no, he is deformed. He has some sort of facial condition. There is a really cool shot where it shows him take the mask off and he's got like, you can see like he has no nose.
Yeah.
It's a quick shot, but it's like his nose is just like bone and hollow. That was a really cool effect. What do you feel about this? I like the decision to make him like deformed underneath.
I mean, I think it's an interesting choice to show him at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. I thought it was cool.
I don't know. It just gives a little bit more motivation for him actually making masks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also forgot to mention one of the most haunting shots from the remake was, we're just like talking about more things about the remakes because I want to avoid talking about the beginning. Yeah, because it's a better movie. No, we're never saving it. We're not answering the question. Okay. Back to the plot that we don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
So we get these like childhood photos of Leatherface and it's showing like he clearly had some sort of weird facial condition and he obviously got bullied as a child and like had a rough upbringing. Cut back to the opening slaughterhouse where we see a now fully grown Leatherface and he looks like he's like the same size he is in that one, the remake. He's like just a big hulk of a man. And presumably the owner or boss or whoever says something like, what is that R word still doing here? I'm not saying the word, fuck off. I'll play the clip, but I'm not saying the word. An employee, I'm willing to get canceled for some things. That's not one of them. Yeah. An employee approaches it's clearly Leatherface, approaches him, and he says, he's like, you got to go home. The plant is closed. The plant isn't operational anymore. You don't work here anymore. Leave, right? Leatherface is like hacking up meat, but the plant is clearly being closed down, but they're like, they can't get rid of him. He just doesn't want to leave. He doesn't seem to understand that like he doesn't work there anymore because no one works there anymore.
And it's the same place that his mother worked.
Yes.
Like, probably the exact same spot.
Yeah, exact same slaughterhouse. And then the other employee calls Leatherface a big dumb animal. And Leatherface turns to him and you think for a moment, you're like, oh, this dude's done. And he's like holding the butcher blade. But he doesn't. He drops the blade and walks away. Cut to a young couple lounging by the pool. Two of our new protagonists, Chrissy and Eric. Eric is played by Matt Bomber or Boomer. I think it's Matt Bomber. Matt Bomber, who he's in a lot of newer stuff.
Yep.
I was shocked to see him. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. It's like kind of a little role before you got a little bit bigger, just like one of those young, I was young. I did a horror film kind of roles, but yeah, he's a good actor. He's a good actor.
So I know John Larroquette. You know
Matt Bomber.
That doesn't tell you the age difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Generation difference.
Cut to another young couple getting kinky in a bedroom. They're at like a motel and they're all like frolicking and fooling around. They reference the Vietnam War.
Yep.
So I guess this film takes place because we've time skipped. We know this is a prequel to the 1973. I think this takes place in like 68, 69.
69.
Yeah,
it's 4 years before.
It's because we're in the 60s, but I mean it's still got the same feel of the 70s. It's very similar. Like it's not like they do much in particular, other than the whole Vietnam thing, which has a dumb subplot.
Yep.
We'll get to it. It's lame.
mean, they still don't look like they're out of 1969.
No, everybody's too hot,
Yep.
and also their hair is like
Doesn't
they
look-
didn't style their hair like that. Their hair is styled like it's styled perfectly like how modern hairdressers can make your hair look. It's like no, that didn't whatever. They're young and hot and they're having fun. Eric is their Eric. The other couple, it's Dean. It's Eric's brother and his girlfriend. Eric is determined. So he actually went to Vietnam and now he came back and he wants to go. He wants to re-enlist. So he's determined to re-enlist. And his brother Dean is conflicted because he got a draft card, but he doesn't want to fight. So he actually wants to like run away from the draft, basically be a draft dodger.
Yeah.
Right. I interpreted that right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the brother is going again. Because
Eric
his
is going
brother-
back. Yeah.
But to basically be there with his brother.
No, but I
who's-
got the sense that Eric is like a diehard patriot and wants to serve his country, regardless if I think he just did. You get that opening scene. He's almost like reminiscing about the war, which is kind of weird because almost no one reminisces about Vietnam, which is historically one of the most like brutal and like
Not
horrific.
favorable.
No, it was very like a dark, period. Cut back to the slaughterhouse where an enraged Leatherface shows up again and he brutally kills the asshole boss from the opening shot with a hammer. And after that, Leatherface sees a chainsaw and decides to take it on his way out. And they are making it so clear in this film where it's like they have to set everything up. And they do this little like audio cue and then it zooms in on the chainsaw. To really emphasize the moment. It's like, oh, that's how he got his chainsaw.
Yeah.
But it's like, it was just sitting there. He just picked it up.
Yep.
It's like, was that really a big impact moment? Like, okay, sure. The police show up at the Hewitt property to arrest Thomas, that is his name,
Thomas
for the
Hewitt,
kill. Arlie Ermy answers the door and he agrees to come with the officer to go arrest Thomas or Leatherface. They're driving over to find Thomas, and the officer conveniently reveals that he's the last remaining cop in town, and pretty much everyone, I guess there's like a depression in the town, and like all the businesses have gone under, and everyone has fled because there's no work and literally no food in the town. Sure, they then come across Leatherface on the side of the road. They stop, and the officer approaches Leatherface. And unsurprisingly, Arlie Ermy, whose actual name is Charlie, did you know that?
Yeah.
Grabs the shotgun from within the cruiser and point blank just blasts the officer away, just kills him instantly. He then begins to take the dead cop's belongings, including his hat, where we get another audio cue and another like pause moment of like, oh, that's how Sheriff Hoyt got his hat.
He wasn't the sheriff to begin with. He's not actually a cop. Yeah.
Yeah. We then there's a little moment where for absolutely no reason, Charlie, Sheriff Hoyt, tastes the blood of the dead cop and he's like, not bad. Why would he do this? Like, sure, okay, whatever. Cut to a Hewitt family dinner where Arlie Ermy, aka Uncle Charlie, aka now Sheriff Hoyt, which is what he's calling himself, he literally took the identity of the cop that he killed. Okay, that's something. All right, whatever. And we get this badass speech from Arlie Ermy's character where he goes on this rant that he says, this family will not abandon their place of birth before revealing what dinner is. And dinner is made out of the dead cop's body. Because remember, there's food shortage in the town. Nobody can find food. So his solution is what if they just start killing people and eating them? Let's just resort to cannibalism. That'll solve all of our problems. The whole family is hesitant first and they're kind of just like, Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Well, there is
Yeah.
an explanation to that somewhat. We'll get to.
Do you want to get, because I don't remember this.
Yeah. So he does talk about one of the reasons why he is angry about the whole draft dodging piece, which we'll discuss, is that he fought in the Korean War and he was a POW.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he talks
okay,
about how
yeah, right. That
the only
comes
way
up.
we could
Yeah.
survive is
Eating,
to
eat,
So
eat our-
this
yeah.
is not new for him.
Yeah.
So I guess he's now just passing this on to the
So
rest
you're
of the
right.
family.
They do. I have that in my notes. Yeah, they do explain that. Yeah. Cut back to the two young couples who are on the road trip. When they stop at once again a familiar gas station run by the family matriarch Mama, the same cranky old lady from the 2003 remake. Chrissy and other girl, as I've written her down, that's what I've got, go inside before being harassed by a group of bikers. Bikers play a big element in this movie because it's the 60s. So, like, is Easy Rider a 60s movie? Is that from that era?
70s?
Sure, but
Yeah.
it's like 60s has that biker culture. Sure, it was like an
anti-Vietnam.
Yeah,
Yep.
anti-establishment group. I guess that was starting to become like a subculture. They leave, and Dean burns his enlistment paper before revealing to his brother he's not going with him. And they have this little argument and little back and forth. And at the same time, one of the bikers starts chasing them. This woman brandishing a sawed-off shotgun. She has a sawed-off shotgun, and she starts yelling at them to pull over. Not paying attention to the road, they then crash into a cow that just like explodes, and their Jeep like just flies off the road. The woman still tries to rob them after this. Like,
they're dying.
what are you taking?
Yeah.
The car is destroyed. You're not going to take their Jeep. They're all fucked up. It's like, what are you going to get off them? Okay, sure, but she still tries to rob them. But the newly instated Sheriff Hoyt, actual name Charlie, arrives, and I love this moment where like he shows up, and the woman, the biker chick who has like a sawed-off shotgun, she like tucks it behind her back, and she tries to like explain the situation. Like she tries to get control of the narrative, and without even hesitating, Sheriff Hoyt immediately recognizes like, nah, this woman's full of shit, and just blows her away with the shotgun.
Glad you're here, officer.
Oh, I just bet you are.
Yes. Fucking awesome. Yeah, that was a great moment. He's just like, nah.
Nah.
Yeah, he's like, doesn't even let her start her bullshit, you know? He then begins to question the boys as Chrissy, who got thrown from the Jeep and somehow is not dead. She got like thrown out into a cornfield, and she like is tuckering down, like hiding to the side. Meanwhile, the two brothers and the other girl get pulled out of the Jeep, and the sheriff is just like harassing them and needlessly giving them a hard time. He then throws them all and the dead girl's body inside his cruiser, and they drive off, leaving Chrissy alone. Chrissy rushes over to the wreck and finds Eric's gun, but Monty shows up to tow the truck and finds the gun first. Monty hooks up the Jeep and tows it with Chrissy inside. The sheriff takes the three kids back to the Hewitt Residence HQ, as I've written it down here. It's that building.
I like that. Yeah.
And gets Leatherface to tie them up. And why don't they just instantly kill them? What is the reason behind this?
I don't know. Keep them fresh, I guess. I don't know.
Sure. Like he like ties them up like in like a garage, and they're like hung up with like rope. And I'm like, what is the point of this? Like you could just kill them instantly, not have any whatever. I'm a better cannibal than they are. Okay.
Well, I mean, they've still got a lot to eat off the cop, so maybe they're just, keep these ones nice and
yeah, sure. What follows is Chrissy trying to rescue her friends while the entire group just tries to survive the terrible Hewitt family.
Yep.
I'm not a huge fan of this movie. I don't have a lot of positive. It's a kind of a pointless entry. It's just, it exists kind of thing, you know?
The biggest question that I have watching this one, and this one will come up again, why do we need this? I don't feel like there's enough here to tell prequel stories of these characters, right? You know, first of all, the family changes all the time. So it's not like we want this, we're getting the story of Drayton from the first one. No, we're not. You know, we're getting the story of a character that we just discovered from the previous movie.
Right.
But we don't really, like, it doesn't really change things that we find out that he just killed the previous sheriff and now he's the sheriff. I mean, it's kind of cool.
Okay, well, so like, does this work? How well does this work as a Leatherface origin film? So like,
not at all.
Okay, right. So it's you're trying to give us origins to several of these things, right? But like, let's start with Leatherface. Okay, so we get something that we never got before. It's like, okay, he worked in a slaughterhouse. Sure, but they already said that in the first movie. It's like, my brother works in there. I didn't work there. It's like, so we kind of already knew that, but they show it to us. What we didn't get was the whole like, he was an abandoned mutant child that was literally born on the floor of a slaughterhouse. But it's like, that doesn't necessarily add anything. Like the idea is like, are we supposed to now feel a little bit of sympathy for him? Sure, maybe. But then, you know, the problem with that, we don't get him as a child.
Right.
You get him as a mutant baby, and then he's instantly the monster. He's now that Frankenstein fucking creature that's already a killing machine. There was a missed opportunity here. They needed some runtime to be dedicated to him as a child. You needed a little bit of that, just like, you know, maybe him getting picked on and him blah, 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 blah. I don't want Halloween Rob Zombie shit. I don't want that. But I don't know. It's just like, it feels like such a jump.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. We've talked about this. Nightmare on Elm Street, one of the Freddy's Nightmares episodes, has the origin story behind Freddy Krueger. And we both agreed that it was just an awful missed opportunity.
So It's funny you mentioned that. I wrote down in my notes, while I hate this movie, Freddy's Dead did a better job of giving us a Fred Krueger origin story than this film does for Leatherface. Because it's like, that movie sucks, but at least it gave us some shit to work with. Where it's like, okay, saw him as a little boy. That we got the origin story of like how he was born. He also had a fucked up birth, just like Leatherface. Then you got to see him get teased in school. Okay, that made him jaded and bitter, and he hated everybody. Then we get to see him. He has an abusive adopted father that beats him, Alice Cooper's character. And it's like, okay, that would really fuck people up. Then he tries to be a family member, but he can't hide his murder. It's like, it's not good, but it's way more than this film gives us. This film gives us nothing.
Yeah. But I still think you have to ask the question, do we even need an origin story for these characters? Whether they go back to the character as a child or not, I don't think so. I don't think there's enough there. And actually, I think it really harms the character overall to tell us so much about them. Like, one of the things that made the original so great is that there's this family out in the middle of nowhere that is killing and eating people, and you don't know anything about them. You don't learn anything about them, right? That's that sort of horrifying unknown. You can almost tell us too much. And I feel like these prequels, this one, there's another one coming up, I don't need to know this, and I don't want to know this. Right? I don't need to see this. The veil of unknown is what makes this character as great as it is. If you tell me everything about them, now there's no unknowns there, right? There's no mystery, right? So that was right off the top. I wasn't going to like it. The other thing too, when you're talking about a prequel, what do we know about all of our teenagers and all of our family members? Before we've even seen the movie, what do you know about the fate of all of the kids and all of the family members?
Well, they obviously, the kids all have to die.
All the kids die? They have to.
Well, that's why prequels suck.
Yeah, and
prequels suck. They're never good. Yeah. Like, prequels just don't work. Yeah. Don't do filmmakers, don't do prequels ever, because they almost never work.
Yeah.
Like, you want to know the one that works? Godfather 2. It's like the only exception to the rule. But even that is like, the way they do it is different.
Well, you've got rich characters that have real backgrounds, right?
Right.
But with this one, there was no suspense. I'm like, right away, they're all going to go. All these kids are going to go. None of them, because you can't have any of them survive. Right. And we already know that all the family members make it to the next one because we've already seen that movie. Right. Okay. So Monty loses his legs. I guess we can find out how he loses his legs.
I want to. So I'm going to pull from that, expand on that. It answers it answers questions that are pretty pointless.
Questions that nobody asked.
Right. Like nobody asked these questions. So like, how did Monty lose his legs? Oh, well, he gets shot in the leg at one point, and then for absolutely no reason, Sheriff Hoyt, like they got Monty in the living room, and he's like, Tommy, come in here. He's like, we're gonna do a little bit of surgery, Tommy. And then like Monty's like, what? No, like what is this? And he's like, oh, well, it's going to get infected. So he has Leatherface chainsaw off his leg?
What the fuck is this? Surgery. Come on, Tommy. Oh, bullshit. Look at that. Now, Tommy, that's goddamn sloppy. That'll get infected. Even them up. Come on. Come on. There you go. Nice work, Tommy.
What did you do that for?
Balance.
Yeah.
But then he's like, oh, well, that's just sloppy work. He's like, oh, yeah, you better chainsaw off the other leg now.
He nicked the other one by mistake, so it's got to go now.
Right, so now he chainsaw off the other leg so that they're balanced.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, wow, that's going to get infected. It's like, well, it's sure as fucking hell going to get infected now. It's like he had a bullet wound that might have been even a through bullet. It might have gone through him. It might not have even been inside. He could have been treated for that. You just chopped his legs off, he would have died.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not doctors. We've had this debate before, but I'm fairly certain that if you cut someone's leg off, if you cut them both
with
off,
a chainsaw, and don't immediately take them to a hospital, and don't immediately tourniquet it,
right.
You don't know what you're doing.
I mean, obviously
they weren't even tourniqueted.
Right.
No. He's like, no. How did Sheriff Hoyt lose his front teeth? Oh, well, we get that answer too. It turns out that Dean curb stomped him when he was escaping. He just smashes the back of his head and breaks his teeth.
Yeah.
Why do we need these answers? Who cares? Who was My question is, who was clamoring for this information? Like, this was so important, this lost information. You know what I mean?
And I mean, if you're going to do an origin story, I feel like they only went back. I mean, I guess it's 4 years, but it feels like it was 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes before the Jessica Biel entry, because they're literally telling us what happened right before that movie. And there's really no origin there. They're just, this is the setup for the 2003 entry that you've already seen. It's just pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the kind of a positive, the Leatherface design's kind of cool. He's still a beast in this one. I mean,
it's the same guy.
I think it was the same guy. They gave him this cool design where he's got like a mankind like leather mask. It's the only thing I could think of. It's
not the worst mask we've seen in the franchise.
It's a pretty good mask. I kind of like it. It's different. It's different. He's not wearing a human skin mask, because they also give us the origin of the first time he wears a human skin mask. He sexy fucking Matt Bomber gets his face taken off. So in the canon of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Matt Bomber is the first official skin mask. Yeah, skin face. Yeah. What else do I got here? Yeah, go ahead.
What's with the biker gang? It just felt unnecessary. Because
they had to have something happen, because the majority of this movie is just, the movie fucking drags. So much of the movie is just that Arlie Ermy like just torturing the two boys. And it just goes on and on and on. Like, where he's like, all right, son, show me a push-up. Show me how patriotic you are. It's like, and then he's like whacking him while he's trying to do push-ups. And then he ties him back up. And it's just, the film drags so much. It's like, the whole biker thing. And it amounts to nothing. Where it's like, there's this biker chick. And they set up, there's this biker gang at the beginning. They're like causing a scene at the gas stop. And you're like, ooh, I wonder if there's going to be like this epic biker gang versus Sawyer or Hewitt family showdown. No. Just the boyfriend of the one chick shows up and does nothing and then gets killed by Leatherface.
I mean, I guess the idea that I guess I thought when I first saw it that Jordana Brewster and him would sort of team up and they'd both survive this together.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. He
Similar to
shows up and he's like, no, I don't care about you or any of your people. And his biker girlfriend is already dead. Like he doesn't save her. And he gets sawed. I think he's the one that gets sawed in half from underneath.
So I'm pretty sure this is the first chainsaw kill in the now it's in this timeline.
In this timeline,
yeah, because the whole thing is like he has the chainsaw and he's like, "Do it, Tommy, do it, get him." Because I think at first he's like manhandling the biker and he like throws him to the ground and then he does chainsaw him. Yeah, but then he later chainsaws. He actually chainsaws quite a few people in this movie. He chainsaws Eric, which is so overkill. Poor Eric, Matt Bomer's character, gets mutilated in this film. He has his face stripped off. He has the skin on his arms stripped off. And then he just gets chainsawed dead center in the chest.
Yep.
And there's like one quick shot of like where you see the aftermath. It's a heinous shot.
Right.
I was like, whoa, that's a lot. It's like a Saw kill. The other really cool chainsaw kill, and they pussed out. That's the only edge this film has over the two. Do you know what I'm about to say? The chainsaw kill?
Go ahead.
So the only edge this film has over the 2003 film, they actually give you the chainsaw kill you want to see. So in the 2003 one, there's a shot, it's right near the end, where Morgan and Aaron are trying to escape. They're running away from Leatherface. And Morgan gets hung up on a light fixture by Leatherface. And he grabs the chainsaw, and he's about to chainsaw him from the crotch up, and they cut away. They don't show it. Apparently, they did film it. Where's that footage? Why just put it in?
Yeah.
Like, it's 2003. Why are you being pussies? Jason X has more gore than this. Come on, man. Like, Jason X is like 2001. So, like, what? Like, we're at this point, it's like, who cares? Just show it all. You're not worrying about the evil MPA. They pussed out. But in this movie, there's a great shot where Dean, that Leatherface, you think the brother's gonna live, and kudos to them for them being like, nah. Well, I guess no kudos to them. They all had to die.
We know they're not making it.
Dean gets chainsawed from behind. What a cool shot. He gets chainsawed from behind and lifted up. Oh, that was a great shot. Yeah, that was a good shot.
While it's running,
it's still running, and it's like still cutting him up. Yeah, it's good. Any other points? I have two more points.
I mean, it ends with the John Larroquette narration at the end.
Okay, so let's hold that.
Okay,
and then I have one more point that we'll get to the ending. This feels like a Sheriff Hort. This feels like a Sheriff Hoyt horror film.
No.
This doesn't feel like a Leatherface horror film. Did you get that impression?
Yeah, there's a couple times in my notes where I say it's not a bad movie. It's just it's not a good Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. Right? Like if you stripped the name off and you took Leatherface out of it and just made it about this sort of killer cannibal family,
you might as well just call it like Hills Have Eyes, or Wrong Turn. Like,
but if it's not trying to live up to something and be part of this greater franchise, it probably does fine because, like we said, some of the violence, some of the kills are pretty decent. The cellophane he wraps around the guy's face.
Yeah, but it goes so long. That's what I'm saying. Is like he has way too much screen time. Yeah. There's not enough Leatherface, and it's just Sheriff Hoyt. It's the Sheriff Hoyt film.
Right, but we don't need an origin story for Leatherface. Like, I don't want to hear that story.
Right, but I also don't need a Sheriff Hoyt origin story. And it just feels like it's misguided. They gave him way too much screen time. They were like, Oh, Arlie Ermy? He was amazing in the previous movie. Let's give him more screen time, but it backfired.
But he's the only one that talks, right? And when you're trying to tell a story...
Well, then make the other characters do something. Like, I don't know.
I don't disagree with you.
It's misguided. There's one funny moment that I forgot to mention. The tea lady, they use her as a human barricade at one point. Do you remember this?
They're slamming the table into her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the Sheriff Hoyt, they like I think it's Dean and the one girl are trying to escape, and then like Sheriff Hoyt's about to come into the room, and the tea lady's sitting at the on a chair at the table, and they just grab the table and ram it into her and shove her into the door, and she's like, "Ma!"
It's not a very flattering shot of her.
Kudos to her for being the fat blob of goo that scene called for.
Yeah.
Yeah. She understood the mission. She's like, I get what you're doing.
I'm in.
She's like, I look like this. I get it.
Yeah.
It's that was great. Yeah. I liked that moment. Let's start with the ending. It sucks. It's all I wrote terrible ending. It's all pointless because that kind of sums up the movie. Why are we even watching this?
Yeah.
You can't get invested in anyone because they all die. Right. So there's actually a line that states this. So right near the end, the main girl, Chrissy, she escapes. Dean's dead at this point, and the mama yells out. She's like, "She can't get away. She'll tell everyone." And at that point, when I was watching, I was like, "Oh yeah, she can't get away."
Yeah.
I'm like, because that fucks up the rest of the timeline. Because otherwise, she would go to the authorities. So I'm like, "Oh, well, I guess she's gonna die."
I mean, at least you got through the whole movie and were able to enjoy it without having that.
I didn't click in until that moment. I thought they were gonna one line fix it some other how where it's like, no one believed her story or some, I don't know, who knows, right? She was a woman, so no one took her seriously because it was the 60s.
Justin Ashley, folks.
They just assumed that she was being hypochondriac. Yeah. She was...
they gave her some heroin. And sent her
yeah,
on
right,
her way.
yeah. They gave her... what's that thing they used to prescribe to women to like... They just assumed she was being hysterical and was on her period. Yeah.
Total Mad Men.
Yeah. So Chrissy does escape, and she peels off in a car, but it turns out that Leatherface is hiding in the back of the car, and we get another cool scene where where he chainsaws her through the seat. It's a cool shot.
Yep.
And then like the car just pulls over and crashes to the side. But like, there's two problems with this. One, Leatherface is chasing her. She finds this car and jumps in the car. How did he know that she would do that? Why would he do that? Why would he hide in the back of this one random car in the hopes that, okay, and they already established he's not the brightest. They're like, oh yeah, she's going to grab this car, so I'm going to hide back here and pop out at the right moment.
Yep.
And why would he wait until she started driving to then attack her? It's like the second she got in the car, why didn't he just grab her and snap her neck?
Convenience.
No, because you got to have a cool shot, right? Yeah. And then then it ends with Leatherface walking away from the wreck. We then get the familiar narrator delivering what would normally come at the beginning of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films. That he states this film takes place in 1969, and between now and 1973, the Hewitt family killed exactly 33 people. No more, no less.
From 1969 to 1973, the Hewitt family murdered 33 people across the state of Texas.
How would they know that? No, I thought it was. It's just a dumb thing.
Why say that?
Right. Yeah. In the narrator's like, there were the Hewitt family were known to have killed 33 victims, and I thought, why even write a number?
Yeah.
Like, why not just say countless? Why not just say innumerable? Why not say at least 30? No,
or began a
They
massacre.
picked 33. Mark, they knew the exact amount of people. How could you know that? Considering that they just grab people and make them disappear, it's like, where are you getting this data? Yeah. The narrator knew. He had that data. Fuck this film. I got nothing left to say.
Yep. I'm with you.
Let's go grab something to eat.
Let's do it.
We've earned it.
We've been talking about cannibals for so long.
You know what I'm really feeling after talking about these cannibalistic films about eating meat?
Five Guys burgers.
Let's go grab some meat, buddy.
Yep.
Let's go dig in.
Yep.
Yeah. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Five Guys Burgers, where we just went to eat. It is not sponsored by, it's not sponsored by anyone other than Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys, the ad that you just heard read. Why can't we get Five Guys?
I mean, Dairy Queen never came through for us either.
No one. If anyone is interested in paying us money to do what we do right now, we would very much appreciate it. This channel makes no money.
Costs us money.
Yeah. This channel has been in the red since day one. All right. We were talking about Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning. By the way, official title for that film, I think I paused what I was saying originally. It's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning.
Right.
Rolls right off the tongue. What the fuck? What is this?
I mean, this franchise has already ruined it as far as titles because everything's the same.
It's just such a stupid fucking title. Yeah. Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning? Yeah. Well, let me say, this series is beginning to suck shit. How's that for a fucking caption? All right, on to our next fucking entry. From 2013. So we got the original 4 that came out roughly around the same time-ish. Not really, but we got like the 4. Most people consider like the 4 originals. Then we got the remake. Then we got the prequel to the remake. That's 6. We got another 3 entries. We are about to enter the era of the legacy sequel. So the next 3 entries, yeah, they're reboots in a sense, but they're not brand new takeoff points. The next 3 are directly connected to other entries in the series. Yep. So, kicking off our first legacy sequel from 2013, this is Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. I mean, this is a mid-pick. I don't really like this one. This is my number 6.
8.
Whoa, you really don't like this one.
I don't like this movie.
I mean, okay, I'm going to say right now, we've been pretty close on a lot of these. We went to get something to eat. Yeah. We were commenting. We're like, this is the closest we've ever been on rankings. Yeah. Even though I have it at 6, it's like the bottom 3 for me. Even the, like, we got 9, 8, 7. So, like, even 6, it's like, it's not great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not great. You hate it more than I hate it. I guess we'll get to why that is. Of prominent note, it's the first time in the series they finally dropped the. It's just Texas Chainsaw 3D.
Yep.
Or, as it's most commonly seen, just Texas Chainsaw, which is fucking weird. That's a terrible title.
Yeah, the first time I found this movie on like a streaming service, I thought it was like a ripoff of the franchise.
Yeah, because it doesn't, it's just like Texas Chainsaw. It's like, oh, they legally couldn't use the word massacre or whatever. But it's only because when you take out the 3D, it sounds weird. Texas Chainsaw 3D, it's like, okay, I kind of get it. But, whatever. It's a name. Of interesting trivia, Mark, I'm shocked you have it so low. This came out the same year as one of your favorite horror films, Curse of Chucky, 2013. It's got to be just as good, right?
That's how it works, right?
Yeah, right. Yep. Same year. They were working together. They were both those production companies were talking to one another. Yeah, they shared ideas.
Yeah. No, they did not.
No. They are similar in year only. So this was, of course, a 3D film. It was trying to cash in on that wave of 3D films that came after, like Avatar made them popular again. I didn't watch the 3D version. I know you didn't watch the 3D version. I don't know how you would watch the 3D version now, because like it is the Blu-ray that I had has a Blu-ray 3D actual proper one. It's not the type where you wear like the red and blue glasses. You have to use the proper 3D glasses. You also have to have a proper 3D television, which they no longer produce.
Right.
So I almost wish it was the kind where you just use the shitty blue and red glasses because at least it's still usable then. But same thing with, I've never seen Friday the 13th 3D in 3D.
No.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I wish that I had the chance, but I wish that I could have seen it in the theater.
That'd be the true experience. Okay, enough waffling. Let's get to the plot. It starts with a cool opening credit sequence showing clips and footage from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Which, all right, again, you're doing credit sequence. I see you, credit sequence. You're doing something. Cut to a police cruiser speeding down the road, and it passes the truck at the end of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1, the Black Maria, and it's like, huh? And like, at first I'm like, no. And it keeps going down the road, and then it pulls into the driveway of the Sawyer's residence, and it's like, what? What is happening? Because I didn't know when I've never seen this. I didn't know when this took place. This is about to get even more wild. So the officer that shows up takes out a shotgun and he calls out for Drayton and the Sawyers to send out Leatherface, aka Jed, which is what they call him in this film. Drayton, who originally was played by Jim Sydow, who unfortunately had passed away by this point, has been recast by. Did you catch this?
It was the same guy that played
Chop Top.
It's
right? Bill Moseley. Yeah. So that's weird. So Bill Moseley is playing Drayton, and like, okay, sure, we like Bill Moseley. I like Bill Moseley. It's just it's just kind of a waste of him because and he's not really acting like the cook. Like he's not acting like Jim Sydow. He's acting just kind of like straight man. It's like, okay. And then as he's like, so he's in this room where the window is and he's yelling out at the cop negotiating, and like it pans back and it's like, there's like 10 Sawyers in this room. And it's like, where the fuck did all these people come from? This sequence we're seeing is a direct sequel to the aftermath of part 1. It's like Sally has sped off and now the cops are showing up to the residence. Seemingly Sally got to police and called in help or whatever, right? So the aftermath is happening right now. We're seeing this. This was never filmed.
It might not have been 20 minutes later, but it's not 20 years later.
No. This is the same day as the interpretation I got, because the truck's still there. The Black Maria was still sitting there. But yeah, we get all these Sawyers, and it's like, who the fuck are these people?
Who are all you people?
Right. Who are you? Because this is a sequel to 1, right? Where the fuck were they during 1? This seemingly took place not long after that dinner sequence took place. How many people were in that sequence? How many family members? Let's count them. Drayton, the cook, the Grandpa, Nubbins, who's now dead, splattered on the road, and Leatherface.
Yep.
That's it. But like, there's all these people in the room, and they're all apparently part of the Sawyer clan. I'm like, okay, sure, maybe they called them all in. I don't know. Weird decision. One of them is played by
Gunnar Hansen.
The
original Leatherface.
Gunnar Hansen in his final film role. He died minutes after he finished shooting. Off camera, just collapsed. And that was it. That's how that went.
Turned into a Force ghost.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. So then they have this like quick discussion and they're debating. They're like, oh, what are we going to do? It's like, well, the cops got us dead to rights. And then Gunnar Hansen's like, Drayton, just give up the boy. He's slow. He's no good to us anyways. Like, just give him up. And it's like, and then Drayton's like, yeah, okay, we'll give up Leatherface. And it's like, that's the way to save all of our asses. But it's like, Gunnar Hansen, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Like, who are you supposed to be? I don't know you as a Sawyer character. Why is Drayton listening to you?
Yep.
Like, why do you have so much weight in this scene? Okay, sure, whatever. Then what's his face? Drayton goes, I keep wanting to say Chop Top. Drayton goes into the other room and we see Leatherface in this outfit. He's in the part 1 Pretty Woman outfit, and he's like cowering in the corner, like afraid of being sent to the police. And it's like, they're going this far with it?
Yep.
This is ballsy. This is Halloween Kills. We shot an entire sequence that takes place right moments after the original. Shit you never saw. We are bringing in original actors. We're bringing in the elements that are directly from. We recast Dr. Loomis, and we're bringing in Loomis. We have the balls to do that. It's that level.
Yeah,
like that's a ballsy fucking move. Did that shock you when you were watching it?
It shocked me that they tried it, because they didn't succeed.
Oh no! Oh no! We're gonna get to it.
No.
It's a terrible decision.
No.
All attempts to connect this and make this a legacy sequel fail. So this directly connects to Texas Chainsaw 1.
Yep.
And it ignores everything else. So this is again the first of our legacy sequels that are going to be direct connection to the original. Fuck all the other ones, according to this film. What happens next? Oh yeah, okay. So they're like, all right, we're gonna send Jet out. Like, hold your horses. We're sending them out right now, okay? And then out of nowhere, a lynch mob rolls up, and they're just like, all right, they're in there, boys. Like, let's time to deliver some justice. And the sheriff tries and fails to maintain order, and like instantly chaos erupts. The two sides just start shooting at each other, like within minutes of them arriving, maybe even within seconds. And then someone throws like a Molotov cocktail into the Sawyer house, and the house just starts catching on fire, and then it burns down.
Digital fire. Yep.
Not a great effect, yeah. And then it burns down and seemingly killing almost all of the Sawyers in the household. And I like so like after all that happens, and like all the Sawyers have now been like lynched by this mob, the sheriff's just like, oh, he turns to like the head of the lynch mob. I think his name is Bert Hartman, I think. We'll get to it, but I believe he
comes back.
I believe it's Bert, and he's like, "You asshole!"
This is on you, Bert. Not for now, Sheriff. Can't get around a good book.
And it's like, that's a pretty mild response to just vigilante executing people. It's like, shouldn't they all be arrested now?
Right.
Like, shouldn't you all be going to jail? It's like, okay, you couldn't maintain order. Call for backup.
Yep.
Why aren't you calling in, like, the state troopers? Like, shouldn't these men all be behind bars?
Well, remember, they only have one police officer in all of...
Well, actually, there is one other cop, like, in that scene. He also does nothing. He's just as, like, useless. In the aftermath, the house is burned to the ground. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then there's this shot of there's this one of the Sawyer women who knows who this fucking is. She's like holding a baby, and she's like off to the side, and this is like while they're going through the rubble of the house, and they're like, I don't know, picking through it, I guess, looking for survivors so that they can make them not survivors.
Right.
I don't know.
Yep.
And one of the lynch mob guys finds this woman, and she's like dying, holding a baby, and then he like, no one's around. He just like snatches her baby and then hoofs her in the fucking face.
Yeah. I got her. Everything's okay.
The kick he does to her face is so needlessly aggressive. Do you remember this? He's just like, boom!
Especially since you probably didn't need to do anything.
Right.
She was probably just going to die.
Right, yeah. But he steals her baby.
Yep.
We then get this group photo of the mob being like, yeah, we did it. Look at us. And there's like a cop in the photo. It's like, why is that cop in that photo? Like, so it implies the police department condoned the actions of this mob, right? We then get our opening title card, which is, I don't know if you caught this. The title card for the film is The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D.
Yep. Did it include the
what the
massacre
fuck?
word?
Yes, and
we
the
talked about this, right?
Right.
Like,
but I don't know if you caught. So The name of the movie is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Texas Chainsaw, aka Texas Chainsaw 3D.
Yep.
Don't believe me? Look it up.
Yep.
But in the film, the title card says The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D.
Yep.
What is happening?
And you and I had a debate. We're like, because I'm like, I swear I saw this. And
Now
you're like,
you know where you saw it. Yeah. You weren't. Mark was right.
But I wasn't.
But you also weren't right.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's stupid. Cut to a worker in the deli department of a grocery store, introduced to our new main protagonist, Heather.
Modern time jump now.
Sorry,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
We are now in modern time. So we're now in whatever year this movie is supposed to take place in, I guess 2013. This film was filmed in 2013. Heather is played by one of my celebrity crushes, Alexandria Daddario. Do you know who that is?
I do. I think everyone knows who she is.
Oh, so she's one of your crushes too, eh, buddy?
I mean, who doesn't know who she is?
Daddario is, she's such a smoke show. I had...
True Detective.
That's right, buddy.
Yeah.
That's right. We all know the scene. Let's cut to it right now. No, we're not doing
This
that.
has become a different show.
Right, yeah, we're not cutting to that. This isn't Mr. Skins, the podcast. Yeah. Daddario, I'd never seen the next three movies we're about to talk about. I'd never seen any of them.
No.
I had no idea Alexandria Daddario was in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film.
No.
I also, like, it doesn't quite look like her quite yet. She's got, like, black hair. Like, it's not her normal look. She's usually more like a brunette. She's kind of a little gothy, a little punky in this movie. She's also very young in this movie. I think she's supposed to be playing, like, I want to say, like, early 20s type age range. We'll get to the age issue later on. We're also introduced to her equally hot friend, Nikki, who's played by Tanya Raymond.
Yep.
Another smoke show in this movie.
Again, realistic people.
This is what humans look like. Right. Everyone's a perfect 10, buddy. Yep. They're all perfect 10s. Cut to Heather's place where she's doing art with bones.
Yeah, I think the word art is questionable.
Oh, please.
It's weird. It's weird.
I wonder why she'd be doing that. Yep. What a strange thing for her to be doing. Later, Heather is getting busy with her boyfriend where he notes that she has this strange birthmark on her tit. I wonder if that's going to come up again. Maybe. Or was it just an excuse to show her tit?
To show something.
Now, before you get too excited, folks, she doesn't actually go topless. It's just showing the top. She's got like a bra on, all right? Relax, perverts. All right, back to the plot. A registered letter shows up at Heather's apartment when he
I'm like, you're one of those perverts.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
How quickly we are to cast the stone there. Ew. True Detective, man. You're like, yeah, I know her work from True Detective. Oh, you mean the one where she's all naked?
Her performances were incredible.
You just watched that scene for the articles, did you? So a registered letter shows up informing Heather that her grandmother has died. And she's like, what? All my grandparents are already dead.
I didn't know I had another.
What grandmother is this? So we got to a scene where she confronts her parents, who are revealed to be the baby-stealing couple from the opening. So Heather is, in fact, the child of one of the Sawyers. And her parents in the scene are just like complete white trash. It's so over the top. It reminds me of the Rob Zombie shit with like all the scenes with that chaotic family where it's just too much.
I just wanted to have a child.
Enough.
I wanted to have a child so
Enough,
bad,
Arlene.
and I couldn't.
Enough.
Why couldn't you tell me?
Tell you what, your mother has a defective uterus. She wanted a kid. End of story.
So what? We're not good enough for you now.
I didn't say that. I just want to know where I came from and who I came from.
Well, we're the ones that raised you, and you were damn lucky, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they had to. They couldn't make her parents, her foster parents, as we learn, seem too.
Well, they're not the good guys.
Yeah,
they stole a baby.
Yeah.
So like you kind of can't make them too good.
But if they were great stand-up foster parents, she just wouldn't go, right? So we have to have these people be like
Yeah, see, I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree. There's a better way of writing this.
There-
and the
yeah.
better way of writing this is just have her be like, have them be encouraging and be like, yeah, it's time you got to know your lineage or something
Yeah.
like that, you know, or just write a better movie. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like her foster parents obviously know where she came from, so they don't want her to go.
Yeah.
But you're right. They don't have to make them dirty scum people.
Here, let me pitch you another idea. How about this? How about they don't cut the stupid scene where he steals a baby, and how about the cops recover the baby, she goes into foster care, she then gets a loving family who are like, we don't know much. We know you came from tragedy, though. They didn't tell us all the details.
Yep.
But, you know, if this is what you need, go ahead and we'll support you. Better. Oh,
Nah.
wow. Takes 2 seconds. Yeah. Wow. The Slash Cinema writing desk, as usual, pumping out nothing but great ideas, folks. So they're like, I don't know, they're being assholes, and she's like, well, fuck you. I'm going to go see where I came from. And her mom tries to warn her. Mom's like, nothing good is in Newt, Texas.
Yeah.
There's nothing good there. You know, don't go to Newt, Texas, which, okay, so now we're defining the town that the first movie took place in, because before it's just like, it's South Texas. We have no idea. It was very ambiguous. Almost none of the entries specify a town. This is one of the first times.
They really can't.
Right.
Right? So I'm surprised. I think I looked it up.
I thought it was odd, too, where they were like, Newt, Texas. And it's like, okay, sure. But I don't think that's where they even filmed the original or anything. I think they just chose it for... They are retconning, like they're deciding for Toby Hooper. Now, this is where you meant to put it, right? Yeah. So Heather, Ryan, Nikki, and her boyfriend all decide to make it a fun road trip and take off in a van. We've seen this formula before. They're driving off to find out where she came from and her heritage and learn about her dead grandmother. They stop and get gas and accidentally hit a hot hitchhiker guy. Yeah. Oh, man. All the beats, buddy. All the beats. Okay, so we've got a group of young, hot people, the van, and now we have a fucking hitchhiker as well? Come on. Like, this is supposed to be a legacy sequel.
Yeah, this isn't a remake.
Right. This isn't the 2003 film. You have opportunity to do something different. Like, this one's called 2, but it's not the same formula.
They don't do the same thing that
right.
the first one
They don't
already
just
did.
do the thing again. They do its own thing. Okay. And of course, the hitchhiker's like, oh, you're headed there? I'm headed in that exact same direction. He doesn't actually talk like that, but I'm headed in that same direction. And they're like, oh, well, fuck me sideways. Hop in, stranger. And then they get on their road trip and continue on down on their trip. And it's not long before they arrive in Newt, Texas, and roll up on the address provided, which turns out to be like this huge mansion. So like they roll up in like this giant mansion. It's like, okay, where are we going with this film? I'm following you, but what's going on here? And literally the exact moment they drive up, a lawyer then drives up. It's like, was he just waiting off in the bushes? Like, how did he time that? Because you know why? Because otherwise the movie pace would be fucked. They wouldn't be able to do this next scene. So he pulls up and he reveals to Heather, oh, your grandmother, she didn't have any other heirs, and she was a very wealthy lady, you know, and she left you her entire estate, including her mansion. And here's this giant set of keys, including this oddly huge, comical fucking skeleton key.
Horror key.
Yeah,
basically.
like it's like, what does that unlock? Yeah. And he's also like, here's a letter from your grandmother. Please read it, and it explains everything. And she's like, okay. So the group make their way inside. They find a pool table and a record player, and they immediately just like start partying and make themselves at home. They're just being like, you know, dumb young people being like, woo, party. And then not long after, they're like, well, if we're going to have a party, got to go get some supplies. So they go out and do like a supply run. And the hitchhiker, whose name apparently was Carl, hangs back and he's like, here, I'll clean up for later. You guys go ahead. I'll give them credit on this. He could have been a Sawyer family member, because they all are for the most part. They didn't do that. Thank Christ.
Yep.
He has nothing to do with this movie. He's just coincidence. But then why even have him there? Just just so that we'd be like, oh, he's got to be evil. And he is evil.
He kind of is.
He is evil, but not in the way you're thinking. Yeah. So as soon as they leave, he just starts like ransacking the house and like starts looting it. And then he makes his way downstairs where he finds a hidden door leading to a downstairs basement area with another giant door. It's like a pseudo living area downstairs, but it's kind of like run down. But then there's like this big weird metal door and he can't open it up. But he's like, oh, I know. There's that giant skeleton key. That's what that's for. Big fucking door needs a big fucking key, right, Mark? Those keys exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the type that are made out of chocolate and you eat them at Easter? It's like, what the fuck? It's like a key to the city or something. It's just so needlessly large. It looks like a prop from like...
You could like use your hands to...
Right. Like you know, like in escape rooms where they have to make the props very large and obvious? That's what it seems like, yeah. So he opens the door and comes face to face with Leatherface, of course, who caves his head in with a hammer. We've seen this shot.
Yep.
It's always the hammer blow is like the first kill behind the metal door. We're not trying much new, I guess, for this legacy sequel, eh? Meanwhile, while shopping in town, Heather runs into Mayor Bert Hartman. And it is Bert. She reveals she inherited the old Carson estate, and he immediately tries to buy it off her. Who the fuck are the Carsons? I don't know. It's not Sawyer. It's not Hewitt. The Carsons. That's interesting. The group return back to the mansion to find the place ransacked, but try to make the best out of it and start partying. Then later, Heather stumbles upon an old woman's corpse in one of the bedrooms. Was that her mother? Was that the grandmother?
Yeah, that was the implication, that she died there and they never took her out. Like they just left her.
But then why wouldn't the lawyer have taken care of that? That's such a weird plot hole.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's odd. Yeah. Why even have that?
I mean, I think the implication
it's
is that he's completely in on this.
No, I get the lawyer is friends with her. But again, why would the lawyer, who clearly had a thing for Verna, that's the woman's name, why would he not have taken her corpse out if they were friends? It's just bizarre. And it also, because the thing is, it makes you go, as an audience, you go, oh no, she's in danger. But here's the thing. Like seconds later, she runs into Leatherface in the kitchen, who's just like casually cutting up fingers in the sink. So you didn't even need that woman's corpse. So what was the point of that woman's corpse?
The real threat's coming.
Right. You know what? You had this at 8. I'm starting. I had this at 6. But just the next one that I'm about to say offends me so much. Okay. So then she runs into Leatherface and he attacks her and she escapes and he chases her through the property. She then hides in a casket that's just convenient. It's a conveniently like open grave. Why is there an open grave with a casket there? Was that for Verna? But then why wasn't Verna?
Why is she posed upstairs?
Right, exactly. So who set that up? You know why? Because otherwise we don't have a scene. Convenience, buddy. Convenience. You know, you rail about this in the Child's Play movies. This film, we're going to get to it. There are so many convenient moments in this fucking movie. Then, what did I get here? Oh, right. Okay. There's an editing mistake in the film.
Oh, just one?
I don't know if you caught this. No, but this one's like whoa, that's a big fuck up.
Egregious.
So, I have a theory of how this happened. So, is it Heather? Is that her name? Heather, yeah. So Heather, she sees the open casket and she jumps to get into the casket and tries to get into it and pull the door closed. If you look closely, and I will zoom in on this for the folks, if you look closely, you can see a jump cut that is not intentional, where just as she's getting into the casket, it jump cuts, and then she's like all the way into the casket. Now, what I think happened is she fucked up getting into the casket on that take. Something was off, but for whatever reason, they didn't have a good take of her doing the initial getting into the casket, but they had an okay take of her closing the casket door. So they just tried to marry the two shots.
Right.
Once you see it, you'll never unsee it because you just watch it. It just goes like, boop.
It's like a scene
it blinks for a second.
A scene that should flow nice and clean. Has like this cut in the middle.
It's weird. Yeah. It's odd. She hides. Okay. Yeah. So she's hiding in the casket. Leatherface attacks her. Leatherface then spots her boyfriend Ryan and her friend Nikki, who were getting busy in the barn, both fucking over their friend Heather.
That's right.
And they distract Leatherface, and Leatherface starts chasing them instead. Heather then gets out of the casket and grabs the van and rolls up, and they all hop in. The three of them just peel out of there. And just as they're about to get away, Leatherface slashes their tire and they crash, killing Ryan. Which I was surprised they went with an easy kill for him, because he's a piece of shit. I feel like he should have got it a little worse. He just kind of dies in the crash, and it's like, okay, fine.
And you just don't usually see that. Like, you don't miss the opportunity to do something creative.
Even in Texas Chainsaw, the beginning, it's like, not in a van, in an open-topped Jeep, they all miraculously survived, even though, like, it was a heinous rollover, but it's like, nah, they walked away from that shit.
Nosebleed.
Yeah. Like, the girl in that one, I think it was, whatever her name was, Chrissy, she got, like, thrown into the field. No broken bones, no nothing. Like, a couple cuts. Yeah, realism, buddy. Heather, once again, is chased by Leatherface, and she runs for, like, 5 minutes before she runs into the same carnival from Child's Play 3 that is just conveniently a little jaunt away. How much did you hate this? Where you must have rolled your eyes.
At this point, I was already pretty certain what my decision was going to be on this movie.
So, it's like they're in the middle of nowhere along this big long grass like area, right? Like forest area. There's like an estate. That's the mansion. They crash just outside that. She runs for like 5 minutes, and then there's like this big carnival, and it's like, so is in town only 5 minutes away?
So,
like,
filmmakers, don't put carnivals in your movies. Like, just don't.
Well, I didn't mind it in Child's Play. Sometimes put carnivals.
Sometimes,
if you're gonna do something with them. So then chaos erupts at the carnival as Leatherface is like chasing Heather, but like attendees are confused because they don't know if it's like an attraction or not. They're kind of like, is this like supposed to be a thing? Like, what are we looking at here? Like, it's hard to tell. A cop who's at the carnival intervenes and saves Heather, and Heather goes back to the police station where she's introduced to Sheriff Hooper. Bum, 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 bum. As in Toby Hooper?
Yeah.
Fuck you. That's it's a little too on the nose. It's like, it would have been fun if it was like, he's at 115 Hooper Way. I don't know. It's a more subtle way of doing it.
Just of all the things in this movie that offended me, this is the least.
Okay. And Sheriff Hooper is actually the same. It's the cop from the beginning of the film who was like trying to stop the lynch mob. It was that guy. And then the guy who was the head of the lynch mob, Bert, became the mayor of the town. Heather then, so she's at the police station, and then Heather learns the entire brutal history of the Sawyer family. The Soil family, that's what it is in this fucking movie, because this movie shits the bed hard. The Sawyer family, because they conveniently just like leave a police evidence box that has like the entire history of everything that happened in part 1.
Convenient.
It's all there. So she goes through it, learns it all. And what follows is Heather trying to unravel her family's dark past while Leatherface runs around causing chaos, and the Hartmans are eager to end the Sawyer bloodline once and for all. What a piece of shit.
Yeah, this is a bad movie.
Oh, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Before we get into it, did you catch because they stand out quite a bit. Did you catch the 3D moments? Like the moments where we're like, okay, this was meant to be in 3D, because again, we don't watch it in 3D, but you're like, that's it. Right. Yeah. Well, it's not like the thing I like about Friday Part 3 is like, it's so blatant that movie becomes a comedy at moments. This, I think this movie actually would have benefited from being in 3D, because at least you would have got some sort of exploitation spectacle out of it.
Yep. There was like a scene, I think, where he throws a chainsaw.
Yeah, so I got when she's in the coffin, the chainsaw comes through the top of the coffin right at the screen. He throws the chainsaw, and it very much so comes right at the fucking screen. It probably killed that camera operator, I'm going to say. He sacrificed himself for that shot. They could have just left the camera there, but they're like, nope, someone's got to push the record button, buddy. Someone has to make sure it's in focus, And then there's also the shot where like at the end of the movie, Heather's tied up, and then like Leatherface, like he just lifts the chainsaw up and goes straight slowly at the camera. It's like, I only caught a couple, but they're there. They're there. They're not egregious, but they're also not kind of funny. Again, I think I would have liked it a bit better had I actually got to watch this in 3D.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that just goes to tell you they probably relied on the cheap 3D effect more than because the story, the movie without the 3D doesn't stand up.
No.
Right?
And my question is, just either make a fun schlocky, because like of all the horror franchises, Texas Chainsaw 3D totally can work.
Yeah,
totally can work because of the chainsaw. Like there's a lot you can do with that. Either go just a fun schlocky entry in this series that could take place at any point, or make your legacy sequel that you're very clearly trying to make. Do one or the other. I'll let you go first. What do you like anything? Is there anything that you're like,
not
okay,
really.
let's just get into it then, because I got like, I don't have much, many positives.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me, this plot is so convoluted and stupid. Like the number, it should be called Texas Chainsaw Plot Hole, because none of it makes sense.
It's just a bunch of random shit happening. Yeah. Well, let's get into the conveniences.
Yeah.
Okay. What do I got here? Where are they? Okay. The convenient bullshit. So, there is so remember I said Heather learns about her whole backstory and like all the events of part 1 because they leave a police. She's at the station and they're like, we're just going to leave this police evidence box right beside you, then walk out of the room for an exuberant amount of time. So you have all the time in the world access to these files that you're not supposed to see. And the only reason this happens is they do this stupid body cam scene where like Bert and Sheriff Hooper are like communicating with that one officer that goes to the is it Carlton?
The house.
Yeah, but what was the name? Whatever. Yeah. Carson. Goes to the Carson estate to look for Leatherface, and there's this, it drags out so much. It's like 10 minutes of like them watching his body cam footage and them talking to him. And the whole reason that they have the scene is just so that she can just be like,
yep.
Like she has all the time in the world to read through all this shit. And it's just, that whole scene goes on and on and on. It's a boring bullshit ass scene. It's just for convenience. Then while she's like looking through the evidence box, she finds like the exact information she's looking for, where it's like, she brings up a thing and it says, it's a report about the incident that happened with, from the mob burning down the Sawyer family's house and all the Sawyers dying. And it's like Loretta Sawyer, which is her actual mother's name. And it's like, child not found. How the fuck do you know that?
Right.
The Sawyers were all like inbred freaks. How do you know? They wouldn't have registered their fucking children. How do you know which children belong to who? How did you know she had a child? Like, where are you getting that from? It's just such a weird detail. And it's only there so that Heather can look at it and go, I'm that child?
That's me.
I'm a Sawyer? Like, fuck off. Later in the movie, Leatherface, he kills that cop that goes to the estate, and then like he's like disposing of his body, and he like walks past the cruiser, and they're talking on the radio, and he just happens to overhear on the radio that they're all meeting at this slaughterhouse, and had that not happened, he wouldn't have gone there.
Yeah.
Hey Marvin, do you copy? We have the girl from the Carson house. Come on, Marvin, pick up. You there? Come on, Marvin. That's you, Marvin? If you can hear me, meet us out at the slaughterhouse.
Hey.
He had no reason to go there without that.
Convenience.
Yeah, I know. Then when they get to the slaughterhouse, there's like a scene where like they use Heather. I'm skipping ahead in like some of the other plot parts, but that's okay. They use Heather as like bait to try to like bring out Leatherface, right?
Yeah.
But again, he wouldn't have even known to go there hadn't he overheard on the radio. Even if their plan was like, we're going to broadcast on the radio, try to get Leatherface to hear this. It's like, you're assuming he's going to listen to that. You're assuming so much by doing
Right.
that. But okay, then he finds Heather and he immediately tries to kill her, even though she's like tied up. But coincidentally, they open her shirt up, exposing her breasts. Sorry, folks. Sorry, guys. Not exposing her actual breasts, just it's like side boob, but it's just enough that you can see the birthmark. And then Leatherface, because her shirt is open, sees the birthmark and is like, oh, I know this. Because otherwise he would have just killed her.
Yeah.
I
thought it was like she got burnt. Because it was in the fire.
I thought that too.
It was
but
like her mother's necklace or something that was burnt into her.
Yeah, I thought that.
Remember, she sees the picture of her mother, and then she sees in the reflection of herself, and she's got the thing that she's wearing in the picture.
Is that what that was?
I think that's what it was.
Well, then how the fuck did Leatherface know that? How would he have
Well,
seen?
because he would recognize the necklace that his mother would have.
Sounds a little convenient.
It sounds like a convenient.
It sounds like a convenient explanation. Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what? Go on to your next point. It's so much shit to talk about.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, please. I love questions, Mark, especially when they come from you. They mean so much.
They're not gonna carry any sarcasm or anything. How old is Heather?
Okay, yeah.
Are we doing this now?
Plot holes.
Yep.
Plot holes, folks. We got loads of them. So this film takes place somewhere. I have this written down. She is the baby in the intro. So she's an infant in 1973. This film takes place in 2013, 40 years later. So she should be 40.
Yep.
But she's like 20.
Yep.
But that makes no sense.
And there's no indication that this takes place in the 90s or something like that.
No, it's supposed to be modern. Yeah.
Right. I mean, they don't even pretend, right? I think the team behind the movie just didn't think you'd figure it out.
No, I don't think anybody just thought. I think they just pulled a
whatever. We
They're
don't
like,
care.
yeah, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
We got to have a hot chick. It can't be. No one wants to see some old bag 40-year-old woman, Mark.
Yeah.
Like, God.
Or like 45-year-old.
Yeah, nobody wants to see
boyfriend.
that shit. Yeah, no. They want like hot, young, tight Alexandria.
That's right.
Alexandria Daddario. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
That opening scene, we talked a little bit about it when you did the plot synopsis there. That is risky. When anytime you play around with
the
original stuff, and you make a mess of it, you are painting your own. You're digging your own grave.
Well, you got to nail it.
Yeah,
you got to. So I wrote down. I respect the ballsy move of adding new footage to the ending of the original, but this is a far cry away from Halloween Kills. Halloween Kills pulls it off. This does not. And we've got returning veteran actors who are all completely wasted. We've got Gunnar Hansen, who's playing unnamed Sawyer Bearded Man.
Give him the boy. He's simple anyway. He's family.
Yep.
Who are you? I don't know. I don't give a shit. I didn't even know that was him when I watched it because I don't really know what he looks like because I know him as
You've
this.
never seen
right?
him
No,
without his mask on, right?
Bill Moseley, who's not acting like a Bill Moseley character at all. John Dugan, who apparently was like the guy who played Grandpa in like all the movies when all he has to do is literally just sit in a chair and do nothing and go and like wear a shitty rubber
4
mask.
tons of makeup.
Yeah, apparently he was in there. Sure. And then we've got Marilyn Burns returns playing. She's not playing Sally though. She's playing Verna, who is Heather's. Did you know this?
Yeah, I knew she was in it.
Yeah, she's playing Heather's deceased grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's only in the ending when she's doing the narration. Yeah.
Which I'm fine with putting cameos in there.
Yeah, but they're a fucking waste.
Yeah, the characters still need to make sense. You can't just keep throwing people in just to have these people in there.
It's not fixing your bad movie.
Right. The characters still need to have a reason to be a part of it. And yeah, they don't.
Okay. How do you feel about this brand new lore? Because this is the movie where they start a whole new lore. The Sawyers versus the Hartmans. This is all new. This is all new lore. This idea of like there was a lynch mob and they they got vengeance. Justice was enacted. Again, they did vigilante justice against the evil Sawyer family that was like, ruining this town.
Yeah.
The town of Newt or whatever the fuck it was called, right? I don't know. Like, okay, here's my problem with it. Are we supposed to? This film tries, and the next one really tries. Are we actually supposed to feel sympathy for cannibals?
Yeah. I raise this as a point more in the next one because they try really hard to paint Leatherface in particular as a sympathetic character. And I'm like, there's no way that's going to work. Right? I actually didn't mind the two sort of warring factions.
I don't mind that at all.
I think they could have done something with that.
Yeah, but the film takes the wrong side though.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to root for the bad guys, but they're not fun bad guys.
Right.
They eat people. That's not cool, man. Like
you're not supposed to feel sorry for them. Like, yeah, okay, they got their house burned down. Yeah, you should.
Right, you should. Right.
Every single one of you should be.
The movie is so fucking misguided. Yeah. Right, that's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head where it's like, I kind of pity Leatherface because and often in these movies, he's portrayed as just like simple-minded and manipulated by his environment, his family, right? He just does what everybody else wants. The next entry is really going to get into that. But the rest of them, you're all just sociopathic pieces of shit.
And also, like, if this movie takes place the same day as the original, like when that opening scene, how would they even have amassed that lynch mob that would have cared enough about this family that they don't know anything about? Like they don't know.
Oh no!
I mean, I guess Sally ran to the police and has told them.
The implication they got, what I interpreted was everybody kind of always knew, because remember in the first film, I'm going to defend this, that everybody always kind of knew fucked up shit was happening there. Sally was the first person to actually get away and confirm what they all suspected.
But if that's the case, then any one of the cops could have gone over there at any point before this and like walked through.
Nope, because then we don't have a film, Mark.
Because this is America and my property. You will not step foot.
They already they did this before with Lieutenant Enright from Part 2, Dennis Hopper's character, and it worked there. It kind of works here. Like, I'm not against that idea of like vigilante action. I'm not against it.
It fits the setting.
Yeah, like if you gotta be Seagal and go above the law, I'm okay with that. That's two podcasts in a row where I referenced Above the Law. Above the Law is a masterpiece of modern cinema. It is not. It's a piece of shit. Seagal movies all suck. Whatever.
Hot take. Yeah, it's the first hot take of the evening.
Hot take. Yeah. What I don't like that they do is like, I'm not against that idea of like this, the street justice or whatever the fuck, but the film is trying to make us be like, they're the bad guys. You should root against. Isn't it awful what they did? But it's like, so they show like that photo they take at the beginning of the movie where everyone's like, yeah, we did it. We stopped the evil Sawyers. The paper, the town sees them as heroes.
Yep.
So the paper, Sally, what the fuck's her name? Heather.
Yep.
Heather, when she's at the police station going through the evidence, she reads an article and it says local heroes because that's what everybody would see them as. Even today, people would probably see them as heroes for like taking out these vile pieces of shit in society, right? But then when like Heather keeps reading, so it's like she sees a thing and it's like local heroes. And then she reads the report, Hooper's report, and it's like, it describes it as like, it was a brutal massacre of the Sawyers. And it's like, she also, and so you see her and she clearly is like, oh my God, this is so wrong. Everyone sees them as heroes, but they did this awful thing. She also fucking minutes earlier read the report of the first film about what happened to Sally.
Right.
And it's like, oh, so you just forgot that? So it's like, that meant nothing to you. You read these two things and went, nah, they went too far.
Yep.
Yeah, they went too far.
Hey man, blood. Once she realizes who she is, suddenly she has a complete about face. And
we'll get to it. Yeah, hold that. Yeah. I liked the idea of like Bert becoming the de facto like leader of the town. I liked that. Like he's become like a local legend. They made him the mayor. He was the face of the mob.
Likely as a result of this thing.
And he's kind of got like his original gang has kind of spread out through the town now, and he's kind of got his paws and little everything. Like, even though he's not the sheriff, he runs the cops. They listen to him. He overrules the sheriff many times.
Sheriff, no disrespect, but I think I need to move on this.
That's not your call, officer. Marvin, this is Mayor Harmon. You got your eagle?
You know what extended clip? Just looking for a reason, sir.
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Marvin, stand down. And we believe Jed Sawyer may be alive.
That he may be in that house.
Copy that, sir, but chainsaw don't make you bulletproof.
There's like a cool shot of like at the beginning, the charred chainsaw they find from the wreckage. You see it hanging in one of his friend's bars. It's like, it's very much so his town.
Yep.
This town now belongs to the Hartman family, and one of his son is one of the cops in the town. He's got his hooks in like all of this town.
Yep.
And they want to make you think he's the bad guy. And it's like, I know he does some shitty stuff. Like, they're trying so hard. Like, there's a thing where once he realizes that like Leatherface is around, and he realizes that Heather is actually a lost Sawyer child, he's like, it's time we round up the boys. We end this. Finish what we started.
That sick fuck will be back out there tonight. We rally the boys. We torch that place to the ground. End this. Finish what we started years ago. Not this time. Not on my watch.
It's like, okay, that's maybe taking it a little too far. Okay, that's a bit much. And then he's like, all of a sudden now he wants to kill Heather. Like, they kind of make him they're trying to make him evil. But it's so hard to see them as the bad guys when you've got this real sick group of people that you're dealing with, you know? And this film isn't smart enough to make gray characters. It's all black and white. It's like the Harmons should be like more written as gray characters. Like, their methods might be wrong, but their heart is in the right place.
They are ultimately trying to protect their town, and sometimes they may go above and beyond with that, or blur the lines between what they should and shouldn't do. But they always have the protection of their own.
We take care of our own here. Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. Like, they didn't have to make him be scummy, but I guess the whole idea of this movie is that they want you to feel for the cannibals, right? And I don't understand why.
And specifically, like, what did you think of the hit list? Leatherface's little hit list that he has. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He has like that photo that was like in all the papers of like the vigilante like posse, their proud moment of like killing the Sawyer clan. He has that photo in his little room in the basement. And as he's killing off people in the movie, he starts like slashing them off. Like he's some sort of avenging angel. Like, why am I rooting for Leatherface? You're just as bad as those other pieces of shit. I don't know that I kind of want them to find you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's all misguided.
I mean, he's had 40 years to do it and he hasn't done it.
Well, that was the other thing that you want to talk about plot holes. It's like, yeah, he had all the time in the world. Why did he just start now?
Yeah. And how old is he?
Well, dude, it's because he was locked in that room for 40 years.
Yeah, that's right.
He survived off rats.
The kid never opened the door.
No one ever opened the door. Yeah, that's it. Let's talk about Heather. Because I know you want to talk about Heather. I know you want to talk about Daddario.
Yeah.
Well, because you already touched on this. So, the second she finds out, so she, at the beginning, most of the movie, she's just a regular girl. She's just like a regular girl. She comes from a piece of shit family, but she's like a normal girl that's just trying to learn about her heritage.
Loves her friends.
Right.
You know,
there's nothing, she has no bizarre or troubling characteristics whatsoever. And it's very much believable. It's like, we all want to know where we come from, right? That's very relatable. The second she realizes that she is a long-lost Sawyer child, she instantly snaps and becomes a sociopathic killer.
Yep.
And that's why I rolled my eyes at the whole, like, she's doing bone art at the beginning. It's like they're trying to subtly say, it's like, oh no, there's a little bit of darkness in her. It's like, oh, please, come on.
Yep. No.
So we got this cringy line. She has a few cringy lines, but so she gets the cop, Hartman's son, his name I can't remember. He's got her like locked up in the back of the cruiser, and he's like driving her to where they're gonna take her to the slaughterhouse, right? And she's like, "So you're a Hartman, huh? I'm a Sawyer."
So you're a Hartman, huh?
Yep.
I'm a Sawyer.
It's like you found out you were a Sawyer 5 minutes ago.
No, but it's also like, is that something to be proud of?
Yep. Yeah.
Like, my family ate people for generations.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you don't know what we're all about. As much as her twist,
her heel turn,
her
as
heel
I
turn,
made a note.
her heel turn is nonsensical.
Yep.
I also kind of love it because you don't do this. Like, they're breaking the rules of any normality. Like, this is not done.
Yeah.
You don't just all of a sudden have the main character go, yeah, I'm going to join the bad guys.
Yeah. And it's not, you don't do it not because it's not edgy. It's because it doesn't make sense. Like that's
right.
It's not like they're doing something that is cool. It's like, oh man, look what we did. We had our lead character flip sides immediately right at the very end. It's like, no, you don't see that happen very often because it's stupid.
So she decides to join the Sawyer clan, and she like kills a man with a pitchfork. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like she goes full on. She goes full tilt immediately. Kills a man in cold blood. She then helps Leatherface kill another man with the worst line in the whole film. Mark, you must have this written down. What is it?
I don't.
When she tosses the chainsaw to Leatherface.
Oh, do your thing, cuz.
Oh, look who's back.
That's right. Do your thing, cuz.
Do your thing, cuz.
Yeah.
Oh. And apparently Daddario didn't want to say the line. She like protested. She was like, this is really bad. And they were like, no, it'll be funny. It's not funny.
No.
It's bad. It's cringe.
Alexandria, you were right.
Yeah. Then they like the end of this movie is insane. It's absolutely insane. Like, you don't do what happens next doesn't happen. She joins up with Leatherface, helps Leatherface kill most of the Hartmans and a bunch of other people, and then talk about convenience. The sheriff shows up and he sees all of this, and now, in the most hypocritical move ever, he allowed people to go above the law at the beginning of the film. Now, 40 years later, he's going to do it once again because he's like, this will balance the scales. And he's like, clean this mess up. And then just walks away.
Yep.
So conveniently, they get away with murdering all these people. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks for this film. Yeah. And then we get like, there's a shot of Leatherface walking home with Heather. And like, she legit is now like his family member. Apparently that's his cousin or her cousin. Yep. And there's like a little tender moment between like Heather and Jed, I think his name is. And they're like cleaning each other up like after the shit they just went through. And it's like, where are you going with this? Are you out of your mind, filmmakers? Yeah. She then finally reads the stupid letter the lawyer handed her at the beginning of the film, and it's Marilyn Burns' cameo, and she's playing Edith Rose Sawyer. AKA, wasn't it Verna though? I thought it was Verna. Oh, sorry, no. She's playing Verna, and she reveals Heather's real name is Edith Rose Sawyer. That's what it is. And then it ends with she approaches Leatherface, who like goes back to his little lair, and then like she grabs his food tray and then like walks away, implying she's now going to be his caretaker.
Yep. She's taking over for her mother. Yeah.
Where were they going with this? Yep. This is insane. So if they had made a sequel, if this movie had made a shit ton of money, right? Was their actual plan that we were now going to watch a movie where we just watched Leatherface and Alexandra Daddario just go around killing people?
Yeah, I have a note here.
What was the idea?
I said, was this all intended to build to a sequel? In that case, can I copyright the term Heatherface? Like if she's going to become the yeah.
Nice. That's pretty good.
Heatherface.
Heatherface.
Yeah.
Heatherface. Heatherface. That's pretty good. I like that. I got nothing else.
Yeah, just you pretty much hit it. Like a couple of my notes. I guess the sheriff is fine turning a blind eye to Heather and Leatherface because they murdered the mayor, who the sheriff didn't really like all that
didn't really
much.
like him.
So I guess that adds
well,
up.
you know, hey, 2 wrongs make a right, Mark. 2 wrongs make a right. That's how that works.
There's a lot of CGI in this movie that is very poor.
I didn't notice it.
Like the meat grinder.
Yeah, the meat grinder looked like shit.
Kind of bad.
Yeah.
I already referenced the fire at the beginning.
Why couldn't they just actually meat grind a person?
Yeah,
Like,
just
what's the problem with that?
Get it done.
No, but in all honesty, why couldn't they just have the meat grinder and throw a fucking dummy in it?
Yeah.
Like, why is that so hard?
Like movies have been doing for decades before that.
Yeah.
Right? So
it's not as good as the meat grinder in Halloween Ends, that's for sure. Which was also CG,
That's right.
by the way. I think. I don't remember that being practical either.
yeah, I got a note that basically says like I feel like the convoluted plot of this one is just really holding it back. I think they tried the creative team tried to overthink this. Like you don't have to make it this complicated. You know, the whole idea of everyone, the whole missing baby, he's your cousin, big mystery there. No, you don't need that.
You hate it quite a bit because you had an 8. You have it much further down than I do.
Yep.
So like I had this at 6. So I prefer, if I had to choose between this and beginning ranked lower for me because beginning is just so, this is pointless too.
Yeah.
But beginning is just a little bit more pointless to me, where beginning gives me absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It's just,
but at least the plot of beginning doesn't, it makes sense in the world that they've built.
Sure.
This one doesn't.
No,
right?
but
and it touches this, which like don't fucking do that.
No,
right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I kind of love the fact they had the balls to do it. to just be like, but nope, we're doing what we want.
We're throwing up this air ball, but no one's going to catch it.
We don't
Like,
give a
it's-
shit.
yeah.
And this film earns points for the fact that they had clearly zero plan on what they were going to do with Heather having the heel turn.
Yeah.
They just did it anyway.
We're going for it.
This literally never happens.
Yep.
This isn't, the films don't do this.
Well, and the funny thing is,
the protagonist doesn't just join the bad guy for just out of nowhere. That doesn't happen.
So I wonder what would have happened if she had read the letter when she was supposed to, because it all details in there. Hey, there's this goon in your
There's a
basement.
monster.
Your job now is to take
there's
care of him,
a-
and he eats people.
It's almost like a little convenient.
Yeah, that she didn't.
She didn't read it earlier in the film. Right. You know, yeah. Anything else you'd like to say?
Leatherface stitches the mask to his face through the inside of his mouth.
What was the point of that? I didn't get that.
To hold it on. I mean, because
it was a cool shot.
We see him in the past. Like usually, he just puts the mask on, but he would also have to like cut the top of the head off when he's putting on the. Normally, he just cuts the face, but then he puts it on and it doesn't really hold itself. So this kind of makes sense actually that he layers the mask on his face, but then would have to stitch it to his face to keep it on.
Yeah. It was a cool shot.
I never really sort of thought about that.
I think this is the tallest Leatherface in the whole. I think it's Dan Yeager is the guy that plays him. I think he's 6'6".
Yeah.
I think it's the biggest Leatherface in the whole franchise. Or it's not. I
Or
don't
it's
care
not.
because
Yeah,
this movie
doesn't
sucks.
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Another convenient carnival circus appears out of nowhere. We already talked about them. Like, where the hell are all these circuses coming from?
Yeah, trivia. In the background, you can actually see Justin
Yes,
Whalen in his Kent military uniform, and he's chasing after the little child Tyler from Part 3. You can actually see it in the background.
Tell you what, if that was actually there, I'd give this.
This would
movie
go up a rank?
Number
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's it. Yeah. You touched on a lot of the points that I made. It's
just a part. It's a fart, man. It's a fart. Yeah.
I mean, the only reason why it's not dead last is because Next Generation is just such a bad thing.
So bad. Yeah. We off camera, we said this, and I want to now say it so that it's on camera. You often hear about notoriously bad films.
Yep.
Entries that were they sucked so much, they derailed the entire franchise. Sometimes never to recover. And often when you hear about that, the reality isn't as bad as what you hear. And then you go watch it and you're like, it's not that bad. It's got some things to it. This is that bad.
I can't believe they made 5 more.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4, a.k.a. Texas Chainsaw, the Next Generation, a.k.a. The Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, is that bad. Yeah. It's shocking.
Yeah, you can forget Texas Chainsaw 3D after you watch it and just be like, whatever.
Yeah.
You can't forget that.
Because it's just so... It's not to be believed how much of a clusterfuck it is.
So you know what? Go see it, actually.
Yeah, no, watch it because it is as bad as they say it is. Yeah. Moving on.
Yep.
Next entry from 2017. This is, once again, Leatherface. Yep. This is my number 8.
Okay, I've got this as my number 5. So I think this is
I'm
probably...
shocked you have... Okay, so almost the entire podcast, Mark and I have been pretty in sync.
Yeah.
Now we are out of sync again. I'm shocked you like this. I hate this movie. I guess my number 8. Yeah, I've had it so low. So this is part of a timeline with Texas Chainsaw 3D.
Yep.
So it goes... In this timeline, and I'll get into the timelines at the end, but it's the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, then Texas Chainsaw 3D, but this is now a prequel to the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
But in that same timeline.
But it's in that timeline, and that's important because the Hartman family are part of that lore. There's all this, it uses the elements that Texas Chainsaw 3D sets up. That's what most of what Leatherface is trying to set up.
Yep.
Fuck this movie. I can't believe you have it so high.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This came out, more trivia, came out the same year as Cult of Chucky. Which that should tell you something for me. Yeah. I hate that movie. I also hate this movie. Yeah. Surprise? Not so much. Second entry in the series called Leatherface. Because famously, Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 also uses the same name. With the previous entry that we just watched, Texas Chainsaw 3D, they made an attempt to give us backstory on the Sawyers, and they try to give you just a little bit more meat to who these people are.
Yeah.
This film goes so hard on that concept.
They didn't go 2 days back or 4 years
Oh,
back.
no. They went decades back. Yeah, this is like a full-on origin story of Leatherface, the title character, and a lot of the Sawyer family as well. Okay. It opens up at the Sawyer farm with a birthday party for young Jed, because remember, he's called Jed now.
Sorry, are they the Sawyers in this one?
In this timeline, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because remember, she's like, I'm a Sawyer.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So they're the Sawyers. Yeah. They're only the Hewitts in the remake timeline.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's a birthday party for young Jed, aka Leatherface, and they're serving him some sort of fucked up like meat cake. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It's sure, it makes sense to them, right? And what did I write here? Oh, Jed is the name previously given to Leatherface, but unlike previous entries, he isn't inflicted with the skin disease. The skin disease is only in the remake timeline. They didn't do that in this timeline. But he and on top of that, he's not mentally challenged as well. They're not going with that lore either that most of the other entries go with. He's just a normal, sweet-looking boy. One of the Sawyers starts digging in, and the mother figure, Verna, played by actress Lily Taylor. Do you recognize her?
Yep.
She's like a name actor. She's in lots of shit.
Yeah.
She's wasted in this fucking movie, let me tell you. What are you doing here? She lectures young Drayton to give their guest a piece first. So, like the obnoxious older Sawyer, it's Drayton. It's supposed to be the cook, Jim Seidow, from the original and part 2. And their guest is like this bloody, tied up man who shouts that he didn't steal their pigs. And he curses them out before they gag him again. They then gift Jed with a very special gift, his very own fucking chainsaw, because why not? That's what you give a kid.
Yep.
Sure, they're a fucked up family. And then the family starts like cheering him on. They're all like, hey, Jed, kill him. And his brother Drayton tries to like force him to like kill this man with the chainsaw. He then like drops the chainsaw like because he feels guilt and like he doesn't want to do it. So he drops the chainsaw and like runs over to his mom, and his mom like consoles him like, there. She then like motions to a man who comes up behind him and brains the guy with how many blows to the head?
Oh, I don't remember.
A single blow.
Yeah.
I'm certain it's supposed to be Grandpa. Because it's an older guy and he like smiles. I wrote, that has to be Grandpa. There's no way that wasn't, because this is a running gag in the series. Like, nobody's a better killer than Grandpa. He could kill them with one blow to the head. I'm certain that was Grandpa. And that was the whole reason. One single blow with the hammer to the head.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Okay. We then get our opening title card. Cut to Texas 1955, which is the setting of this movie. Takes place in the 50s. Well before the 60s beginning, which again is not in the same timeline, and well before the 1973 original. A young couple is speeding down the road before they encounter a strange creature in the street and swerve off to stop. We've seen this before. Something in the road has to obstruct them, something weird. The creature is revealed to be a young boy wearing a cow's head. The boy asks for help and runs off into a field with the woman following, trying to help him. She follows him into a strange barn filled with familiar-looking bone structures and like art pieces that we've seen so many times in the franchise. This is like, their victim art that they always do. And she suddenly falls into some sort of a trap door and gets like brutally fucked up. And then Drayton steps forward and is like, "You did good, Jed," before moving a huge motor on like a chain. It's like this hanging motor, and he like positions it over the woman that's already like probably dying. And then he then tells his brother Nubbins to pull the switch. Nubbins complies, and the woman is brutally smashed to pieces. Heinous. Cut to a cop arriving at the scene, played by... Who is it?
Stephen Dorff.
Stephen Dorff.
Yeah.
So we've got Lily Taylor and Stephen Dorff. We have some actual acting caliber.
Some real chops here. Yeah.
Some real chops. Yeah. Do you like Stephen Dorff?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen him in a lot. He normally plays a bad guy.
Yeah.
So in this...
Deacon Frost and like Blade.
Yeah, right.
We won't hold that against him.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he kind of plays a bad guy in this, as we'll get to, but...
Kind of, yeah. So he is playing Officer Hal Hartman, who is actually Bert's father. Yep. So Bert from the 3D and technically part of the original as well. He's crying out because it's revealed that it was his daughter that was brutally killed by the Sawyer kids. Drayton then plays dumb, and he tries to say, he's like, "I only found the body. I don't know what happened to her." Like, he tries to talk his way out of it. Mother Verna then shows up and demands they release the boy. Young Jed is already in the back of the cruiser, and Hartman reveals, under the new Child Endangerment Act, which is an actual thing, he's going to seize all the minors at the Sawyer house, declaring, "You take one of mine, and I'm taking all yours."
You take one of mine, and I'll take all yours, Verna.
It's good. It's a good badass line. We then time skip 10 years ahead to a government-run facility. I said this film takes place in the 50s, so I guess it takes place in the 60s.
55.
No, but we time skip ahead 10 years,
Yeah.
so I guess it's 65 then. Yeah, so this is 8 years for the original. Sure, I guess that tracks. Yeah, sure, whatever. This movie sucks. I don't really care.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. It's not the worst.
Yeah. We then time skip ahead 10 years ahead to a government-run facility where a doctor reveals that children that were seized under the act were given new names and either rehomed or placed in this type of youth mental institution. So they changed their names. That's important. This bright new nurse named Lizzie, who's just starting at the facility, she immediately introduces herself to a large, funny-looking kid that reminds me of the weird, chunky kid who was the young Michael Myers in the Rob Zombie films. It looks so similar to him. He's kind of just has this like miserable-looking, face, and he's just this, I don't know, wallop of a fucking young kid. I wrote, "This is reminding me of the Rob Zombie films. This isn't a good sign." Past Justin was warning future Justin. Yeah, he's starting to catch on. Another patient named Jackson suddenly appears and he says, "That's Bud. He doesn't speak much. Could this Bud be the future Leatherface? Maybe." Another patient acts up and assaults Nurse Lizzie before Bud steps in to defend her. Later, Nurse Lizzie stops a female patient who's forcing a mouse into another patient's mouth.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking, that's dark.
That's our Clarice.
Yeah, that's pretty heinous.
Yep.
Yeah. What do you mean Clarice? She doesn't.
That's her name. Ike and Clarice.
Oh, it's Clarice?
Yeah.
I know why you know. It's number 5. Fuck you. Number 5. You waited for it. You've waited 6 hours here. This fucking debate. You're about to fucking get it, all right? Jackson and Lizzie start getting friendly, and he reveals there's a wing of the institution that is particularly cruel and evil. Cut to the head doctor's office where a young Mr. Farnsworth, who was like the heavyset old lawyer, Verna's lawyer from Texas Chainsaw 3D.
Yep.
He's like, now he's young, obviously. And him and Verna, they're Verna, who's now going by, she's not Verna Sawyer, it's Verna Carson.
We've been here an hour.
Are we? Miss Sawyer.
It's Mrs. Carson now.
They never really explained this, but the implication I got is she married some rich guy, took all of his money, then killed him.
Sure.
That's what happened.
Yep.
Okay. That's canon, folks.
Yep.
You heard it from us first. So she's got a court order, thanks to her slick lawyer, that they have to allow her to see her son, Jed. But the doctor points out there's a problem because they renamed all of the patients. He doesn't actually know which one Jed is.
They don't have like a reference chart.
No.
Yep.
And the only way to unseal those records is to get another court order. And Verna's like, well, fuck that.
I mean, it's alleged. I mean, the idea is that he's giving her the runaround. Like that he could just go over to the filing
Oh, no, he
cabinet and do
knows.
it.
Yeah, he knows. But I mean, she's evil and he knows that too,
He's
obviously.
not going to let her.
Yeah. So she's like, fuck that. She then like stows away in the bathroom until the facility's like closing down for the night. And then she assaults a nurse and then forces her way into like the actual facility. And she starts shouting out for Lizzie. Meanwhile, Lizzie starts shouting for Lizzie. She starts shouting out for Jed. Meanwhile, Lizzie, the new nurse, observes the torture area that Jackson was talking about, where they see where we get such a cliche, big old Bud getting electroshock therapy.
Yep.
I got clarification on this. I actually consulted a doctor.
Okay.
While unbelievable, electroshock therapy is still practiced to this day.
Yep.
But not in the way they portray it in films. You are actually not conscious for electroshock therapy, that you are sedated. So it's the way they show it in movies is like the character just being like strapped in. They put like a brace in their mouth.
Basically like an electric chair that doesn't quite kill you.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. Yeah. And shockingly, electroshock therapy does actually help with some forms of mental illness.
Yeah.
Something to do with like changing your brain chemistry.
It's a real thing. It's like
not the way they show it.
Yeah, Hollywood got their hands on it and then completely ruined it.
And just say it's barbaric and yada yada. Yeah. Pandemonium then breaks out at the facility thanks to Verna, and the inmates seize the opportunity to try and escape. Bud escapes his restraints with literal brute force and assaults not one but two orderlies with little difficulty, just like Leatherface. Ooh. We then get an extended riot scene, and later on, Bud finds the head doctor in his office and kills him by repeatedly slamming his head into a window, just like Leatherface.
Dr. Lang getting his head smashed into the window over and over was a decent kill.
It's pretty brutal. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Jackson saves Lizzie from another inmate, and the two escape before immediately being assaulted and kidnapped by, apparently Clarice is her name, I wrote the crazy chick and the other crazy inmate with a shaved head.
Yep.
It's like there's the guy, Ike, with the shaved head, and then Clarice, the psycho chick. They also, for absolutely no reason, pick up Bud, who's just like wandering.
Yeah, I made a note. I don't understand why they take these people with them. But
I do, because otherwise there's not a film.
Yeah. But it doesn't make any sense. They just do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Yeah, right in the middle. Yeah. But before you go tell the world that I love this movie, I don't love this movie.
So Mark has a weird affection for this film.
If I have it higher than Justin, it means I must have loved it.
Mark made love to this film.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark's like, oh yeah, I'm Ike. I'm Ike, baby. Okay. The crazy couple then reveals their plan. They're going to Mexico to escape the law, and they'll all go there. And then once they get to Mexico, they'll all go their separate ways. But they want to keep Lizzie as a hostage. And as for why they decide to keep Jackson and Bud, I have no fucking clue. I wrote, I guess so there's a movie. Because otherwise there wouldn't be a film. Yeah, right. What follows is a three-way race between the inmates trying to make it to the Mexican border, the law led by Officer Hartman, aka Stephen Dorff, and Verna trying to recover her lost child. Why is it 5, Mark? Why do you have it up? There's got to be some stuff you like. I don't have any good. I don't really have anything positive to say.
So the reason why this. So first of all, we can agree that there are some god-awful entries in this franchise, right?
Yeah.
We just talked about one of them, right?
Chainsaw 3D. Yeah.
Chainsaw 3D. We already know this one, right? So it was going to at least finish top 8, right? Top 7, right? Because we've got those two that were going to be at the bottom. So
I had Chainsaw 3D as my 6.
Okay,
I didn't have it as 7 or 8.
It should be at the
It was
bottom.
more of a mid.
Remember, I was talking you into bringing it down.
Yeah, you almost did. Yeah, you almost did. But I hate this one so much.
Yeah. The reason why I don't mind this one as much is because it's so far away from a Texas Chainsaw movie. I was able to just watch it as a horror movie.
Right.
I know, and I realize that I'm kind of contradicting myself.
You very much so are, because that's partly. This is why I hate it so much. Yeah. It's not a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film.
And
it's just a film.
I made that comment with Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning, right?
Right.
That this is not a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, but with that one, they were trying to. It was so close to being one that you couldn't help but compare them. It takes place like so far in advance. The characters are barely the characters. What happens? Nothing that happens in this movie aligns with anything that really happens in like the original or anything like that. It really just kind of stands on its own. And you can watch this one as a prequel, or you can watch it as just a standalone horror movie. And that's why I was able to just, when I was watching it, I'm like, okay, fine. It's not trying to be something that it isn't. In fact, it did a decent job of filling in some of the blanks. It went far enough back, whereas the previous entry that tried to do the same thing didn't, right? So like, if you're going to do a prequel, go back, right? Actually tell us the story of these characters, right? Now, I don't think that
but it's not a good
story. It didn't do the job.
Yeah, it's not a good story. Yeah.
But at least it tried, right?
My only positive, I said this before, like I liked the Burt. I like the Burt Hartman character because I want to root for him. I'm like, take these evil fucks out. I like Hal Hartman. He's basically Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
He's just, he's Lieutenant
But
Enright.
he's not funny. Like he's not.
No, he's just straight
there's no
up.
campiness. Yeah.
No, but there's it's a different tone of a film, right? But he's still playing that character. Yeah. He's out for blood. He had a family member that was killed by the Sawyers.
Yep.
He wants to take them out. That's relatable. I can root for this character. I like Hal Hartman. It's very easy to get like behind his vigilante crusade. Stephen Dorff puts in some work. He has some great fucking lines in this film. This isn't the work of a confused child. This is evil.
I bet I know who it was. This ain't the work of a confused child. This is evil. He's putting down.
Yeah.
Like there's some, like there's some great line deliveries. I like when he's talking about he's talking about like what he's gonna do when he finds the Sawyers. He's just like, shoot first and ask questions later. Let God sort him out.
Knowing these kids the way I do, they ain't giving up easy.
I understand.
And I don't think you do. Just because they're kids, I don't want your men going soft. They gotta shoot first and let God sort it out. Well, that's permissible. You copy that?
Copy.
It's great.
Yep.
Like I like that character. I like the pursuit that he's going to. I like the fact that he doesn't pull his fucking punches. Like when he gets a hold of Clarice at one point and he starts like torturing her to try to give up her accomplices, and then she's not being cooperative, and he's just like, all right, fuck it. Takes out his revolver, just point blank shoots her in the head.
He has given up being a police officer a long time ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is Dennis Hopper. He doesn't wield it. There's no chainsaw fight, but had he gotten his hands on one,
He might have.
we could have had one. Yeah, we could have had one. Go ahead.
Again,
you like it more than me. I don't.
Are we still talking about things that we liked? Because again, I didn't really like it. I just didn't dislike it as much as some of the other ones. What else?
I don't have any other positives. I have all negatives now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more things, like negative things that we need to talk about with this movie.
Yeah.
Again, the only reason why I didn't rank it lower is because I felt like there was at least something to watch here, whereas some of these have just been unwatchable. Right? I thought it was filmed well. I mean,
that's a reason to have it higher. It's
it looks
it's watchable. Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. I'll get into some more of my negatives here.
Yep.
So, how well does this work as an origin story? Let's go there. Texas 3D tried to do this, where they're like, they want you to sympathize with the Sawyers. Oh, the poor Sawyers, these fucked up cannibals that got unfairly executed by members of the town, the Hartmans, right? So it's like, the Sawyers are pieces of shit. So how do, this is so like obvious writing. It's like, well, we got to feel bad for them. They got to be our protagonists. They got to be the heroes. So how are you going to do that? Oh, well, here's how you do it. Let's introduce even crazier people than the Sawyers. It's like, the Sawyers are bad, but they're not this bad. So we get these obvious Clarice and Ike characters that are just so fucking over the top.
Wild cards.
They're just needlessly evil and cruel. But I would argue they're not any less needlessly evil or cruel than the Sawyers in the other films.
Yep.
It's just in this film, by comparison, the Sawyers suddenly don't look so bad.
Yeah. But I would disagree, though, that they present the Sawyer family in a positive light. I think that they course corrected that a little bit from the last one. I think
Not
they
by
realized
much.
Because like the mother is never presented.
But then who are we even
as-
watching?
Yeah.
But then what are we even watching?
No, exactly.
Who are we rooting for
But again,
in this?
it's like the first time this came up, do we even need this?
No, this
Like,
is
I
a
don't-
stupid
I
fucking
don't
movie.
need
It
to
shouldn't
know-
exist.
I
Yeah.
don't need to know where Leatherface comes from.
Yeah, I don't need it's crap.
Yeah.
And then like, okay, so the pair that they get, right? The Clarice and Ike, they're in the wrong movie. Because the movie they are in is called Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna
that's their film.
Yeah.
Because the movie most of this movie is Bonnie and Clyde. And Jackson and Bud and Lizzie are just their hostages.
Yep.
Like, it's a Bonnie and Clyde film where they're just running around doing this shit.
Oh, you got to help me. What's the movie? Woody Harrelson and...
it's Natural Born Killers. Yeah,
yeah.
it's just it's the same shit.
Yeah.
It's just these lovers that are fucked up sociopaths running around killing people, causing chaos. And like, they obviously do some heinous shit. At one point, one of them like point blank shotguns a waitress in the face in the diner scene.
I was like, is this like Pulp Fiction?
It's like, holy shit. There's a scene where like they're fucking in a trailer and like there's a corpse beside them in bed, and then like Clarice starts making out with the corpse. Yep. Again, the film is trying to make us go, well, by comparison, the Sawyers aren't so bad. These people are really evil. Yeah. And it's like, it's so obvious. And I wrote down, is this even really a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film? Because I don't think it is.
Yeah.
That's partly why, this is why it's 8 for me. This is nothing. I don't know what this is. Yeah. This isn't a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film. Next Generation. Next Generation is
just not a film.
I don't know what it is. It's a mess. This is just one step up for me, where it's like, it's not, I get what you're saying, where it's competently filmed. It's not a complete clusterfuck.
But you have some characters. You can, you know, we feel bad for Lizzie and, you know, what's his face?
Jackson. But it's just not a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film.
Right.
It doesn't need to exist.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And I'm all for trying new things, but it just doesn't work for me at all. I only have one more point, but go ahead. Anything else you want to say?
An early appearance of Finn Jones, who would later go on to be Iron Fist. Thought that was kind of cool.
I did catch that. Iron Fist sucks, but that just adds
he was
to
also
how
in Game
bad,
of Thrones.
It just adds to how bad. Thank you. Now this film is rated 8.5 in my ranking. I did catch that, though. The worst of the Marvel TV shows. Excellent, yeah.
They struggle to create real fake blood in this movie. There's it's a quibble, but I just noticed that you know, it's like water.
Oh, okay, I didn't notice this.
Yeah. Especially in the scene where he like shotguns the girl in the face, it basically just splashes back like he's at.
I'm not as nitpicky with like blood and shit. Yeah. It's like you can make it look like ketchup. I don't really care as much. It's like,
there's a curb smiley.
There's a what?
Curbs. You know what a curb smiley is?
No.
No, when you take someone, you put their teeth down on a rock or a curb, and you.
Oh, a curb. Sorry. Yeah, curb stomp. Yeah.
Curb stomp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A la like American History X.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Who? I can't remember who does it to who.
It's
does Hartman do it? Hartman doesn't do it to Lizzie.
No. I think it's
Bud does it to Ike. Is that what it, Bud does it to Ike. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Texas Ranger Hal Hartman. It doesn't fuck around. We already talked about that.
He's a cool character. Yeah, I didn't mind him.
Hiding in the blood of animal carcasses. Stupid.
When did this happen?
Remember, they're trying to. They're trying to hide away, and I think they get inside. Actually, this might be one of the previous. I feel like they did this a couple times. I don't
remember this at all.
Yeah, I got a note about it, but
it's a note that is attached to no film in particular. It's just a note.
Yeah, I just wrote it.
It may not even be about this franchise, folks. This might just be a note about
because I know they.
Mark might have just been watching The Walking Dead, where they coat themselves in the blood and they're trying to, blend in with the zombies.
They're trying to get away. They're trying to hide out.
Yeah.
And there's one animal carcass, and like all three of them, including
Bud,
they all get into it.
Right.
And then they all hide, and then they come pouring out of this one cow.
Yeah, I think this is this film. Yeah. I think
I'm just like, that's. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a cool idea, but you could have had more dead cows. Anyway,
you know what you could do instead of that? Is just run. Yeah, I know.
Lots of again, they use a bear trap in this movie. I feel like bear traps became a thing in this franchise, like halfway
traps.
through.
Well, there's a bear trap in the first one. I think is part 3.
I would say like
part 3, Ryan gets trapped.
Yeah.
I want to say though that traps in general. Well, because in part 2 there's the trap door, but
I know one of the slick versions, like the 2003 or the beginning. One of those sort of middle.
Oh, the beginning had the trap.
Yep.
Yeah, had the bear trap. Yeah. I don't know. Bear traps maybe a thing.
Are we ready to talk about the end?
Let's talk about Leatherface.
Yeah.
The reveal.
Okay.
So they intentionally keep you guessing the entire film who will become Leatherface, because we don't know which one of and honestly, it could have technically been any one of them.
Yeah.
But they are trying so hard to make you think it's one of them.
So obviously when you watched it, did you think it was a question? I thought that it was laid out
so
perfectly that it was what's his face?
Well, let's hold on a sec. So they clearly want you to think it's Bud.
No.
There's no way it's going to be Bud though, because it's too obvious. It's like,
but why wouldn't it be obvious? Like, that's the thing. Like, it makes perfect sense that Bud is Leatherface. I mean, everything points to that. So
no, Bud isn't Leatherface.
No, I know.
No,
I know.
Because these filmmakers thought they were smart.
That's right.
Why.
Yeah.
That's why it's see. It's obvious to us because we went. You guys are just trying to be slick, so you're gonna try to force us to think. So like, Bud has the build of Leatherface.
Yeah.
He has the temperament of Leatherface.
The mental capacity.
He's clearly mentally deficient. He doesn't really talk. He has like weird, like almost powerhouse brutal strength. He kills people with like his bare hands. Here's the problem though. He's nothing like the innocent little boy we met at the beginning of the film. Now, it's possible 10 years turned him into this. It's possible. But then it's like, okay, but if it's not Bud, well, that only leaves us Jackson. But Jackson's like a pretty boy and he's a smooth talker. It couldn't possibly be him, right? Because that's nothing like Leatherface in any of these films, in any of them. And remember, this is in the timeline of the original. So this is who...
We know how he turns out.
Turns into this, right. So at one point, I was like, maybe it's Ike, the guy with the shaved head. I'm like, he's certainly crazy enough. And there's one throwaway line, and I don't think they were smart enough that this was in there, but there's one throwaway line. He says, I just want to be reunited with my family. I miss them.
You don't want to find your family?
Bud's the only family I got.
Your real family. That's all I want.
I thought you said your family were in Austin. I'd be thrilled to see you, you know.
They keep fucking moving.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
He has a little throwaway line about he wants to get back to his family. And I'm like, oh, is he talking about the Sawyer family?
But I kind of felt like any one of them could say that because they're all in here. They've all had their names changed,
I know.
right?
Yeah, I know. So it's got to be Bud, right? It was Bud, right? Nope, it's not Bud because an hour into the movie, Bud gets shot point blank in the head and is killed.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, well then who the fuck is it? Similar to how Heather in 3D just instantly, she's like, oh, I'm a Sawyer. Now I'm evil. Jackson instantly changes personalities. The second Bud dies, before that fat fuck's body even hits the ground, Jackson has now completely changed his personality.
He's a completely different character.
No, he's different completely. So he's all of a sudden like needlessly aggressive and he's not like cool and collected. He brutally murders a cop with his bare hands, like rams his head with like the door of the car. And then he's like being mean and shouting at Lizzie. And then Hartman's pursuing them as they're like, it's a little car chase. And he takes a shot and the bullet rips through the side it blows off the whole side of Jackson's jaw.
Yep.
It's like this, that's a pretty good effect.
Yep.
But it like tears up the whole side of his jaw. Hartman then delivers the obvious punchline that we all know at this point, revealing that Jackson is in fact Jedediah Sawyer. So in this timeline, Jed is the canon name they're going with. I don't think they call him that in the original either. I don't think they call him anything.
No,
I think he just says your brother. Yeah.
I have a note in here. I feel like the creative team wanted to have that plot twist so badly, despite how little sense it made, and was so proud of themselves when they did, that they completely failed to see how much worse it was going to make their movie. It was so important that they have this gotcha moment that they didn't realize that It just completely invalidates everything else that you've just done in the last hour and a half.
Right. It's just pointless. Do you want me to go through this whole fucking convoluted ending? So it's like, how does this go? It's like Hartman sets a trap, and then the family, they get the jump on Hartman, which is like, really? I feel like he wouldn't have been so easy to get a hold of. And like they take Jed back and they roughly stitch up his face. His mom then puts on like this leather strap mask, which looks like the leather strap mask from the beginning.
Yep.
That one, like the Mankind mask. And for a brief moment, this film feels like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film. For like a minute, all of a sudden we're following Hartman and Lizzie trying to escape the Sawyer house. That's the only time the whole movie it feels like a chainsaw movie. You know what I'm talking about? Like very briefly.
Yeah.
But then, of course, they're immediately captured and killed. And in a scene mirroring the original, the opening, the family cheers on Jed as they hand him a chainsaw, and he brutally chainsaws to death Hartman. And I don't even remember how Lizzie gets killed. Lizzie somehow dies, and it's like I'm pretty sure it's like the first mask he makes, isn't it from like Lizzie's face?
Yeah, only half of it.
Or something like that. I don't quite remember. I don't remember. I don't care to remember, though. That's the other thing, though. It's like, yeah, I wrote, it ends with him making his first skin mask from Lizzie. I wrote, I think this is why this film's so low for me. It's like, what if you took the worst part of the 2007 Halloween remake, the origin backstory bullshit, and stretched that out into a film? That's what I think Leatherface is. Yeah. It's giving me questions I don't care about, origins I don't need, trying to make me feel things that they're not natural. Yeah, it's just, no. Bad. Got nothing left to say. We're going to cut to, we'll be right back.
Yeah, no. That, again, I don't love this movie. It's smack in the middle. I could take it or leave it. And it's only as high as it is because there are just other entries that are worse.
Sure.
Right? Like I at least found myself enjoying parts of this.
Yeah.
Like if you take yourself away from it, you can, okay, so you got some.
It just doesn't insult you as other entries.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fine. I'll let it pass. Moving on to our final entry. We made it to number 9. I think I have this a lot higher than you have this.
Well, we've only got one slot left.
I know,
right?
but I don't remember what your slot is. Yeah. All right. Moving on to 2022. This wasn't that long ago. This is the most, I think Halloween Ends was pretty recent too. But 2022, once again, this is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's my number 4.
Number 4.
What? Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, number 4.
Oh my God,
It's the one I'm
folks!
missing.
This is the most agreeable we've ever been. I gotta give you.
So I apologize if this is a boring show.
Dude,
because-
you called it.
Yep.
You actually called it. I can't believe it. We were off on like 2 picks.
Yep. The furthest away was the last one.
The one we just did.
We were two
Yeah.
selections away.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
This one doesn't.
No.
I kind of. There's a lot I like.
So there you go, folks. These are then the de facto how we have graded this.
100% of the Slash Cinema staff agrees that these are the definitive picks.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, there go with that. Okay, so this is a reboot, but it is another legacy sequel. Once again, ignoring the previous entries, this is the most. It's pulling a Halloween 2018. It uses the same. I can't remember if it's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Can you look this up? Is it the Chainsaw Massacre? Or do you have internet? Or do you want me to use it? Do you want to use mine? Is it the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022, or is it just Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022? I think it's the. I think they still have the in there, but they're pulling a Halloween 2018 where it's like they're just going to use the original title, even though it's like a legacy sequel that takes place years later. Do we have a verdict on this one?
There's no the.
Oh, it's just Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw.
Okay.
Yep.
We dropped the.
Yep.
Fine, sure, whatever. It's so similar to the original title. But this is a legacy sequel exactly like the Halloween 2018, where we're ignoring all the we're ignoring all the weirdness. We're trying to go back to formula. We're trying to take it seriously again.
Yep.
It largely succeeds.
We're trying to modernize it.
It shockingly succeeds in a lot of ways.
Yep.
It's not amazing. Let's get into it.
Yep.
It returns once again to a narrator detailing the events of the original film. Same narrator again.
John Larroquette.
So he did the 1974, the 2003, and this entry.
Yep.
And I don't remember if he was in beginning or not. I don't think it was. Whatever.
Don't.
Beginning sucks. It doesn't matter. So we're getting this opening intro sequence where the narrator is detailing the events of the original film, and we then pan out from the footage, because we're getting footage from the original film. We pan out, and it's revealed that it's some sort of a documentary on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a young girl who's watching it at a gas station. She asks, what happened to the only survivor, Sally Hardesty? The attendant reveals that she became a Texas Ranger and has been looking for Leatherface now for over 40 years.
Whatever happened to her? Is she still alive?
She became a ranger here in Texas. She must have looked for that maniac for more than 30, 40 years.
So she found him.
He was wearing a mask. Not easy to locate someone if you don't know what they look like.
Her sister Melody then walks in and retrieves Lila. This is our two main sister protagonists, Melody and Lila. The pair join up with a couple of other young people, Dante and other girl. Melody then mouths off to a local that's like, he's got like some big redneck truck and he's like filling up, and Melody makes some like, snide remarks about it or whatever. Then later, as they get onto the road and they're driving, that same guy driving the truck starts fucking with them.
Yeah, he's got an open carry. Like he's got a gun, right? And she makes a comment about how
that's what it was. Yeah,
big guy. You got to walk around, because remember, they have a history with guns, right?
That's why they.
Yeah.
I didn't
So
quite
when
get
she
that
sees
was.
that,
I thought
it's-
she was just being a bitch.
Yeah. She's also being a bitch.
Yeah, because her character is basically just a bitch the entire film, right? Yeah. They encounter a police check and pull over. The sheriff respectively asks the group, who it's revealed they're some sort of celebrity like cooks. They're like online cooks. Did you get this? Did you catch this?
Yeah.
They're like some sort of online celebrity chefs. They have they're They're basically influencers.
Like who they are.
Yeah, who the kids are.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit more to it.
Because the cops know who they are.
Yeah.
Right. But the cops stop them and ask them to respect the small town that they're headed to, Harlow.
Yeah.
Not Newt. Once again, we've changed the town name.
Yet
It's
another
yet another random. I don't think it exists. It's just a made up one. They arrive in Harlow, Texas, which is basically a ghost town.
Yep.
It's like deserted. There's just nobody there. It's just like one long strip of buildings, and they're all half, not quite full. They're in disrepair.
Yep.
The whole town's in disrepair. It's revealed that Melody and Dante have a vision to revitalize the entire town and literally rebuild it and make this like progressive little safe haven for influencers or basically like young hip people. They're trying to make it a scene and in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
They're
the middle of the Texas.
a little naive about this, but apparently they bought up the town. They like made a deal with the bank and like bought up all the town, and then they're going to auction the town off.
Yeah, and that's why at the police check, they know who they are, right? Because obviously this made big news, right?
Yeah, they knew what they were doing. They were kind of just being, they were kind of like putting a little bit of words of advice of like, hey, don't ruin our nice town with your young bullshit. Okay, you little punks, you little shits. Yeah. Suddenly, the man who they had an altercation with earlier, who like fucked with them when they were driving by, he like puts like black smoke exhaust from his truck into the like right at their car, blasts it as he like speeds past them on the highway.
Yeah, they're driving a Tesla, so this is obviously a big deal to them.
Yeah.
Right. Because, yeah, Tesla.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's
an electric car, right? And he's got the biggest
gas
diesel
guzzling.
burning.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But he is revealed, so they're like, oh shit, it's this guy. Turns out he's actually the local contractor that they hired long distance. They didn't know what he looked like. They didn't know the guy. They never met him. They hired him to fix up the buildings. They hired him to fix up the town. So they're like, oh shit, but okay, sure.
Awkward.
Thanks.
But, yeah.
Awkward. Yep. They then spot a troublesome Confederate flag hanging from the orphanage building, and fearing bad PR, as they're going to hold an auction. They're going to auction off all of these buildings to young people so they can buy affordable houses and make this like hip art progressive scene area in the middle of this, in a ghost town in the middle of nowhere, Texas.
Right.
Sure. Whatever. And very ambitious. But fearing, so like they have a bus full of these people about to show up, and they're like, oh shit, we can't let people see this fucking Confederate flag. So they go inside the orphanage to try to remove it, where they encounter this scary looking woman who claims she still rightfully owns the property. Apparently she's run the orphanage for 50 years. They debate a bit before she awkwardly drops the N-word in reference to Dante, causing him to storm out. A hulking man then appears at the top of the stairs, almost like in defense of the woman, but the woman waves him off, saying that she's fine. Then the police show up, and they try to remove her. They're basically like, come on, I don't remember her name, like Margaret. They're like, come on, Margaret, like, you know the drill.
Ginny.
It's Ginny, you remember this? Yeah, okay. How do you remember that? Does it come up?
Yeah.
Why do you remember that trivia? You never remember anything, but that you got?
Ginny.
Tommy doll, Oliver, the different names of the Chucky dolls. She then has like some sort of medical episode due to the stress of like being removed from her home, and they get an ambulance and they take her away. The police take her away, and actually no, it's not an ambulance. They're taking her to a hospital, right? They throw her in like the back.
It is a police vehicle, but it's
a police
basically
vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dante's girlfriend, she's like, well, I'll make sure she's okay. I'll go with her. So she goes with them. Just then, the bus of potential investors / buyers arrive. Melody has a disagreement with Lila, where Lila says this whole idea is crazy and she doesn't want to live out in the middle of nowhere. You go, Lila. None of us want to do that. You're not wrong. Melody comments that Lila needs her and can't take care of herself in a dialogue exchange exactly like Nika and her sister from the bullshit ass Curse of Chucky.
I don't want to live here. Your whole idea is insane.
You don't know what you want.
Okay, and you do.
I know that you need me and that you can't take care of yourself. Wait.
Specifically
I knew I loved this movie.
Specifically use those words. We then get introduced to another new character, Catherine. She's like the liaison with the bank that financed this whole like ambitious project. Yep. The crazy lady then dies on the way to the hospital, and the giant man that was like in the orphanage with her, he actually rode along. So he's actually in the back with her and like all concerned. And he looks like Michael Myers from the Rob Zombie films. Like he is huge and he's got like long, greasy hair. It's that kind of design. It's just like, he's just giant. It's like, it feels like this is the biggest that Leatherface ever has been, even though it's not, because I think Dan Yeager is the biggest, but it's pretty fucking big. The man then freaks out before literally grabbing one of the cop's arms, snapping it at the bone. He's like, uses freakish strength, snaps the cop's arm at the bone, revealing the bone, which he then uses to jab into the jugular of the cop, killing him, which then causes the cop to accidentally discharge his gun, shooting the other cop causing them to crash.
The guy who's driving the van gets shot
yeah.
in the back of the head.
Right.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the auction starts while Lila goes off and talks to the contractor, whose name is revealed to be Richter, and they bond a little bit. And we get a little bit of character backstory. It turns out Lila was the survivor of a mass shooting incident at a school. That's some heavy subject matter.
Yep.
We're gonna watch what we say on this because we're Canadians. We don't really have guns up this side of the border.
Happen.
Like we just
That's
don't
just not,
like. It's
right.
not like we don't have shootings. We never have mass shootings. Sadly, this is kind of a recurring thing in the States.
It's enough of occurrence that they can include it in the movie
As a plot point, and you go, that's possible.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yikes.
I know, it's sad. We're not making any judgment. We're not making any comments. We're not getting into gun laws or that bullshit, but it's like, it's just it's a brutal reality.
Yeah.
It's a sad reality.
It was one of the things that I noted that if you want to modernize this story, it was absolutely something that pulled this into the 21st century or whatever.
Yeah, it feels very of the times. Yeah, very topical. Melody finds out that the old lady died and grabs her sister Lila, suddenly wanting to leave for reasons. I have no idea why. She just suddenly is like, we need to go. Mm-hmm. It's like, this is your project. Why are you suddenly freaking out? I don't know, whatever. Back at the van, there's zero mystery who the giant man is as he hacks off the dead officer's face. And he also I think I wrote dead officer's face. He hacks off the woman's face.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
right.
It's not the dead officer's face. He hacks off the face of the dead woman. When Melody tries to leave, Richter suddenly grabs the keys to the car and the bus because he says they're guilty of killing the old lady. He demands to see the deed to the house. Huh? Why do you care? Why are you inserting yourself in this situation? So they're like trying to leave, and then Richter out of nowhere is just like, I don't believe you actually owned that woman's house, and now her blood is on your hands. You ain't going anywhere. Okay, even if it was a misunderstanding, they're not at fault.
Yeah.
She died of natural causes. They didn't kill her.
Oh, but see, he's trying to, the whole idea is that they're suggesting that if you hadn't come in and uprooted this woman's life.
Oh, I get it. It doesn't matter though. Yeah. You're still, what he's doing is illegal, which is holding them hostage at this point by keeping their keys away from them. He demands to see the deed, and then Dante can't find the deed because he's got all the deeds to all the buildings. He of course can't find it. So they're like, well, let's go look in the old lady's house. We'll find the deed there. Why are they doing this?
If she owns it, then she should have it.
Like,
right?
Why are you even doing this? Enter Sally Hardesty, who gets an old lady Laurie Strode type intro where she's like gutting a pig with like zero emotion. She's like a pig strung up, just like gutting it in like this, like a barn house. And she gets a tip about a possible Leatherface sighting from the radio call that Dante's girlfriend placed before she gets killed. And she tosses this big bag of supplies with like a shotgun in it into a car and just speeds off. Meanwhile, Melody finds the deed, finds the title to the house, the deed, in the orphanage, and feels guilty, thinking that they stole the home, tried to steal the home from the old woman. I want to point out, this proves absolutely nothing. Okay. If the woman lost her home, right? The bank could form a new deed.
Yeah. She'd still have the piece of paper. Like they don't go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just because the old woman has her original deed doesn't mean a fucking thing.
Yep.
It means she didn't relinquish it to the bank. So what? The bank could still legally own her home and then go to City Hall and get a new deed issued.
Like I don't think I have the deed to my house.
You don't. And to prove that, I have it right here in my house. Right. You are in my home, Mark.
Right.
Yeah. But I allow you to live there because
I
otherwise,
appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Stupid plot point. What follows is Leatherface slowly picking off the young people invading his tiny little ghost town, all while the vengeful Sally Hardesty is out for blood. It premiered on Netflix, and weirdly, due to terrible test screenings, so the reason it went to Netflix, they test screened this and it did terribly. So they didn't put it in theaters.
Yeah. They sold it to Netflix too.
It's not that bad.
No.
It's pretty damn good.
Yep.
It shocked me how much I liked this film. I liked it so much, I rewatched half of it. Like I put on I rewatched the second half again because I liked it so much. I was like, this is fucking fun. I'm having a good time.
Right off the top, I was glad that we were finally done with 1973 and 1956.
Literally the first time, debatably the first time they tried to bring this film into the modern age, other than this abomination, and technically part 2 does take place in the 80s. They time skipped ahead, but like, yeah, it was a breath of fresh air where it's like, oh, finally, we're not in the fucking 60s and 70s anymore. Like, stop being a pussy and hiding in the past.
Yep.
Come to the present and try to do something.
Yep.
And it largely succeeds. So, how do you feel? Does this work as a legacy sequel? This is a good big question. It's a loaded question. This is my feeling on it. It wants to be 2018 Halloween, which was a triumph.
It isn't.
It isn't.
Yeah.
No. It wants to be, though. It's a direct sequel. It ignores all previous entries. We have a retread of it's a retread of the familiar formula. We got 4 teens on a little road trip. They encounter. We got Leatherface chasing them around. We have a returning legacy character, Sally Hardesty, who's just literally Laurie Strode.
Oh, yeah.
She's like a badass, hardened character that's like had this trauma, but it made her tough and it made her like angry at the world. And they even do like at the ending, we get like a Sally versus Leatherface showdown. It's trying to be 2018.
Yeah.
It at moments it gets close.
Yeah.
It's not there though. It's not that good.
I feel like if this were the only sequel that had ever been made, I'd be disappointed. But because it isn't, I'm happy to let it go off on its own path and kind of do its own thing, right? Because it doesn't have to be, I don't know if I would have liked this movie instead of, say, the 2003 version as like the only modern retelling of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But because we have those other entries, I'm fine to let them have their millennial Texas Chainsaw Massacre entry, where they've got Teslas and influencers and iPhones and things like that. Those anachronisms that are going to look way out of place in 10 years from now. But I'm fine with it. I thought it was entertaining. I liked it.
I like a lot of it. Sally. So obviously not played by Marilyn Burns. Marilyn Burns, the original actress, had died way before this film came out. Recast by, I can't even say this name, Ulin Fier. She's playing like the grizzled old lady Sally.
I actually have.
Would you write?
Finish it. I'll read out my line because like pretty much word for word what you've said is what I've got in my note here.
I put, just like Laurie Strode, she's grown tough, but is still scarred and traumatized from what happened to her. She has lines like she said, 50 years I've been waiting for this night.
What are you doing? Drive, please go!
50 years I've been waiting for this night. Just to see him again.
She wants us in! Please drive! You have to let us out of here! Please!
I'm sorry I can't. Looks like it's you that he wants. You need to stay. Till I kill him.
No!
Which is exactly like Laurie, where it's like, he's been waiting for me, I've been waiting for him.
Yep.
It's like they're copying that formula. It's a little too obvious. The problem is she sucks.
Yeah,
they don't use her right.
I noted Sally Hardesty is a hardened Texas Ranger. I guess she's just been waiting around to get the call about Leatherface.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we already have the Scream Queen turned old grizzled lady in Halloween with Laurie Strode.
We had this.
I also kind of feel like if you're going to do this, you have to use the original actor. I know Marilyn Burns has been dead since 2014, so they couldn't. But I feel like you just have to skip the inclusion of that if that's the case. Like you can't, if you're going to bring back a legacy character like that, you have to use the actor that did it. Otherwise, just don't do it. right? There's no real driving force behind why you have to include Sally Hardesty.
Right.
I mean, any modern audience isn't going to know who that is anyway,
right?
So you're just doing it for people like us. But then if you're not going to include Marilyn Burns as the actor, then you kind of you just can't do it. I felt like
I don't mind that it's a legacy character, not the original actress. The problem is they don't do anything with her.
Well,
so
like
they hype it up and they're like, "Oh, I've been waiting for him," and like she's hardly in the movie, and she shows up at the end, and like she goes to hunt Leatherface. She has him point blank, a shotgun aimed at his fucking face, hesitates and doesn't shoot, and then she just dies like 5 minutes later. So like there's all this build up, and it's just a wet fart.
And she's hardly in it.
That's what I mean. She's hardly in the movie. So why even have that? That was a big mistake. That was a big fucking mistake. But let's talk about
when she finally confronts Leatherface, she doesn't take her chance to just outright kill him before he just walks away from her.
And then he later kills her.
You've been waiting for so long to do this.
To do nothing. Yeah. Laurie Strode, this is not. Let's talk about Leatherface. God damn.
This is probably the most ferocious we've ever seen.
Oh my God, this Leatherface. Okay, so Leatherface is 77 years old. You thought Michael Myers was an old man in 2018?
In his 60s. Yeah.
Michael Myers was 61 in 2018. Somewhat still believable he could do that shit. Leatherface is 77. He is a force of nature in this fucking film. He feels, dare I say it, a little supernatural.
Don't do it.
He kind of does, though. He kind of does. It's just a little nonsense.
Justin knows how I feel about supernatural elements.
He's just this beast in this fucking movie. And they kind of make him like he's exactly like the 2018. Actually, more like the 20. He's like the Halloween Kills Michael Myers. He's just a force of nature. There's no humor. There's no goofiness. He doesn't appear mentally handicapped. He's just a monster. He's a killing machine in this movie. Absolute blunt force of nature.
He's kind of what you would have expected Leatherface to be all the way through, except now finally you get to see what a guy that's wielding a chainsaw would really do with this.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
boy does he do it.
Oh yeah, it's so good. There's a shot. He pulls a Michael Myers at one point. I don't know if you caught this. He disappears down an alleyway after being shot. And I'm like, that's so Michael Myers. I'm like, you know what you're doing. You're trying so hard to be that Halloween reboot, right? What else do I got here? Oh, a little bit of a stupid moment. So Leatherface does, at one point, when he decides, like, I'm just going to massacre all these kids. They killed my adoptive mother. Who was that woman? Who was she? Like, because this is a legacy sequel, right?
Yeah.
So this is a sequel to the first movie, but there was no woman in that movie. So, like, I guess there's a whole other story we never got to see. So you're supposed to just make it up in your mind. Like, it was clearly his adoptive mother, but how did he end up at that orphanage?
And he would have been old enough from the original to not have to
be in an orphanage. Yeah, you get my point. It's a little bit of a, and she says, like, I've been here for 50 years. Like, so Leatherface went there when he was like 27.
Yeah.
Like, it's
I know.
There's a story where they missed something there.
Or they just didn't bother to explain it because they're like, we don't care.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's probably right. There's a dumb scene where Leatherface, he starts like, this is in the orphanage, and he goes up to his bedroom and he starts like hammering at the wall, and he breaks open the wall. And what's inside the wall, Mark? What does he retrieve?
Oh, his chainsaw.
His chainsaw.
Yeah.
He's got to retrieve not just any chainsaw, his trademark trusty yellow chainsaw from part 1. It's dumb. And let me tell you why it's dumb. Okay. Why would it start? It's a piece of mechanical equipment that is 50 years old, that has just been sitting in a wall.
Dried up and seized. Yeah.
It would be seized. It would not run at all. Plus, you don't even see him like put gas in it. It's like, I guess that gas didn't just coagulate and, evaporate. It's like, nope, it just runs perfectly fine.
I was thinking as well, like, why would you, like, it's not illegal to have
So that's my next question. Why would he even hide it? It's just a chainsaw.
The only thing I can come up with is maybe if the authorities found it, they could use it as evidence. Like if they find blood on it, I don't know. Maybe he felt like he had to hide it.
The reason they did this is so they could have the badass shot. Shot of him being like, "Here's my kill weapon." It's because they wanted a impactful moment. It's just a dumb little. It's unnecessary. Yeah. Anything you want to jump in with?
I got a few points.
By all means.
Alice Krieg, nice touch.
Who?
So she plays the old lady. She's been in a ton of stuff. She's probably.
Is she with the orphanage lady?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. I didn't recognize her.
Star Trek First Contact. She was the main Borg woman.
Folks, Star Trek First Contact. The best of all the TNG Star Trek films.
I feel like there's going to be a number of our viewers who would have seen that.
All zero of them. Yeah.
Anyway, she's been in a lot.
Okay. I'll take your word on that one.
Yep.
Hey, was she in Night Court?
She was in a movie called Sleepwalkers.
Oh, cool.
Stephen King.
Cool, man.
What else? You're such a. It's fine. I've come to expect this.
What's the theme of Night Court?
Night Court? It's you never watched Night Court before? How do you? It's like
Mark. I have never watched it. I know what it is. What's the theme song? Though? All right, I regret that I asked. I was hoping it was going to be something stupid.
No, you're going to put it on now.
No, because I'll get demonetized because of the Night Court theme song. That's worth it.
I thought my rendition was pretty good.
Comment in the below if you thought Mark did the Night Court theme song justice. The only person who's going to comment is maybe my mom, who's going to listen to this.
Comment if you'd like me to open future episodes of this
with the Night Court with your version. With your version,
right. I will hum any tune you want. Just comment it in the comments. One of the things that I really appreciated about this movie is they didn't make the locals look stupid. All of the,
almost.
They have the scene where they pull them over.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, but they're surprisingly reasonable. They're like, we understand who you are. You have the right to do what you're doing, but understand that people live here. This is a home to people, right, even if it's desolate. Just be respectful, right? Even the guy, what's his name?
Richter?
Richter.
No,
right?
Richter sucks. I hate Richter.
No, I mean, they could have gone way off the deep end with this character, but they didn't. I mean, they make him respectable. He's kind of this jerk with a heart of gold. But they could have made him a bit more of a stereotype, and they didn't. I appreciate it.
So here's my problem with Richter.
Yeah.
Richter, like, he's so hypocritical. Like, he just flip-flops. So, like, first Richter's like, no, what you guys did was wrong, and, I'm going to make an issue about all this shit.
Hey.
What the fuck are you doing?
Heard you kill that lady.
We didn't kill anybody. She was trespassing on our property.
You sure that was your property? Huh? Looked like she disagreed.
Please just give us back the keys.
Show me you have the deed to that house. You'll have them back. I'll be in the shop.
Right?
Yeah.
And then he like instantly flips switch once he sees like there's some like shit going on. The very shit they were trying to avoid. He then suddenly is like, oh, I'm going to be everyone's protector.
Oh my God.
Call the cops. You hear me? Keep everyone on the bus. Go on now.
It's like, man, fuck you. You just like flip-flopped. It's like 1 second you're hating the group, and it's like, now, hey, I'm going to protect the group.
Okay, but
come on.
Like initially, he's like, okay, you guys are being entitled jerks, and you may have led to the death of this old lady. But when the old lady's family is now killing people, yeah, he's going to shift his
but
priorities.
I also don't feel that they were being entitled jerks. I don't think they were doing anything wrong. They owned the fucking town. It was their town.
Right,
They could take a shit in the street if they
right,
wanted
but the
to.
whole idea, and you get this with the sheriff's department, right? They're like, just because you own it doesn't mean that you have the right to come in and do whatever you want with it, right? Even though the deed
Yes, it
says
does,
you,
Mark. That's how ownership works. Right. You will find this out now that you realize I own your house.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, fuck him. And the movie said fuck him too because they kill him off and he gets it good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck him.
I have a note. I think it's for him.
About his heinous death.
Holy fuck, Richter's leg break and repeated hammer smash to the skull
Okay.
might be...
Let's get into this.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Might be the best in the franchise.
For kills.
Yeah.
Okay. This is partly why this film has a lot of problems. The one thing it absolutely nails, this is without a doubt the most violent Texas Chainsaw Massacre film in the entire fucking franchise. And that's fucking saying something.
That is, yeah.
This is the Halloween Kills of the franchise. It is just a highlight reel of brutal kills, and they're all fucking practical, and they're good. They're good. Yeah, we've got Dante gets the one of the like influencer guys. He gets his face slashed by Leatherface with like a butcher's blade. Oh, that shot of like his jaw hanging open. Awesome. Richter getting his leg cracked backwards with a giant hammer from Leatherface. Then repeatedly getting his head caved in. Brutal. Then my favorite scene, you know where I'm going.
Everyone's favorite scene.
My favorite scene in the entire film. The bus massacre.
It is.
Oh my God. So what happens is there's like all of the influencer type people, all the young people that are like, we're bidding all the hip young people. They get on this bus and they're waiting to try to leave, but they don't have the keys. So they're all just like hanging out, playing on their phones, doing whatever. At this point, Leatherface is out and around pursuing our main characters, Lila and Melody. Lila and Melody get on the bus. Leatherface pursues them on the bus. And all the young people are like, what the fuck? What is this? I actually like this shot. I know it's a little on the nose. They all immediately lift their phone up and start recording.
If the mayhem that occurred right after didn't happen,
this scene would be cringy.
It's bad. But
I'll forgive it.
Yeah.
I'll forgive it because I love what happens next, which is Leatherface is clearly like, he debates for a second of like, he's almost confused. Like, what are you doing?
I don't even know what you're
like. It's alien to him.
Yeah.
He's like, has no concept of what the fuck they're doing. And they're like live streaming what's happening.
So yeah, maybe tell the group, if you haven't seen it, what happens is some jackass puts up his phone and says, just try it, buddy. And
you're canceled.
You're canceled, right? Like, I've got you on video and the whole world's going to see
it.
Yeah,
he goes, try anything and you're canceled, bro.
Yeah. And Leatherface has like a moment where he's not debating whether he's going to do it. He's more like, I don't know what just happened.
He doesn't understand what's happening. And then what proceeds is nothing short of one of the bloodiest, most brutal horror scenes out of the entire franchise.
Yep.
He lays waste with his chainsaw to the entire bus.
He starts at the front of the bus and just works his way right to the back
to the point
of the bus.
where it's literally just pools of blood and body parts strewn about the entire bus. It is heinous. It is brutal. It is fucking awesome. It is, this film has the record for the most chainsaw kills in the entire franchise.
Yep.
Oh man, this is probably the first time they actually earned this name.
Right.
Chainsaw Massacre. This is it.
Yeah.
This is the massacre. The one that was promised in the first one. The first one is the hammer to the head massacre with one chainsaw kill. This is the real chainsaw massacre.
It basically took them, what, 50 years?
50 years.
But they finally earned the moniker. Like if you're not going to get the chance to see the movie, you should watch this.
Just YouTube this one scene.
YouTube this
so
scene.
Good.
It is incredible.
It's so fucking good. I want to talk about cinematography for a second. There's some really good cinematography in this film.
Yep.
Great cinematography. We've got some fantastic shots in the farm fields. The shot of Leatherface, like, calmly walking through the fields when he's like, it's almost like he's reborn when he first dons the human skin mask.
Yep.
When the shot of him holding up the mask is very eerie. The night shots in the field are also very good. The ghost town itself, what a cool setting.
Yeah. I mean,
what a great setting.
It's a little too perfect, but I'll allow it.
Oh, dude, it's movie. It works. It works, man.
I just to go back on your field. Those are sunflower fields, but they're all dead. Like sunflowers are normally big and bright.
I didn't
and
catch this.
Yeah, they're all sunflowers and they're all keeled over dead. I was like, oh, it's a small thing that you probably wouldn't even notice.
I didn't notice yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm liking this movie
Yeah,
more and more.
yeah, it's good.
The whole town itself is such a cool set.
Yep.
Like I just love the idea of this just dead ghost town. It's like one street of a house of a town, but there's a lot on this one street. But it's just all dead and abandoned. It's so ripe for a horror film. These shots of it, of like the rain shots at night, are just so creepy. You just feel so trapped and isolated, and it's exactly like you say, where it's like, it's modern times, but they made this smart decision to put these people in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's like, sure, they can live stream this. Who's coming to help them?
But no one's, the nearest help is still 2 hours away.
Yeah, right, 2 hours away. They're fucked.
Yeah.
They are trapped in this little hell town. Fun little sequence. The crawl space chase with the chainsaw under the house.
Oh,
that was a great little scene. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, where he cuts through the pipe, but she gets the poop on her head.
Yeah. But that's the end of that.
Yeah.
But so Melody's under the house, and it's under the house of the the orphanage, and Leatherface puts the chainsaw through the floor as she's in the crawl space below the house, and starts moving it around and trying to chase her. And you see, it's a cool shot the way they did this.
Like
and the
frantically trying to crawl. Yep.
Yeah, trying to escape the chainsaw blade coming towards her. That was a cool shot. I liked that. That was creative. My favorite shot in the entire film, my favorite little set piece, the abandoned movie theater. What a cool little set piece. Happens right at the end. We get this amazing, it's like a blown out old movie theater, and it is literally blown out. Like the walls are falling apart. There's a fucking pit of water in the middle of the room. Yeah. It's like the building is dilapidated, falling apart. There's equipment strewn everywhere. It's just blown out. That's the way to describe it. And it makes for such a creepy setting. And this pit of water that's in the middle of the floor, like, why is that there? I guess because the floor caved in and so much rain is just, it's piled and pooled in this one area. But it's like deep water creeps me out. I don't know if you have that phobia. A lot of people do. Do you have that at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't like deep water.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of black water. I can't see what's in it. And there's just this mystery pit of water. It's like, how deep does that go?
Yeah.
What's floating around in there? I don't know.
Especially since this franchise already has a history of pools of water out back where they just may or may not throw body parts. So, yeah.
And God bless the actors for doing this. The shot of Leatherface diving and tackling Lila into that pool of water, and they just go full on into it. It haunted me. That haunted me. That concept of being like this beast of a man just tackling you into the darkness of that water, and the feeling of you may never get out of that pit. Oh, so good.
A1.
Yeah, so good. Anything else you want to talk about? I only have one more point, and it might surprise you, my last point.
I had a note in here. I was very happy that they kept the plot of this simple, especially since the last few entries in this franchise have almost overcomplicated things to the point of, it's too much effort, right? This was really simple. You got a bunch of kids, they're busting out, they got their bright, shiny ideas, they run into a problem, and that problem's killing them all. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that, and I really appreciated that.
One thing I think we're going to disagree on, I agree with you. I like how simple they keep it. I kind of don't like the characters. I think you liked them more than I did. I don't like them. Like I thought all the characters sucked. Lila's okay, I mean, I try to give her a little characterization, like Melody bossing Lila around. Like it's like I don't know who she is as a person.
I didn't buy their relationship.
Yeah, I just
as sisters.
No, no. They don't feel close at all.
Yeah.
They don't really have good on-screen chemistry.
Did that not feel like a bad omen to you? This place is cursed now.
Please, this is not. I don't need this right now, so stop.
If you move here, I'm moving back with Dad.
No, you're not.
If that's true, then it can't be in the house, right?
Henry, you stay here. Let's go.
Wait, can you just relax for a second?
I'll never relax until I'm sure we're on the right side of this.
I'm coming with.
No, please. Can you just do what I tell you?
Why do I have to stay with these fucking people?
Just stay.
Yeah, I mean, the one reason why I didn't necessarily...
Like, it's no Danielle Harris and Scout Taylor Compton in those remakes where they really, connected.
I just figured, these are young kids that I'm not going to connect with anyway because I'm too old. So I didn't... The fact that I didn't like them didn't count against them because I was just like, well, I don't really care about you. You are coming from a different world than I am. So I gave them a free pass on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they try to give Lila a bit of like depth to her where she's got like the PTSD from obviously surviving a mass shooting.
Yep.
And the callback to it I kind of liked where she's on the ground of the bus in the pool of blood.
Yep.
And they do a very tasteful flashback shot of her on the floor at a school shooting.
Yep.
I liked that. It worked. She's the closest we get to a decent character. Yep. Even she's not amazing, but she's pretty good.
Yep.
Sally sucks. I thought Richter sucked. All the other people on the bus, they all fucking sucked. All those characters sucked. And I think her sister Melody sucks.
Yep.
They're just all of the characters exist to be killed off.
Yeah.
Which maybe that's not the end of the world. I mean, I don't know. We get a good body count, I guess. If you're,
I mean, I would say we cared about them more than we cared about the characters like in this.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Like there was something there. We just didn't necessarily.
It's not quite. Again, this is why it's not part 2. It's no Stretch. It's no Sally. Yeah. It's not even Aaron. They're not even as good as those characters from the remake. I liked those kids a little bit more. They had a little bit more depth, but yeah. And the movie knew these characters sucked because the last shot of the movie is fucking amazing. So seemingly Melody and Lila defeat Leatherface in, again, a brilliant piece of fucking, such a great shot. The shot of Leatherface when he gets hit with the chainsaw.
It's like an uppercut.
And falls back into that pool of water. And they hang on this shot. And he slowly sinks into the water. Like almost melts into the water. What a great shot. So they're like, we defeated him. So they get in their Tesla. They put it on autopilot and hit drive, and it starts them off on their journey. Out of nowhere, Leatherface shows up. He fucking grabs Melody out of the fucking car, rips her out without a second's hesitation, chainsaws her fucking head off, and then holds it up as Lila has to watch on in horror and screams as the car drives her off.
And I mean,
yes.
And there's no cuts or anything. It's just one continuous. And obviously, like they must have used like CGI to create that. There's no. I can't imagine that was any kind of.
No, they murdered that actress. She's have you seen her in anything else since?
That's you got a point.
That's it. Yeah.
But however they did it really well.
It was very convincing. It was good.
Yeah. And I think also because you're so caught up in the shock value of, oh shit, I thought we were good here.
Yeah.
That you don't necessarily notice how goofy a scene like that could look if you were just paying attention and you could watch it naturally.
No, they pull off a
Yeah.
Friday the 13th after credits, or sorry, final jump, scare.
Yeah, I mean, we almost kind of
It was great.
Yeah, they did a great job of giving you the impression that the two sisters were going to make it out together. That, I'm your protector. I will make sure that you get
Right.
through this. Nope.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is that Lila's just kind of stuck because the car's
just moving
is
on its own.
autopilot.
But it's also one of those things where it's like, yeah, but if she stops the car, she's dead.
just dead. Yeah.
So
she's got to leave.
and now she like, oh
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
what a great ending. Great ending.
Yeah.
I want to see Lila come back. It's not gonna happen, but
No.
of all the characters in this entire franchise, I kind of want to see them make of all the films in this entire franchise up to this point, like all the early legacy ones, you can't really sequelize them at this point. All those actors are dead or just getting too old. I'd like to see them make a sequel to this. I really would. I actually would like to see this return. I want to see this Leatherface come back.
Yeah.
This old man Leatherface.
I don't know how this didn't make it into the theater.
I don't know how this. Nobody talks about this movie.
I guess maybe
This is a total, folks. This is a hidden gem. Honestly, this is we don't use that term often on this on this podcast. I really think of this whole franchise. This is a hidden gem.
I'm glad this is the latest one in the franchise because
There's still hope.
I watched them in release order, and I'm happy that this is the last one that I'm left with, rather than some of the other ones that.
So after watching Leatherface, which I absolutely detested, I was like, I went into this being all like jaded, being like, all right, legacy sequel again. What do you have to offer? And by the hour mark, I was like,
no.
Like I was starting to get invested. I'm like, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm digging this. It was the same experience I had with Halloween 2018 and Halloween Kills, where I'm like, I want to hate you, but you're kind of good, you know?
Yeah.
So that's it, buddy.
Yeah.
I got you. That's final word.
Yeah.
Final word.
You want to run them down again?
Let's run them down again before we answer our question. All right, Mark, from worst to best, what do you got?
So at number 9, I've got Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. Number 8, Texas Chainsaw 3D. Number 7, Leatherface: Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Number 6, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning. Number 5, Leatherface from 2017. Number 4, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022. Number 3, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003. Number 2, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And then Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, at number 1.
Nice. My list. Number 9, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. Fuck off. Number 8, Leatherface from 2017. Number 7, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning. Number 6, Texas Chainsaw 3D. Number 5, Leatherface: The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Number 4, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022. Awesome. Number 3, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974 original. Number 2, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003. And my number 1, of course, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. We did it.
Yep.
There's another one done.
Yep.
Another one down. The closest we've ever linked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
We were hardly
Sorry,
off.
if you came here for the arguments.
For the usual bickering and debates.
The shit chucking.
So much of it was agreement.
Yep.
Well, maybe we're about to disagree.
Yep.
Maybe there's about to be an argument.
We have our bonus question.
It's time to answer the question.
Yep.
Mark Skews, what is your favorite and least favorite version of Leatherface? And you went for the masks, but I'm assuming it's connected to the character as well, or no?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean,
Go for it. What do you got?
So my favorite selection for the mask in particular, the Kemper mask.
It's haunting.
Yes, so good.
It's so creepy.
I close my eyes and I can still see it.
Yeah.
Like,
those big eyeballs looking through the unnatural eye holes.
Dude's actual face cut off and put onto, like, we know the whole idea is that they're supposed to be flesh masks, but they never really seem like that, right? This one does.
Well, to defend that a little bit, these ones, these feel real in the original because they would be dried out because he's had them for so long. That was the implication I got. Kemper's, I think it hits a little bit home because it's so fresh.
Yeah. It's like the dude's looking at you. Oh,
Right.
It was just such a, Yourself?
My favorite, so I went favorite Leatherface in general, but my favorite might surprise you. So is that your favorite Leatherface then? Is the reboot one?
I think if I had to take my favorite Leatherface portrayal, probably the original.
Gunnar Hansen?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
My favorite Leatherface and my favorite mask. It's the same. Might shock you. Leatherface from 2022. The 77-year-old Leatherface. That is my favorite version. Oh my God, I like it. It's played, that Leatherface is played by actor Mark Burnham, who is one of the tallest Leatherfaces to date. 77-year-old Leatherface. And yet, of all of the entries, he feels the most unkillable.
Right. You like your characters to be
slightly supernatural.
Yeah.
And this is, in my opinion, this is the closest he gets to be. At no point in the series does he ever, like, even in the original, he trips and like cuts himself on his leg. He's like, ah! It's like, in the remake, he gets his arm cut off. It's like, he's always flesh and blood. They never go like Jason or Freddy. This is the closest they get. And I think it's intentional. He's 77.
Yeah.
How else are you explaining how he's lifting people up with, like, straight up, I love the look. He's got like stringy long gray hair, and he's just still like this, even though he's 77, he's not a frail old man. He's like this hulking figure. He looks like big ass Michael Myers, and yet he's an old man.
Yeah.
They give him superhuman strength in this one. And the other ones, he was strong. In this one, he snaps a guy's arm with his bare hands and like to the bone. It's like,
and then kills him with it.
Right. But it's like, that's Michael Myers level shit of like just a little outside the range of what a human could do. You know what I mean? And that's where I like it. The mask. It is so good.
Yep.
That mask, that old woman mask is like perfect.
Yep.
You talked about how you're like, it looks like a real like mask. This looks like a real human face mask.
Yep.
It's not, it doesn't look filmic.
Yep.
It looks off. Like it's all droopy and it doesn't sit right on his face. And I love the expression is like, it's almost got like this sad expression because the skin's drooping. It's such a haunting look. Oh, it's so good. I love his outfit. He's got like this thick fucking butcher's apron on. It's like this thick leather apron. And he's still like, again, in a tribute to the original, he still has like the disheveled dress shirt and tie underneath. You hardly even see the tie because the movie's so dark. But it's there.
They included it anyway.
They included it. Yeah. There's just zero goofy moments with this Leatherface. It's just, he's a straight up killing machine.
Yep.
It is Halloween kills Michael Myers. It's just dead. The
most efficient way possible.
Everything. It's just, it is the most brutal he is in the entire series. Some shots of note, the shot of him lifting Sally up, and they'd already done this shot with Dean getting chainsawed in the beginning, but oh my God, is it good in this? This is how Sally Hardesty dies.
Yeah.
Sally Hardesty getting lifted up with the fucking getting impaled with the chainsaw and lifted up. What a fucking amazing shot.
It's running.
And it's running. And
Yeah.
she's just getting
Eviscerated.
Like eviscerated.
Yeah.
The shot of like he at one point just whips the hammer and nails Melody and she goes flying down through the floor. That's just so brutal. He throws the chainsaw. Not once, but fucking twice. Twice we get a chainsaw throw. Awesome. He very rarely throws the chainsaw in these movies, But when they're trying to get away the first time in the car, he whips the fucking chainsaw at them at the car, causes them to spin out. And then later, he chucks the fucking chainsaw at Lila's legs on the floor. And it looks like it nails her. I can't say enough. It's just good. It's great. It's great. Mark Burnham, I can't wait for you to be at a con, buddy, because I'm getting your signature because you are my favorite Leatherface. I feel like, to me, this is I know you hate this. This is my Ken Kersinger Jason. It's a later pick. It's not a legacy. It's not an early version, not an early actor, but I like the new design so much, and I like the way he acts just so much. So yeah, that's it.
When you close your eyes, this is the Leatherface you see.
To me, it's just a perfect Leatherface.
Yep.
It's a perfect look. It's a real human skin mask. He's a giant beast of a man, and he's just somehow a little bit more than human. There's just something even more unnatural and terrifying. And the shots of him chasing Lila, and specifically the shot where Sally has him cornered,
dead to rights
in that but in that alley when she actually fires the shotgun, and you just see darkness, and all you just hear is thud, 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 and he charges at her with the shotgun, and he just shrugs off a shotgun blast. That is horrifying. It is like a wild beast charging you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
Can't disagree with that.
Let's get to the worst.
I think we might have the same one.
Part 4?
Yep.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
It's I would say it's like the Michelin Man / like cold cream. It's like he's got this white mask that's really puffy.
The Leatherface in this movie actually has multiple masks.
Yep.
And they're all dog shit.
All of them are terrible.
All of them are dog shit. Everything is wrong with this version of Leatherface. Yep. Everything.
Pick anyone you want. They're
all bad. The actor who portrayed the Leatherface in this is Robert Jacks. I don't want to shit on the actor. I don't know that it's their fault. I don't know that they made these decisions, or maybe they did. And maybe I do want to shit on the actor. I'm not sure, folks. You tell me in the comments. But it's all bad. The masks are like shitty, like rubber Halloween store masks. Like you talked about, it's like, it never really looks like human skin.
It definitely doesn't.
It doesn't look like anything. Yeah. It just looks like a Halloween mask. And like, there's even like shots where you can see they put like a rubber chest piece on, and you can see the outlines of the chest piece. It's all bad. The portrayal, the look is dog shit. But then the portrayal, like the entire movie, it's just constant wailing and screaming.
How's your day?
And it never stops. Yep. From the first shot they get introduced to the last shot. It's just constant, like, yep. And like, it's like they're afraid of themselves. Like, what is this? Why this decision? Why? It's like, it's almost like their goal was to just literally ruin the character of Leatherface. It almost seems like it was intentional, because 4 is so misguided and fucked up anyways. You could convince me it's like, oh, Tobe Hooper wanted to deconstruct Leatherface and make him stupid. And if that was the goal, he succeeded.
Or like somebody bet him that he wouldn't be willing to tank his own franchise. Like I would believe that 100%.
So to date, there exists no merchandise for that film. I would like to please request the toy community to not break that tradition and not make any merchandise for Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation.
I'm going to counter that and say, I hope you do, because then that means Justin
I have to
would
stock
have to
it in
buy
my
it and bring it
store.
into his store.
I'd like to counter that by saying, if you do, I will boycott that particular product line and not carry it in my store. You will lose out on tens of dollars, my friend.
Tens of dollars.
Tens of dollars. I also like the fact that they had the fucking goal to try to get this dog shit Leatherface to mimic the end shot of Texas Chainsaw 1 at the ending. Did you catch this?
The dance.
Yeah, but they do it again.
Yeah.
But it's shit. He's just like, yeah. I can't believe they had the balls to do that. Oh my God, it's bad. Yeah. And there you have it, folks.
That's it.
That wraps up another episode of Slash Cinema. If you would like to support the channel, if you want more of this content, please do your duty as a listener, as a viewer, and like this video, like all of our videos, including our clips, and subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. If you want the channel to grow, if you want us to, at some point, make some type of money out of this hard work that we do for no reason right now, then please support us by liking, subscribing, commenting. That also helps quite a bit. I read every comment.
We talk about
our comments. Yeah, we do. We talk about the comments.
We will see it.
We absolutely will see it. It's not like we are nowhere near big enough where there's hundreds of comments where we're hiring an AI program to respond for us. Ha ha ha! Thank you for the fan support. No, it's me answering your comments, and I tell Mark what you fuckers type out, because often you agree with him, and I got to put a stop to it. It's happening way too often.
He hates that.
No, I really do.
I love it,
but I wonder why. But we will return again. We are gonna take a break for a while. There's some stuff going on with me and my business that I'm gonna be. It's gonna be a busy period. We're going into con season, so I'm not gonna have a lot of free time. So you probably won't see us again until I'm gonna say near end of October. And or beginning of November. So you're gonna have to wait a little bit for the next one, but I assure you it's gonna be worth it, because the next episode of Slash Cinema is gonna be a scream.